All right, it is September the 29th, 2020, and we are continuing council today. We had a busy day yesterday of hearings. I thank everybody for their time and attention to those, and today we're back on regular items left over from last week and a few things for this week, and that's what we're doing. Before I go to recognize all of our councillors, folks may recognize that there's a number of folks in orange or with orange backgrounds this morning, and if you're not aware, today is Orange Shirt Day, and this recognizes the pain of the residential school system and the harm that it left, and it honors the survivors, and it represents a coming together in a spirit of truth and reconciliation. So that's why a number of folks are wearing orange today. All right, councillors, let's see who's come back for some more punishment. Councillor Stretch, are you with us?
Yes, sir. Here, President accounted for, ready for punishment. And I as well. I don't have any orange shirts, but I'm there in spirit with you. The only one I have says NDP, and I'm not so sure that I would, it would be appropriate for a council meeting, but I would wear it proudly at a different time. But our thoughts are definitely in spirit with your comments, Your Worship, and happy to be here from District 1, Waverley, Fall River, Musquodoboit Valley. Thank you.
Councillor Stretch, I think that'll be a good fundraiser. You wearing that NDP shirt? I put some money in for charity for that.
Well, I support all parties on different issues at different times, and we'll continue to. Thank you.
That's the beauty of municipal politics. Councillor Hensby.
Hello, everyone. This is Councillor Hensby, District 2, and the ancestral lands of the Mi'kmaq people. And I'd like to again greetings and acknowledge that today is Orange Shirt Day. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Karsten.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. District 3, Dartmouth Southeastern Passage. Hope my volume and my audio video is good. And, you know, in keeping with what you said, Mr. Mayor, I won't belabor the Orange Shirt Day, but if you're watching and you haven't a clear understanding of what the significance is, please go online, just Google Orange Shirt Day, and it'll give you a good solid background. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nicol.
From District 4, ready for Act 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Austin.
President accounted for, Mr. Mayor, ready to conclude our last council meeting of this council.
Spoken with great optimism. Councillor Mancini.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, everyone. Hopefully we'll be done by 5 because that's where the Jays start. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. President correct, and thank you, sir. Can I have another day of council meetings? Is I'm sure how we all feel. Thank you.
Councillor Smith.
Mr. Mayor, here and account for. Feel like this is deja vu. We're finishing our meeting from finishing our meeting from finishing our meeting. Looking forward to the day. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Your Worship. And of course, in our current environment, we know Black Lives Matter. And on a day like today, it's important to remember that Indigenous lives matter and every child matters, even if most of those children who went to residential school are adults now, especially older adults. But the pain and the suffering is still experienced by their children, their grandchildren. And so in the spirit of truth and reconciliation, I am endeavoring to enter our meeting today.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Morning, Mr. Mayor. Ready from District 10 to go. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I just want to thank Sean for reading that exactly how I wrote it for him. So, good morning, everyone.
Thank you. Councillor Zarowski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and every day that we get to sit at Regional Council is a great day. We should do this every day. And look forward to being done at 5 o'clock today.
Thank you. Councillor Whitman.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, colleagues. And good morning, District 13 residents. Thanks once again for 8 wonderful years serving you.
Thank you. Councillor Deputy Mayor.
Good morning, everybody. We are live here from the Beaver Bank bunker, and we are wearing orange today, of course, in support of Forum Shirt Day, and taking a moment to reflect on our past and envision a brighter future. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much, and good morning from, no, it's not sunny Sackville, but we're optimistic nonetheless. Looking forward to getting through what we have to get done today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Outhet.
Good morning, all. Not sunny day, but a good day. And just when you think you've seen and heard everything, Steve Stretch announces that he has an NDP t-shirt. I mean, you know, just when you think you've seen and heard everything. Anyway, listen, looking forward to working with you today. We've got an interesting and important agenda. All ready to go here. Cheers.
Thank you. I'll just acknowledge our CAO, Jacques, you're with us.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm here. Thank you.
And John Traves.
Morning, all.
Awesome. And I just want to thank off the top our staff. We had a long day yesterday. Hearing from the public is a particular challenge during COVID. And it may not have been 100% smooth, but I think it went pretty well. Everybody who wanted to be heard was heard. So I want to thank Phoebe, and I want to thank April and everybody else who has been doing these meetings for us during a difficult time. So thank you to our staff. Appreciate that very much. And I think we're all inspired after watching that resplendent display of democracy at the presidential debates last night. We're all inspired to do better. And we will pick it up with where we were, which is on the 7.3. We were discussing the proposed administrative order respecting incentive or bonus zoning public benefits, respecting grants for affordable housing. So we had heard from a number of speakers, and there was a list when we left off. And I have that list. It'll be Councillors Austin, Outhet, Nicol, and Russell, and then we'll see where we are from there. So on item 7.3, Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So putting my headspace back into where we were yesterday. This is one that I'm actually really enthusiastic about. In the affordable housing area, of course, we face a lot of pressure because there's a real crisis out there. So much of what could be done is out of our control. Inclusionary zoning, rent control, all of that stuff is provincial. But here's an area where we can actually have a meaningful impact. And the thing that inspired me most about this was when at FCM, when we had our good colleagues from Saskatoon here presenting. Saskatoon has a similar model where they collect money from the sale of surplus land. In their case, it's not a density bonusing, it's sale of land, and they put it into a housing fund. And over the last 5 years, that fund has contributed towards the creation of 2,770 units in Saskatoon, which when you look at their size, they're a similar size city to us, and you look at our targets in the Housing Homelessness Partnership, I think we can have a significant impact here. We're not going to solve affordable housing by this action alone, but I think this is one of the things that actually is in our toolbox that we can actually do and have a big impact on. So I'm really enthusiastic about it. I did have one question for staff. From conversations I've had with some of the housing providers out there are the partners that we will need to make a go of this in the nonprofit sector. My understanding is, it's not so much the funding if you can get to the CMHC, but oftentimes the biggest barriers are just getting to the point where you can actually get into that money, because CMHC will not contribute towards a lot of the pre-work that's needed. And one of the big questions I have, just given where we're going center plan wise and where demand is land, the purchase of actual property, an allowed cost under this program? Because I don't see it mentioned as eligible, and I don't see it mentioned as ineligible in the admin order. So I'm not sure where that falls. If someone could answer that, please.
Okay.
Jill McClellan, oh, sorry. Jill McClellan with Planning and Development, through the mayor to the councillor. Yes, we had heard from non-for-profits as well that land was something that they could use help in obtaining. The program, though, is based on parameters within the regional center plan, which were more specific towards affordable housing and more specific so that the money could only be used for building or renovating properties, or building new developments or renovating buildings. So as such, we could not use land as a possible option. So if we did want to include land as an option in this program, we would need to amend the regional center plan as well.
We have to actually amend the regional center plan to allow for land. We can't just make it an eligible parameter under the program, the way we can donate to any nonprofit.
Because the density bonusing provisions are very specific to affordable housing in the regional center plan, we would have to amend that, yes.
Okay, well, I'm glad we've identified this now, because in the regional center, that is going to become an increasingly barrier, because the land cost, we're not making more of it, and it's going to become increasingly challenging, I think, over the long term for nonprofits to just come up with the property needed to do a development. We are amending the center plan still with package B, so there is a ready-made opportunity to correct that. So I think Lindell had an issue as well regarding oversight of this. So I think I will put this aside for now to see where the rest of this debate goes, but I will come back to make a motion for a supplemental report on allowing land as an eligible cost and for that to be considered in package B, because, you know, all the CMHC funding, all the grant funding in the world is not going to make a whit of difference if people can't actually get the property needed to build the housing on and the money to do the planning work. So I will come back on that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Outhet.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll start by saying I support what I just heard from Sam. I'm going to be optimistic, and because I'm optimistic, I'm going to actually believe that somewhere in the next 3 to 12 months we will have inclusionary zoning permitted. And I'm hearing that from a lot of provincial colleagues, and I hope that will come forward. So my question is, what happens to this when inclusionary? Yeah, no, I'm having a drink. I know the way. I think that when it does come forward, inclusionary zoning, what happens to this? Because what we don't want to get into a situation is, and we saw this already, where we end up getting cut checks instead of actually having units. So I need to find out when inclusionary zoning comes, does this make this moot, or how do we dovetail these two? The second thing is, we heard yesterday that bonus density is permitted with the changes to the charter off of the peninsula, off of the center plan areas, but it hasn't been enacted yet. So why are we working on this? What has to happen? And if we aren't working on this, why? Because as Sam just said, I think that this needs to apply everywhere, but I'm also, because of property land costs, I think that it's more likely to occur in the suburban areas than on the, you know, we talked yesterday about the building on the waterfront, and I would humbly suggest that that's probably not going to be an area of affordable housing. But I suggest that there are places in most of our districts that could be. So my questions are, what happens when inclusionary zoning comes in, and what do we need to do to fast track expanding bonus density to all areas of HRM?
Through the mayor to the councillor, if inclusionary zoning does come in, of course, we would relook at this grant program again. There may always be a place for cash in lieu, so this grant program may continue to exist as it is, but it's something we'd have to look at more closely when if inclusionary zoning becomes an option and we develop a program for inclusionary zoning. In regards to expanding the density bonus ability outside the regional center, that is something we can do under the charter, and it is something staff are looking at. As my colleague, Mr. Sivak, noted yesterday, it is something we will be looking at through the regional plan review. However, before it can come into effect in other areas, you will need a community plan amendment as well too. So it's something we are looking at, and we will be discussing those next steps as the regional plan review goes on.
Okay, and thank you. I guess I'm just judging by what happened to the regional plan review last time. A 5-year review took 5 years. I hope that there are ways of fast tracking this if we truly want to make a difference outside of the regional center. I know I'm just saying that out loud. I'm not expecting you to comment on that, Jill, but I'm just saying to those listening, I hope that the new council will try and fast track this. So thank you very much. Happy to support this.
Thank you, Councillor Nicol.
Thank you. And as this is the last meeting, and I've been spending my last few days doing some house cleaning, I came across this document of 1974 called Forest Hills New Community Master Plan. And in it, it says, most families who will choose to live in Forest Hills will be on low to moderate incomes, yet home ownership will predominate. Serviced residential land will be produced and sold at low cost, yet that cost will cover the development of a full range of community facilities. And it was by the Nova Scotia Housing Commission. And I bring it up because historically, like, you know, they did expropriate all the farmland in Cole Harbour, and it was a sad day for the community. But at the end of the day, it was to provide affordable housing. And it's interesting now, as we're, you know, what I understand is the politicians found out that people were living in basements on the peninsula because they couldn't afford a house. And so now we want to encourage people to live in basements on the peninsula. So, you know, and then we also want a food strategy at the end of the day because we don't have much agricultural land anymore. So I guess it's lessons learned that I'm speaking to, and just wanted to know basically, you know, when is the secondary plan going to actually commence that whole phase and process?
Thanks for the question. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Nicol. The work program for plan development at this point in time is to finish the center plan and then move on to the suburban and rural plans, to the plan and bylaw simplification program. So I think we have learned a lot through the center plan process, and I think a lot of those lessons in terms of how to structure the zoning can be applied very much to suburban areas in particular, and we're hopeful we will be able to get through that process faster than we have through class planning exercises. So that's the work plan at the moment. And as I mentioned yesterday, ideally when you're looking at density bonusing, you do it in combination with thinking about updates to the zoning framework, where we're actually encouraging density and what are the rules around that and how do the two work together. And that's what we're working towards and are eager to get on with the work.
So as my last meeting, you're not going to give me a date? Through the mayor to you, Councillor, I'm not in a position to give specific dates. As you know, we're due to COVID, we're still looking to complete the center plan. Are already thinking ahead to the suburban plans, and the regional plan review really will help set the guiding framework for that. You know, making decisions about where the growth center should be. So I think the wheels are turning, but I guess I'm not in a position to give specific timelines or dates at this time. No, and you know, and I echo the comments made by Councillor Austin about with regards to land costs and, you know, and market assessments. That's, you know, the evolution, like that plan I spoke of in 1974 when I moved here almost 20 years later. I wanted to live on the peninsula, but I couldn't afford. So that's why I went to Cole Harbour, where the affordability was there. So that's always going to be something. And I see Councillor Russell's to speak after, and Sackville is of the same, providing the same product themselves. So, you know, and so when people hear the word, you know, sprawl, and we might be identified as sprawl, I just wanted to give some history that it wasn't necessarily sprawled. It was a planned community by the province by the Housing Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. So this applies to the regional center, and there is hope that this would extend beyond the regional center at some point, and it would be wonderful if that happened sooner than later. At this point, the funds that are collected are going into a single reserve that is for use within the regional center. I'm just wondering, there was discussion yesterday about what would happen, what would be required for communities outside the regional center to enable this. There would have to be I am at a loss for the actual terminology that was used, but we would need to make land use amendments and various other things. Would we need a second reserve? Would we be contributing to the same reserve? Would we be able to draw from the reserve that the regional center is contributing to? How would that work?
Thanks for the question through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. In brief, the council would have the option of making that decision at that time. So when suburban areas are, when the tools apply to suburban areas in the future, which I think appears that council is all interested in doing, council would have the option of either creating a separate reserve or building on the existing reserve. What I can say that is from an administrative perspective, having it in one reserve would be easier to manage, and the way the reserve and the business case and the related administrative order are drafted is drafted in a way to make that relatively straightforward. So the language about restricting the funds to the regional center really comes from the municipal planning strategy and land use bylaw. The administrative order includes some of that language, but it would be relatively easy to amend if we wanted to apply that program municipal wide.
Okay, I appreciate that. We are one large municipality, and I would hate to consider that we would have individual reserves where we would need density bonusing in each reserve. We have some development going on in Sackville now, but we are just about tapped out as far as space goes. And so for us to be able to do something with affordable housing, and we certainly need affordable housing here, we would not have the capacity to have some buildings developed in the future to provide the density bonusing funds that would then feed the affordable housing that we need. So being able to share that across the municipality would be a huge benefit. And as I understand it, the funds that have been collected in the past have gone to affordable housing. How has that worked in the past? Has it actually gone to affordable housing? What mechanisms were in place for that to happen, or is it just sitting somewhere, or has it gone into, well, what happened?
I can, or go ahead.
Okay, thanks for the question, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So to date, we haven't collected any funds for affordable housing as of yet. I think there was a question yesterday about how much funds we had collected, and I can tell you that the last time I checked, it was we had one payment of a little over 150,000, and it was a number of permits, number of more funds expected to come in the coming weeks and months. So this would be this density bonusing requirements, and this program would be the first time the municipality actually has a source of dedicated funding for affordable housing that can only be used for that purpose. So I'm not aware of any other funds in the past that the municipality would have had that had to be used for affordable housing before this new tool was put in place through the Center Plan Package A process.
Okay, so the density bonusing funds that were collected did not go to affordable housing in the past. All right. A $20 million cap has been chosen for the, and Mr. Mayor, I can come back a little bit later. I've got two other points that I would like to raise. The reserve has a cap of $20 million. What happens when that cap is reached, and why was $20 million chosen?
Thanks for the question, and again through Mr. Mayor, to you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. The 20 million cap was intended to provide council with as much flexibility as possible to allow the funds to accumulate to potentially support large projects. Keeping in mind that there are 5 benefit categories under the density bonusing program, where I expect council will be interested in getting money in at the door relatively quickly for affordable housing, but that might not be the case for public art or parkland, where you might want to collect funds and then make some large investments. So $20 million was seen as a high threshold that you wouldn't likely accumulate that much funding until it's looking to be spent on some sort of a municipal project. Having said that, it's in the business case, and if council wanted to increase that number or decrease it, it'd be up to council to make that decision. And if we ever hit that amount and you still wanted to accumulate funds, then I believe the council would need to amend the business case, the reserve business case.
So I'm again curious, what would happen if we do actually exceed that amount? If we get 20 million or 21 million? What happens with the extra $1 million?
Thanks for the question to you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. I mean, that is an interesting financial question. I suppose the staff are going to be monitoring the account. So if we are coming close to that amount or hit the amount, I would imagine we'd need to let council know and either make a decision to spend the funds in some manner or to revise the council's policies.
Okay.
Councillor Russell, I'll let you make your last point.
Okay, the last point is, Ben, you had mentioned that there were 5 areas that were used. 2 of them relate to the affordable living. In one case, it was affordable housing. In one case, it was affordable community spaces. 3 others are heritage conservation, parkland, and public art. And those are not related to affordable living. Those are related to making life better, to keeping houses that we have had in the past, but they're not related to affordable living. So I will probably come back, Mr. Mayor, and look for a supplementary staff report on seeing if we can remove these as uses for the density bonusing in relation to affordable housing, because this whole discussion and the way it has been built has been around affordable housing. And again, heritage conservation, parkland, and public art don't fit in that category. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Mancini's taken his name off for now. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I would have to concur with some of the comments that Councillor Russell just said, but heritage preservation could be a heritage home in regards we may want to keep affordable housing or units in. So I think the parkland and public art, I agree, are not shelter components, but a heritage aspect could be deal with an older home or structure. I just want to clarify the points that Councillor Austin talked about, the use of land. Under our municipal charter, section 63, the sale and lease of municipal properties, we have the ability to sell or lease property less than market value to a not-for-profit organization that the council considers to be carrying the activities that are beneficial to the municipality. So we have the ability now to give land to a housing project as long as it's a charitable donation, a charitable organization such as Habitat for Humanity. I've identified 12 parcels of vacant parkland site in my particular district that I don't think will ever be used for parkland purposes for playgrounds. Or, I think that we should be looking at converting that vacant land into usable housing stock. So I just want to make sure that we do move forward, but I'm concerned though staff may be thinking that if we go outside the boundaries, we have to put density bonusing with that. I don't think in suburban rural areas, especially in rural areas where we don't have central sewer or water, we already have the bonus density with the inclusion of secondary and backyard suites. So we do have the capacity now to add extra density to the rural lots. I think the only other concern you may have is in the suburban areas we have water and sewer. It may be a different story of trying to increase more density there, but I just want to clarify and make sure that we have the capacity now to give land or sell land below market value to charitable functions for the purpose of housing. So we can do that if we wish, but all it requires 2/3 of consent of council to do it. Thank you.
Did staff want to respond? Jill?
Through the mayor to the councillor. So to clarify, the administrative order that's being discussed here is specifically regarding how to spend the money that's collected through the density bonus requirements within the regional center. There is another process through our AO50 to dispose of surplus land. One of those categories is within the community interest category that can go to affordable housing groups. So those would be 2 separate programs. And that AO50 program can be used throughout the municipality. So it's not just specific to the regional center in the AO50 scenario.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Smith?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'm here going back and forth with Councillor Rawson trying to draft something here. So I spoke earlier yesterday on the things that I like about this, and really what I want to talk about now is, sorry, we're just going back and forth trying to get somewhere together. What I want to talk about now is the supplementary report that I am looking to put forward. So I'm wondering if we should have finished this discussion or a general discussion, or if I should put it for, well, put the amendment forward now, and then we have that discussion while I'm speaking. So I'm just whatever you think is best, Mr. Mayor.
Is it for a supplementary report, Councillor?
Yeah, that would be amending the motion to add a number 4 for a supplementary report.
John Traves?
An amendment to the main motion is always in order unless it's contrary, to the main motion. So at any time in the process.
Okay.
I don't know exactly what it is. I just see a draft. I'm just trying to read it now.
Right. Sorry. So that, yeah, we're just going back and forth on it. So I'll put it in the chat, and it's really I'll put it forward, put it in the chat, and then have a discussion on it. And this is also included. It might change depending on what says. Just putting it in so folks can see. And I'd like to put forward that we add a number 4, request a supplementary report that would explore an alternative approval process for AO 2020-008 ADM to include the involvement of the Regional Center Community Council, RCC, or Grants Committee, and outline how this alternative approval process would affect approval timelines, and B, allow the purchase of land as an eligible cost for nonprofits developing affordable housing and HRM's bonus zoning program.
Second, Councillor Austin.
So I'll let Councillor Austin speak to B. So for A, the reason why I think it would be important, and me and Kelly or Kelly Dente, Ms. Dente had a discussion this morning, and they might and staff might have another alternative. But really, what I'm looking at is 2 things. This is a good news story, and I think that we need to make sure that we are continuing to share that good news story. And one of the issues we see with what's happening with the affordable housing money, other levels of government, is that the public doesn't know how that money is being spent until there's an issue. And for us, we know that we're going to collect a good chunk of money. We already have money that's pending to be added to this fund, pending this administrative order to be created. And I think it'd be important that there'd be some type of, if not oversight, involvement with one of the committees of council. So if we think of all of our other grants that we administer, most of them, if not all of them, other than our smaller ones like our placemaking, they go through grants committee. And personally, I feel the best body for it to go through either for comment or approval for council, I don't know, would be the Regional Center Community Council, because we are talking about the regional center. And even what Councilor Austin mentioned with Saskatoon, the final approval for these funds do go through council. So they do actually look at the applications. Oh, somebody's unmuted.
Somebody's got on mute.
No, it's not.
I'm not sure who. I don't. All right, cool. So even in Saskatoon, all the applications do go through council for them to have oversight over. And for me, I think the most important piece is being able to say to the public, these are the folks, these are the organization, these are the developments that we've received money. This is how we came to a decision. I already know there's a lot of partners involved that are part of this and have the knowledge, which is great. And I think we need to do that. So this is not saying that I don't believe that we have the knowledge to get the money owed. It's just, how do we make sure that we have something that's public facing, that we can show residents in real time that we are looking at this? Because right now the AO only talks about an annual report. So in between that, how do we tell people what work is being done and who's getting money? So that's where this is coming from, and I'd be more than happy to pull this if staff have a better alternative or want to talk about that, and I'll let Councillor Austin speak about B.
I'll let him speak to Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I mean, I think I've already kind of gone through the guts of it, that if nonprofits can't, if they can't get the land in the first place, that's going to become an increasing impediment. It's not something that they can get money for readily from the programs that other orders of government have. So I think this is a place where we could have a high impact. I think Councillor Hensby's point about surplus municipal lands is a good one. We're already doing some of that. I think we had our first batch on True North Crescent in Councillor Mancini's area. but we don't have enough surplus land as the municipality to be the land bank for all nonprofits looking to build affordable housing. There is going to have to be partnerships with churches and the outright acquisition of land, for example, in places. So I think we should really have this as something that we can consider. Councillor Hensby put in the chat that does HRM acquire the land or give money to the nonprofits? I mean, I think that's the detail that we could see when the staff report comes back. You know, I don't see us necessarily buying it, but who knows, right? Like, let's actually explore how we can be the most impactful in this area. So with that, that's my feeling on the need to consider land as well as just grants for actually building.
Thank you. Councillor Hensby, did you wish to speak on that more than what's in the chat?
Well, Mr. Mayor, I just want to raise a comment clarification of clause B in regards to does the municipality acquire the land or give money to not-for-profit or person themselves? That brings concerns of land speculation, because the municipality could expropriate if necessary as an alternative if they think if there'd be an overprice of the property, whereas a not-for-profit organization does not have that ability. So I just want to make sure that we're going to cover that question off.
Thanks, Councillor Hensby. Through you, Mr. Mayor, through the councillor, and also I'd just like to touch on Part B of the proposed amendment to the motion. I just want to note I'm not sure if it's necessary for a supplementary staff report on that item because in the staff report that you're considering today, it does indicate that that those changes are being incorporated in the draft package B, and in fact are already incorporated into the language of the published draft package B that's being circulated for public feedback. So staff are already I've already made the adjustments to the planning documents to widen the scope of how density bonusing funds could be used for affordable housing, including the purchasing of units and property. So I think that might be covered and maybe best further discussed with CDAC through the package B process. Regarding Councillors Hensby's question, the bonus zoning funds and the money in lieu for the grant program would be to support non-profits or to cooperate with the province or federal government separate from that grant program. So it would be enabling those funds to be used for nonprofits to purchase lands or buildings or properties or for the maintenance or for the construction of those units. And separate to that would be how the municipality manages our own land holdings and how we make surplus lands available to various interests, including housing providers.
Thank you. Councillor Hensby, your question answered? Okay. I'll go to Councillor Adams, then I'll go back to Councillor Smith to see if he has any thoughts as to what Ben said on that motion. Councillor Adams?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm fine with the amendment. And the whole affordable housing piece and density bonus, there's a lot of moving parts and a lot of pieces here. And Jill earlier had said something about the balance in this fund. Now, I'm not sure how many funds we have, but it was in the $100,000, whatever it was. Is that right, Jill? Thumbs up, 100,000 or so? Ballpark? Okay, that's good. So where's the money that came from the Willow Tree, the $1.8 million, I believe, where does that go? Or is it somewhere? Or like, I don't know, like, I'm trying to find out what bucket it goes into and if this is the one that takes that or if there's something separate from that. So thank you.
Jill?
Yeah, through the mayor to the councillor, that the 1.8 million from the Willow Tree development that would go to this fund as well. As far as I understand, that money hasn't been collected yet because that money's to be provided during once a building permit is applied for, and they're not at that stage yet. But that it would go into this fund. Yes.
So the balance will be ballpark $2 million once that goes in there. Is that right? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Zarowski, I had you on the main motion. I didn't know you wanted to speak on the amendment. Councillor Zarowski?
Actually, my mistake then. I wish to speak on the main motion, please.
Okay, I will come back to you. I've got you on the main motion. Councillor Smith, just in terms of what Ben had said, any change to your motion? Any thoughts?
So for clarification, Ben might have been speaking to Part B. Yes. I'm not sure though. So yep. Ben, do you want to comment really quickly?
Go ahead, Ben.
Thanks through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. What I was saying was it was about Part B of the motion related to the enabling the funds to be used for nonprofits to purchase land as well as buildings. So that was identified as an area that could be expanded through Package B and the staff report council is considering. And the Package B that is published right now, the draft includes that language to expand how that funding could be used, and not just constructing affordable housing, but also purchasing land and property.
Right. So I'll let Councillor Austin respond if he wants to speak on that.
Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just as a question to Ben, so is is going back through the report, is this the line on page 6 to enable funds to be used for building assessments and the acquisition of buildings, units, or property? Is that line is what encapsulate this?
Yes, that's correct. And similar language is incorporated into the draft Package B.
Okay, well, I can withdraw if the mover's fine. I'm fine with taking B out if we've already drawn the line that yes, we are going to do this.
Well,
Councillor Smith.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. So to remove B from the
Jill,
motion.
Jill, were you trying to speak to it?
I have one point.
I'll come back to you, Councilman, just a sec. I think I heard. Okay. Did we have, did Jill want to speak to that as well?
That sure looked like Jill's computer crashing to me.
Okay, let's go to Councillor Hensby and then we'll see where we go.
Well, Mr. Mayor, in Part A, the only thing I have a difficulty with is with the Regional Center Community Council. No community council has the authority to approve monies. It has to go through Regional Council. I agree with the grants committee process, but I don't think the Regional Council committee council should be part of the motion. I think that should be excluded because that authority is not there in the charter.
Okay.
I could comment if
you want,
Mr. Mayor. So it doesn't. So the motion doesn't say that we'd approve it. It'd be involvement. So just like we with any other item that's come for request, at the end of the day, council does give the approval. So this would be for us to, as a regional center community council, because we are talking about the regional center density bonusing program, to be able to look at what's coming forward and make any comments, recommendations, but also just so there's some kind of public oversight, not even oversight, public information that's being shared around what's happening with the fund. So honestly, staff might come back and say we don't need to do it, but I think we have to at least explore how we can make sure that there is some kind of involvement with the public and members of council when looking at distributing this money.
I'm fine with that clarification as long as it's not intended to be approval stage.
Okay, did Jill come back in?
Through the, yes, Mayor, I did. Apologies, press the wrong button there. I just wanted to speak a little bit to the First Amendment, and I do appreciate where the councillor is coming from with the proposed amendment. With the way we drafted this AO is we wanted to be as expedient as possible with the way that we were able to distribute the money. So we're trying to cut out, or trying to remove different steps. At the same time, I do appreciate the comment for accountability. What I will note is, as part of the annual report, is we could be very clear with how the decision was made regarding the proponents, and we would do our best to share the information so that it doesn't get lost in a council agenda. So that we would share it with the Housing and Homelessness Partnership. We would share it with our network of nonprofits. We would always make sure it's advertised on our website as well. So just wanted to clarify that we are already prepared to do that to make sure the word gets out regarding how the money is allotted through this grant program.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that, Jill. Are we ready for the question on the amendment? Let's go to the vote. Sorry, Glendale, Councillor Smith.
Just to clarify, B is dropped from the amendment?
B is dropped, yeah.
Right. So if in the last comment I'll make, because I know I spoke more than I'm allowed to. So what I'll ask staff is if they are going to already do that work, could we in the first annual report have something that talks about this maybe? You don't need to write another report, but could we just in that annual report that's coming forward talk about the potential of having it come to a grant or whatnot, and then just leave it for then? I don't want to make you create another report that's going to take you away from doing this work, but I wonder if we could just capture in the minutes that when we get our first annual report, and I think this is what Kelly Denty was speaking, we get our first annual report, that it just talks about if council wants to amend to make it a different process, this is what we could do. Would that work, except for creating another report?
Through the mayor to the councillor, yes, the staff would be prepared to do that.
Okay, so if we can do that, I'm happy to pull this, and that way it takes some staff reports headache off of the staff.
Okay, Councillor Austin, are you okay with that too? Okay, so that entire amendment is withdrawn. Everybody's okay with that? We're back on the main motion, and I have Councillor Zarowski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I really love the intent of this particular report. And when I look at what is tied to it, I do have some questions, as Councillor Russell did. One of the things that really strikes me that we've kind of missed, at least in my opinion, is the extension of the affordable housing into other areas where we have communities that are under threat. And I'm thinking about the community of Beachville in District 12. It has been eroded over the years, and part of the problem is the affordable housing has to be tied to transportation. Something is only affordable if you can live in it and get to work. And if you can't get transportation or transit, then it becomes an issue. And as we look at expanding this into our suburban and possibly rural areas, which is what I think we will be doing in the future and looking at ways of doing this, transportation has to be viscerally tied to it. And I'm wondering why there was no mention of transportation in the report that we're looking at, because that is absolutely crucial. I was reading an article in the Globe and Mail where someone was analyzing for Toronto. Now, I'm not suggesting that Halifax or HRM is Toronto, but people who are looking to live affordably have to balance the difficulty of traveling, moving themselves either for school or for work or for whatever they need to sustain a livelihood. The cheaper housing is generally viewed as being out in the suburbs and rural areas. But when you factor in the cost of having a car and gasoline and time in the car and time away from family, the perceived affordability becomes less and less. And given the fact that our transit system, especially for the suburban and rural areas, is, I will term it kindly, as in a process of evolution and still wanting for many people, this is an important consideration. And I would really welcome your comments on where we're going to go with this. I love the idea of putting aside the density bonusing reserve, but I would also like to see those communities outside the city core, which are important to the city, which have historical importance, also be served in this as well.
Jill or Ben, do you want to reference that?
Through Mr. Mayor, through the mayor to the councillor, I can speak to that. I'm not sure if Kelly Denty wishes to speak to this as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to chime in briefly. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Okay, good. Just wanted to state that this report is very specific. This was about a density bonusing program in the regional center and how to spend that money, right? So that's the focus of this report. What the councillor, I believe, is talking about is what we do in other areas, and that is where our plan and bylaw simplification program comes in. Now, historically, the diversity of housing types is how we've dealt with affordable housing in other areas, as well as the plan unit development that Councillor Nicol referred to earlier. But looking at the use of density bonusing or other incentive tools is something that we're going to do through our plan review process. So whether that be the regional plan or community plan review, those are the things that will come to bear on that. Transportation, absolutely critical. And when we're looking at developing our other areas, we're very conscious of putting density in areas that are well served by transit, right? So tying the growth areas in with the rural with the rapid transit strategy. So hopefully that provides a little bit of context in terms of this report versus future work.
Thank you, Kelly. Yeah, it does. It does in many ways, but I'm wondering why the consideration of transit wasn't put in so that we don't have to implicitly think about it and look at it in an explicit sense. I realize it's for the core areas, but people still have to travel, and transit is an important constituent of affordable housing.
It's hand in glove. So again, this is the regional center. The regional center is the best served area with transit now. So we know that that area is highly served with transit. So it's kind of inherent in the program that we've got. But in terms of our future growth areas, transit has to be key to where we put density. So a density program tied in with transit corridors and transit hubs will be part of what you see going forward.
And so will we see an evolution of this for our suburban and rural areas? Is this the intent? Does staff consider this something that is extensionable to those areas?
Definitely, we do, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your answer.
Okay. I think I have Councillor Austin. Did you need to speak again, Sam? You're covered?
I'm good, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Russell on the main motion.
Thank you very much, and I'd like to go back to the discussion about the Heritage Conservation Parkland and Public Art. In response to Councillor Hensby's query about heritage conservation being used for affordable housing, we can certainly, if we spend the money on affordable housing, it can certainly be used. I would see it being used in a heritage property, but I wouldn't want to expand the envelope of this to say we can support all heritage conservation projects, even those that are not in consideration of affordable housing. But I would like to make an amendment, and I would like to propose that an addition where we request a supplementary staff report for an amendment to AO 2020-007 ADM to consider removing heritage conservation, parkland, and public art as the list of uses for the bonus zoning reserve. And I'm just going to put that in the chat.
Can we just delete public art and now as a part of the process?
Mr. Mayor, could I speak to that, please?
Please.
I think John's going to chime in too. So it's not an amendment to the administrative order. This is in the center plan now. So it'd be an amendment to the center plan. So the center plan package A that was just adopted last year set out these categories. So this is simply in line with that existing legislation. So it'd be through a different process. So if you were to make a motion, it would be to direct staff to reconsider or come back with possible amendments to the density bonusing program to look at other benefits through the center plan package B process. The administrative order is not the route for that.
The eventual goal for this, as I understand it, is for it to apply to the regional center now and then be expanded out to all of the other areas. So would this consider all of the other areas, or is that something that would be considered on a per area basis?
That's a per area basis as we go in and we do the secondary planning or regional planning for the other areas, right? So it's an entire policy package that you would need to have in place to have density bonusing in other areas. Right now, it only exists in the regional center.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Is there a seconder for that motion, by the way? Councillor Hensby seconds the motion. Councillor Russell, anything else?
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Please.
You know, that essentially strips everything except affordable housing. I would suggest that, you know, rather than take that approach, what you're essentially doing is defeating the motion and directing staff to come back with a supplemental report that simply focuses on the affordable housing. But as Kelly's indicated, that's going to be problematic given the planning situation. So I'm not sure how we get there from here without setting aside the entire motion, if that's what you wish to do. You're essentially stripping out everything except for affordable housing. That's contrary to the motion, and we'd have to go back and look at whether we could in fact rewrite this AO given the center plan.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Clear has a question for Mr. Traves. Would this motion not be out of order because the enablement for the AO comes from the SMPS, the secondary municipal planning strategy for the center plan, and the LUB? And so essentially, regardless of this particular AO, you're not changing it in the center plan because the power comes from the secondary plan and the land use bylaw. So essentially it's out of order in the sense that whatever you do with this AO, you can't actually strip it out of the LUB at this point in time with this particular motion.
I think you're coming at it from another direction, but getting to the same position that I'm trying to suggest with respect to the amendment.
So I've got Councillor Mason, but just to clear that, then John, you're not ruling it out of order.
It's for a supplementary staff report. I would suggest, I'm not sure that there's any value in it. That's the real challenge. At the end of the day, it's going to come back and say that it's contrary to the center plan, as Councillor Cleary has indicated. So I would suggest, while it's not out of order, it's not very useful in terms of use of staff's time.
All right, Councillor Mason on the amendment.
Well, I guess the other piece then would also be that, so we are statutorily bound, is my understanding, that 2/3, I think, of center plan density bonus has to go to affordable housing. Wasn't that the last minute change that was inserted through the committee process at the legislature? So 2/3 of everything goes toward housing always. Except for, you know, and then these other pieces are essential to our other goals. Like to me, taking heritage out would be tying our hands on the heritage conservation districts, where we're trying to use the part of this density bonusing money to reinvest and protect these heritage buildings, right? So we're still going to have affordable housing, but we don't have a lot of tools, as we've identified over and over again, to protect heritage that are effective. And this was one of the things we were trying to use to incentivize heritage. So, you know, I don't think this is the right place to have this discussion. I think there's a broader discussion that needs to happen outside of this about that. And I agree, there are things, you know, we can talk about this in the package B discussion, I think is the right place to have it. There are things in the downtown plan. For example, last night we accepted Leeds Gold, because the downtown plan allows that, as a density bonus, but if you're going to build and own a building in this environment, you're going to build to the highest environmental standard to lower your operating costs. So we're giving people a density bonus or something that they're probably going to do anyway, and that's what we're seeing outside of where the density bonus area. So we do need to review this list, but I don't think that we should eliminate everything but affordable housing. We just have to make sure, as the legislation says, that affordable housing is a critical component of every you know, is 2/3 of every density bonus application. Thank you, Mr.
Mayor.
John?
So the charter simply requires inclusion of affordable housing in the center plan area. There's no limit with respect to 2/3, but it does envision that it would be included with these other important areas, right? So that's the lay of the land.
Well, then with that in mind, I would say we should set a number and we should talk about that. But I want to have the flexibility that we can still incentivize these other goals of council as well. But I think there always has to be affordable housing in every density bonusing plan. Thank you. Thank you for the clarity there, Solicitor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So, Councillor Russell, anything before we go to a vote on this? If we don't?
I can't remember hearing who seconded it.
Councillor Hensby.
Okay, yes, thank you. I simply want to draw attention to the fact that we have always talked about density bonusing in relation to affordable housing. It has not been in relation to heritage conservation, public and parkland and public art. It has always been in relation to affordable housing. So that's what I was simply trying to promote here, and by limiting it from the other uses. So thank you.
Okay, ready for the question on the amendment, colleagues?
Councillor Stretch,
Against the amendment.
Councillor Hensby,
Hold on. Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten,
I think Councillor Karsten may have left for a bit.
yes, that's correct, thank you. Councillor Nicol,
No.
Councillor Austin, Councillor Austin,
Against.
against the motion. Councillor Mancini, Councillor Mancini,
Yeah, against the amendment.
thank you. Councillor Mason,
Against.
Councillor Smith,
Against?
Councillor Cleary,
No.
Councillor Walker,
Against.
Councillor Adams,
Against.
Councillor Zarowski, Councillor Zarowski,
Sorry. I'm for.
for the motion. Councillor Whitman,
No.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn,
Voting no on the amendment.
Councillor Russell,
In favor?
Councillor Outfit,
No.
Mayor Savage,
Opposed, so that is defeated. We're back on the main motion, and the only speaker I think we have left is Councillor Mason. I'll just see if anybody else wishes to speak on the main motion, which at this point I believe is unamended. So Councillor Mason. You're on mute, Councillor Mason.
There's one way to have no further amendments.
Councillor Mason, we're having trouble, I guess, with... Go ahead. You're remarkably quiet. Wow.
Call for the question.
Isn't this fun? This virtual stuff. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Good Lord. Thank you for your patience there, and snuck under the wire there, Councillor Walker. You almost got me. So just to confirm with staff, one of the big questions that's come out of this discussion is that $20 million cap on the reserve. If we hit that, theoretically, which we won't because we're spending the money, what would happen? Like if we had $20 million and $1, does that $1 go into general reserve, or would we be obliged to change the cap or spend the money? My understanding is that if we're collecting money for affordable housing, we couldn't put it in general reserve. So I'm wondering if accounting or legal could comment on that. I'm not sure why there's a cap there, given that we're setting this money aside for affordable housing, except to force us to spend it on affordable housing and not let it accumulate. But it seems like a weird tool. I already mentioned the downtown plan removing leads. I already mentioned that we're obliged to do housing. So yeah, I guess that's the only question that was left is what is that cap really?
Ben, is that you or Joe?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Councillor. I'll answer it from my understanding, and I'll legal or finance staff want to weigh in. That's welcome as well. What I can point out is that the administrative order about preparing a reserve business case does require a maximum amount and a minimum amount to be set. So that's something council has decided by policy that you want to have some parameters around the funds. Having said that, when you actually hit that amount, what are the consequences of that? As I mentioned before, I think it becomes a decision of either spend it or change the parameters again. But if legal or finance staff want to comment on that, that's welcome as well.
All right, anybody else?
Nope, that's it for
Okay.
me.
Question.
The big thing there is just that people are accusing this of being a money grab that won't go into affordable housing. So we've got to be able to assure them that it will. But I'm satisfied with that answer. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, ready for the question, colleagues, on the main motion unamended.
Councillor Stretch,
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby,
Affirmative.
Councillor Nicol,
In favor.
Councillor Olson,
In favor.
Councillor Mancini,
Happy to support the motion.
Councillor Mason,
For the motion.
Councillor Smith,
For.
Councillor Cleary,
Yes.
Councillor Walker,
Or
Councillor Adams,
For.
Councillor Zarowski,
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman,
In favor?
Deputy Mayor Blackburn,
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell,
In favor?
Councillor Outfit,
Yes.
Mayor Savage,
For the motion carries. Well done. We will move to 7.4, proposed administrative order respecting streetscaping in the regional center. Council, what is your wish? Councillor Mason, if we can hear you.
Sure. Yeah, no. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council 1 suspend the rules of procedure under Schedule 3, the Community Planning Economic Development Standing Committee's terms of reference of Administrative Order 1, the procedures of Council Administrative Order, and 2, adopt Administrative Order 2020-012-OP, the Regional Center Streetscaping Administrative Order as set out in Attachment 2 of the report dated August 24, 2020. I so move.
Second. Councillor Cleary.
Seconded by
So
Councillor Cleary. Councillor Mason.
I'll be extraordinarily brief. I support this report. I know the issues are, why is it only the regional center? But we've discussed this at council and at CPD extensively. There is an outstanding report coming that was generated when this came to CPD to bring a similar and complementary streetscaping report for the suburban area, and then separately at Transportation Standing Committee after the presentation by the East Preston Trail folks, we have a rural report that talks about the separate but related issues in the rural area around pedestrianization and safety on provincial highways in main streets and villages and towns. So that work is underway and they are all different, but this was specifically needed for the regional center to kind of close off on the Barrington, Argyle, Quinpool, downtown Dartmouth, the Spring Garden Road report that happened in 2013 and talked about the regional center economic activity that's generated from these streets. So this is just the beginning of several reports that will identify the different solutions needed in each of those areas. And I would ask council to support this report and motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Your Worship. I support this as well, and I'm happy to see the administrative order and the structure we're putting around this program, because doing it ad hoc as we've been doing means that, there is no plan. Some people get on a list, some people don't get on a list, and obviously, I'd love to see Quinpool, which was on a list years ago, and more formally now a plan and priority. So, quick question to staff: in the administrative order, section 6 for the project evaluation criteria, the first statement says staff shall determine priority locations for streetscaping by evaluating potential projects according to the criterion table 1. I won't go through the criterion table 1. I think it's all fabulous. But my question is then, if staff is going to be looking at this criteria and prioritizing list, what's the timeline? When will we see a list of potential streetscape streets? And are we talking months, years? Spring Garden is going to be done next summer. So what's next? Will we have a project when Spring Garden is done? I guess is my question.
Okay, who do we have? Anita, or Tanya, or Kelly?
Hi, am I on? It's
You are.
Honeyda Copeland here.
Thank you.
Hi, Council. Hi, Mayor and Council. Nice to see everybody. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Councillor, I can speak to that. The list is a living document. It's a working list. It's very much like the lists that we have sort of in the background to inform our work regarding state of good repair and sidewalk priorities. They are sort of benchmark lists so that we can make sure that when we're investing in streetscaping and those program elements that are described in the AO, that we're doing it within a framework. That list already exists. The intention is not that the list will be public, and because when you have criteria, there's a certain amount of subjectivity to it, and there is there's going to be some scoring and weighting, and I have to say that the largest thing that will largely drive where we're investing will be the ability to integrate projects with others. So whether it's with state of good repair projects that are coming down the pipe, and we are working on a long-term kind of capital plan for transportation projects, so we can plan ahead. We have the IMP, the bus routes, the transit. So when we can integrate kind of streetscaping in certain areas along with other projects, that's where we'll see the investment. And that's kind of how the systems envisioned to work. There was a draft of that list. There were there's some potential projects that were identified in the report that preceded this report, and kind of all those projects are on that, and we're kind of working through them, and we go through them every now and then, and just make sure that we're investing in a project that makes sense.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'll sum up with a statement then, and maybe just one final question. So of course, when I look at Quinpool, for example, plan integration, tons of stuff that we're planning on doing, that developers are planning on doing. We've got several projects in the ground, several more that'll be coming up over the next couple of years. So it'd be great to have that plan in place, so that reinstatement is not to what's there now, it's to the new plan. So you need a new plan before they can do it at their expense to set it up the way we want it. So when Spring Garden is done, will we be able to immediately announce the next streetscaping project? I don't know if they're going to be, because I know you want to do smaller ones and bigger ones. So will there be a next big one? I'll leave it there.
Council. My car key down to do that.
Sorry, I'm not sure. Is that a question to me then?
Just very, very briefly, is there a next one after Spring Garden, a big one?
I think we'll see some projects integrated with other IMP projects that are coming down the pipe. A lot of whether it's going to be a big one, like a $10 million project, like Spring Garden Road, I can't say. I think that'll depend on how the program plays out. We are developing streetscape standards for the regional center growth areas, so that when developers are reinstating the sidewalks that they disturb, we can have them reinstated to the future plan. And we are doing functional planning studies that include placemaking on streets like University Avenue, Brunswick and Rainy, Portland Street, or Alderney Drive, and Portland Street in Dartmouth, Wise Road in Dartmouth. So there are a lot of things kind of in the book. So I can't answer that question. We don't have the next big one, but we have highlighted streets that have a lot of place value, that have upcoming IMP projects, and we're knitting all that together, and integration opportunities on Quinpool and those other streets that I've named are certainly possibilities, and are being looked at under those criteria and under the kind of realm of like what is possible and appropriate and achievable.
Thank you. Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. I'm going to touch on what Councillor Mason said for just a quick second. He mentioned a couple of reports that were coming back, one from CEPD, and I'm wondering if staff could provide an estimate on when we might see the report coming back related to the comment that I have here is a separate request for a staff report regarding options and opportunities for a long-term program for complete streets and streetscaping for the suburban commercial main streets in the urban service area outside the regional center. So I'm just wondering if you know when that report might be coming back.
Yes, through you. Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, we're targeting summer 21 for that report.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you. I had a look through this report, and it seemed like a collection of elements, but I didn't see a theme, or that a theme would be developed. You would be putting a sidewalk here and something else there. So there would be a set of discrete projects. 20 years ago, we had a streetscaping blend done in Sackville, and it's continuously out of focus, which is amazing for paper. But I am wondering if any theme development or something like that would be considered as part of what you're doing.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, the themes would be developed through the design guidelines, the section in the AO that refers to staff needing to develop design guidelines to guide the kind of features that would be put in place. So, for example, as part of the South End Complete Streets project that's considering a number of active transportation and pedestrian and bicycle improvements, among other things. Developing a district identity is one of the project objectives for the university district. So, so there is definitely some work that would need to go into that in parts of the regional center where we had the 2004 capital district work done. The themes kind of established by that previous work. But we can't. We won't be making. We won't be doing placemaking by making every place look the same. However, we do need to balance that kind of desire for district identity, uniqueness, with a need to standardize certain public realm elements so that we can maintain them.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, staff, for bringing this forward. I am, of course, in support of it. I kind of wish we had this actually in 2008 when we put in the Portland streetscape, because the part that's been very top of mind for me is the maintenance section. And because I mean, on Portland Street, the challenge is we had a really nice streetscape done, but then there was no systematic plan for how we would take care of it. And with time, all the tiles broke off the planters, which we've now painted them black to cover up that they're that everything is broken on them as best we can. The bricks have deteriorated. We got weeds growing up through them. There really wasn't a maintenance plan, and of course, it's been allowed to get to the point that now it's actually a significant project to do. I've been very grateful for the attention that the road operations folks have been able to pay to a few sections of it, but it doesn't replace an overall. It's in need of work. And so my question for staff is like the operationalizing the maintenance section. It's all well and good for a street like Spring Garden. We're starting off, everything is fresh. We've got a consistent plan. We can lay out how we're going to take care of it, and so that it doesn't become what's happened to Portland and to some extent Gottingen Street with the past streetscaping things. How do we actually deal with the assets that we have already on streetscaping front that are in poor condition, and how does this AO relate to that?
Yes, I can speak to that, and there may be some others as well who are on the line who can speak to that if I leave out any gaps. I see my supervisor is here. So through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, that is a challenge that we are very aware of, and as and as described in the report, we feel that that is a result of the ad hoc approach, where we have invested, in the 80s and the 90s. There's one big project every decade, and by a different department, it's delivered by different people. The corporate history is sort of lost, and there's no clear maintenance plan. So, moving forward with Argyle Street in the background here, we wrote a maintenance manual along with that plan and engaged heavily with our operating staff on what it would cost and what it would take and what the service standards and inspection levels and things like that would be so that we could maintain that. We're planning on doing that going forward with Spring Garden. And we also are working on a project right now, a streetscape renewal plan and asset inventory. So that's an in-house project that we're doing to understand what streetscape assets we have in the municipality, and throughout the municipality, not just the regional center, because we do have assets in Sackville and Bedford and Main Street, Dartmouth, and Sheet Harbor for that matter. So we need a good asset inventory. We need to bring the streetscape program elements into our asset inventory and set up those service standards and inspection levels. And we are working away on that in-house in order to be able to look after these investments better, because they come at significant cost to the municipality. They are large points of pride for the neighborhoods, but also for the region as a whole. And those are the actions that we're taking to get on top of that now, recognizing that this is that streetscaping is something council wants to see going forward, and it's not just kind of a special project every now and then. And if there's anyone else, I don't know if Tanya or Peter are on the line and want to add anything to that, if I've missed anything, that would be.
Okay.
Yeah.
I saw Tanya Davis's face pop up. Did somebody else want to speak to this from staff?
No, I think she's covered off anything. I think it's important just to note, so Tanya Davis, Transportation Planning Program Manager. I think it's just important to note that we are going to do an asset inventory, and we are going to look to maintain the assets that we put in the street moving forward. We didn't have that before. We will have it going forward, and any new assets going in, it will have a program around it.
Thank you. Councillor Austin?
Yeah, I mean, my purpose is really just to underline that for some of our older stuff, it's not just asset maintenance, it's asset renewal, because we didn't have this sort of organized approach from the get-go. And so rather than doing anything preventative, it gets to the point that it's really deteriorated. And I really appreciate the efforts that road operations folks have been making on Portland, but it doesn't, it's basically, it's a Band-Aid. So I hope when the bigger picture piece comes forward, we can get past Band-Aiding it and actually have the program necessary to really properly take care of all the aging ones out there that didn't have the benefit of, well, what we have for Argyle, which is that maintenance plan that Hannah was describing. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, staff.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just waiting for it to unmute. So again, great discussion. Most of the comments that I would have made have been made already. And there's one point, two things I want to bring up. First, I think it's also important to thank the bids who brought this forward to us in the first place. So it was in the Economic Halifax Growth Plan 2016-21 as one of the action items to create this regional center streetscaping program. And one of the things that the bids did recognize with the councillors is that they want to make sure that action plan and that piece didn't get lost. So the committee brought this forward, and we're here today, which I'm very thankful for. And I also think it'd be great for Anita just to speak a little bit on that. This doesn't replace our complete streets programs. This doesn't replace our placemaking programs, because one of the comments that were being made, and I heard from residents and folks, was, well, my area or this part isn't included in what's being said in the streetscaping program. How do I know that we're not going to get lost in the shuffle? So I just wonder if that can be clarified, that this is separate from some of the other initiatives that are happening around the regional center, and this doesn't take away from that work.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to confirm that the streetscaping AO sets out to just define very clearly what elements are part of the streetscaping program. And it is a bit confusing because they're not the only parts of a street, obviously. There's other parts of a street. The street, when we worked on Argyle Street, we always joked that all streets are, because it was a shared street project, and we always joke that all streets are shared already, especially if you look underground and you see all the wires and ducts and everything, right? There's a lot going on in the street. So the streetscaping program defines a suite of elements that will be delivered by a certain program budget, the streetscaping program budget, and that will develop service standards and inspection standards for, and we'll look after those. The complete streets idea is an approach. It's an approach to working on all our projects so that when we are making capital investments, we are looking at the IMP, Council's approved long-term transportation plan, and making any changes that we can to standard items to upgrade those streets to current standards. So, examples of our complete streets approach include, when we're going through and repaving, we will try to, if we're touching curb ramps, we add the tactile elements. If we're touching crossings, we look at whether or not bump outs or improvements to those crossing elements can be included at the same time. So the complete streets is an approach to all of our work in the street, including the streetscaping program. The streetscaping program will follow a complete streets approach, but it is particular to a certain package of elements. But those elements will probably be delivered in conjunction with a lot of other elements that like sidewalks and curb ramps and bike lanes and bus lanes and other things. And I don't know if Tanya or anyone else wants to add anything to that, but yeah, I hope that adds the clarity that you're asking for.
Thank you. Councillor Smith. Thank you. Councillor Nicol.
Thank you. And it's quite a moment that Councillor Austin was saying, too bad we didn't have it in 2008. And as I've said before, in 2012 is when I made the motion for a complete streets policy and was met with the staff at that time saying, and how are we supposed to do that? So here we are today, knowing how we do that. And in the meantime, I was quite creative because doing along Cole Harbour Road. And if anybody wants to see a suburban kind of design to a complete street, we're all very proud of the work and how the Forest Hills Parkway looks right now in that regard. And it functions a lot more. And to give that idea, and as I mentioned yesterday in my comments about hearing from residents, about the work that was done in District 4 within the last, so many years, 12 years, but a lot of it was that the community looks so much different now and how they feel that pride of place that, I was working towards. So this is what this is all about. But I want to, this is, so it's the policy that needs to be put in place to do this work going forward. And what I understand is, it's a policy that is HRM wide, but it's still specifying in the motion about the regional center. Like it's all going to be budgetary going forward with changing how we design our roads for the pedestrian experience first, as opposed to the vehicle. But there's one piece, and I know that in doing a lot of the work that I did in District 4, there was one word I was supposed to avoid saying, streetscaping, because that meant undergrounding. And so I just wondered going forward how that's going to work into this. I mean, because we have the Power Corporation that's going to cost a lot for them to do it. So it might not be something that they will be willing to entertain on different streets. And Also, as somebody who lives on a street that has undergrounding, that I paid to have the undergrounding brought to my home, now we find ourselves some, 30 years after of who owns it when it goes under the street. So the Bar Corporation saying it's not them because they don't own the street. So I just, going forward, I just wanted to know like who's going to pay and who's going to own the undergrounding.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I can try to speak to that. There was a separate motion of council related to undergrounding, which is a large kind of larger topic than this. Undergrounding is listed as a streetscape program element. However, and it's included in the scope of work for Spring Garden Road, but going forward, it is clear that we're going to need a separate, distinct approach for moving forward with undergrounding that includes clarity about the role of the municipality, the utility, potentially abutters in paying for the installation of underground wires, and also their long-term, who owns the infrastructure once it is underground. All of those things do need to be addressed. There is an outstanding request for a council report and a team who's already started meeting to discuss a work plan for that going forward.
So that sounds like it would be a separate admin order coming through because of the agreements that would need to be put in place.
That's right, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the councillor, it would be a separate admin order or potentially a bylaw that describes where undergrounding is to take place and how.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, councillor. Councillor Zarowski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you so much for the report and the direction that we're taking. This is such a progressive urban thing that we're doing, and I'm heartened by it. As I look in the background in behind you, you've got a wonderful streetscape that is highly urban, and much of what I have in my district is suburban, and we continue to build. And we had a discussion yesterday on council. We continue to build in the suburbs, traditional car traffic roads, and my feeling is that we need to change our the way we build our suburban areas, that we've got to get out of that car culture, yet we have to transport people from one place to the other, and the car still remains the principal mode of travel for many people. But rolling in affordable housing, which is another thing that we're looking at, we have to bring in different types of transportation, like cycle routes, that kind of thing. The ability to shift the thinking, making the urban streets people friendly or cycle friendly, is different than many of the streets I have. Many of the streets I have are akin to highways. I look at Dunbrack, I look at Washmill, Parkland. They're very, very wide. They're very conducive to fast traffic, and many of the suburbs don't even have sidewalks related to it, and our municipal planning strategy doesn't really mandate that developers put in sidewalks on both sides of the roads. Look at building people-friendly streets in the first place so that we don't have to spend tens of millions and hundreds of millions of dollars of refitting our streets. What I'm asking you is, where do we go from here? For instance, every day, and it is literally every day, I get complaints from residents in the Washmill area about how bad the traffic is, the need for crosswalks, the need for slowing down. And yet when I go to staff and say, could we please do something here, their response is, we'll put you on a list and it's going to take 3 or 4 or 5 years. And at the door, I am speaking to people who are saying, what's it going to take? How many people have to die before we change this? So I'm looking to you to say to me, what can I say to those who want an end to the wash mill-like roads, which have and Dunbrack as well, which have cars traveling upwards of 80 or 90 kilometers an hour, what is ostensibly the heart of the city?
I'll take that question, Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind.
Thank you.
Tanya Davis, as I said, Transportation Planning Program Manager. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. I think, you know, we do have a history of designing and building some roads that were focused on car carrying capacity and not necessarily focused on all modes. You know, we are updating the Red Book that will be back to you, you know, later this year for some refits, so that as we build new roads, we can adapt those a little bit better around a complete streets approach. The retrofits, yeah, the lists are long, and you know there is a few retrofits. There is a lot of retrofits that have to happen, but we are, you know, working through those things. It is difficult to talk to residents, I'm sure, to balance all those needs, but we are trying to put the things in place. You know, streetscaping, as Hanita explained, is one thing, and it's a host of elements that can beautify our street and to make them more friendly to be on. But there's also as she indicated, the complete streets lens that we look at to try and retrofit, or as we're putting in new streets that we would look at to make sure that they're balancing the needs of all users.
So what is the timeline for dealing with this? What do you see coming out of this for suburban areas?
You know, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I don't think I can answer that. You know, there's, you know, we go through our capital budget every year from a transportation perspective, and we try to implement and change our streets based on that program to meet the needs of all users. So, you know, to put a timeline on that, that's very difficult.
Okay. I guess there's further conversations we'll have to have on this, and I do appreciate the beginning, and I hope that it will be moving quickly into the areas that really need to have some serious streetscaping, like Beaverbank, Sackville, District 12, and I think we need to start focusing on that. So I'm looking forward to talking with you, hopefully in the future, about making a difference for our suburban areas as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'm glad to see the report references that does not preclude streetscaping beyond the regional center, because we all know from the great experience that Councillor Stretch did in 2008 down in Sheet Harbor with the collaboration with the federal and provincial governments with the sidewalk project down there, and just transformed the downtown village core of Sheet Harbor. And now we're having aspirational projects from Muscatauga Harbor and Porters Lake and East Preston coming forward. I'd like to know in regards to our experience of working with the province, because these roadways, these village cores and business corridors are in provincial highways, Trunk 7 highway. How would you see a streetscaping project work with the province? I know that Councillor Mason mentioned the report anticipated with active transportation enhancements to rural areas, but that's again provincial jurisdiction. How does our team see that collaboration working?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I think it's going to work very similarly to how our AT discussions are happening, how our road design conversations are happening with the province. You know, streetscaping is no different. It's an integrated approach to that, and it will take some conversation to figure out all of the metrics and elements and things that go into that. You know, we don't have jurisdiction over the provincial roadways, as you're aware, but that doesn't mean we can't have conversations if there's merit to it.
For instance, I know the Muscatauga Harbor have a community master plan. We're waiting for a staff report to come back on in regards to how to implement that through our municipal planning strategies. I know that we had a Porters Lake active transportation report done in regards to active transportation alternatives around the Porters Lake region, which the business corridor is the biggest issue of concern for crosswalks, sidewalks, extra lanes for turning capacity. All that is necessary in Porter's Lake. And then we also seen the United Way presentation about the East Preston Greenway. So there are projects in the works, but we need to get them to in my opinion, to the greater detailed design work in regards to trying to get better estimates on costs. So hopefully we can advance those projects faster.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Councillor Stretch,
Go to the vote.
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby,
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten, Councillor Nickel,
In favor.
Councillor Austin,
In favor?
Councillor Mancini,
For the motion.
Councillor Mason, Councillor Mason. I will come back to Councillor Mason. Councillor Smith,
For.
Councillor Cleary,
Yes.
Councillor Walker,
For.
Councillor Adams,
For.
Councillor Zarowski,
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman,
In favor of the motion?
Deputy Mayor Blackburn,
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell,
In favor?
Councillor Outfit,
Yes.
and I'm told we have a thumbs up from Councillor Mason. So, Mr. Mayor.
In favor, so that carries. Thank you to staff for their support on that. We'll move to item 7.5, which is the HRM Parks, Washrooms and Drinking Fountains Strategy. Who wishes that?
I can put it on the floor.
Councillor Nickel.
Halifax Regional Council 1 approved the HRM washrooms and drinking fountain strategy and associated addendum as a framework for municipal decision-making regarding washrooms and drinking fountains to support the recreational use of parks. And 2, direct the Chief Administrative Officer, CAO, to prepare annual business plans for washrooms and drinking fountain projects for consideration in the annual capital budgets on the basis of the 6.6 alternative budget as identified in the HRM washroom and drinking fountain strategy.
Second.
Thank you. And it's a long time coming. I know that we asked for this report, you know, as councillors, I'm sure we're all asked. I know myself, I have funded some porta potties in the past. So, you know, I should say every year, but I want to ask with regards to the engagement and the perspectives used, whether I know that the Women's Advisory Council is just newly formed, but that's a perspective going forward that I hope when it comes to matters like this and designing things that they would be engaged, and whether or not I would say this is an HRM recreational facility, so I would hope that menstrual products would also be included in that. So I don't see that in the report, but if there's someone present, maybe they could respond to my questions.
Okay, who do we have?
Hello, Mr. Mayor. My name is Nalini Naidu. I'm the Manager of Strategic Planning and Design. Still pretty fresh.
Council. I think this is your first time at council.
It is. So I want to introduce myself, and it's very nice to meet everybody.
Nice to see you. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Councillor Nickel, to you through the mayor, I can address some of the questions related to engagement in the report versus what we should be anticipating in the future. So the report was based on consultation with staff, and you'll see that in the attachment. There is an understanding that we need to broaden that perspective as we start doing some of the park planning. This report is focused on that park piece, and you know, we understand fits into something larger that perhaps HRM is trying to do. But from a park planning perspective, there will need to be some further engagement. So we will take that, your advice, and look forward to engaging with more than staff on as we lay this out in the business plan for council consideration.
Yes, thank you. And it's a lot of diversity, but with regards to the menstrual products, would that be part of going forward?
I believe if council is providing that advice and we are aware of that at this stage, it is something that we should be discussing before we bring that forward to council for consideration in future business plans. If there's something further on that the director wants to add, Denise, please do. But as far as a divisional perspective is concerned, I understand from watching many months of your council meetings before I got here that that is top of mind issue for HRM.
Well, I just wanted to continue being top of mind.
Denise?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Denise Schofield, Director of Parks and Recreation. No, I think Nalini has covered it well. We'll be working with our partners in our facilities maintenance and outfitting our facility. Council's directed that these go in recreation facilities, and we will certainly proceed with that direction.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, folks. Councillor Cleary on this?
Thank you, Your Worship. So a couple of things. So first of all, I definitely support bringing this forward. Councillor Nichols said it's been a long time coming. Well, if you look at the alternate budget that we want to move, or the staff is recommending move forward, it's going to be an even longer time before it's implemented. I have some questions around the time frame. Is there, because I believe I'm looking for the budget here, it's like 14 years, is it not? Is there kind of a middle ground? And maybe, you know, I'll put it out there, but I'm thinking of an amendment here to the CAO of looking at bring forward different options for a shortened time period. You know, I understand the pressure that we're under financially, and I recognize probably in the next 3 or 4 years we can't get it all done, but 14 years seems like an incredibly long time to look at some of this. So I'll just plant that seed for now. But the questions I have are, will smaller parks still have, say, portable, Councillor Nichols mentioned this, will smaller parks still have portable toilets in the summertime? Because the facility plan here speaks to permanent washrooms in the more major parks, the regional parks, but in smaller parks right now, and I've certainly done this with park staff and my own funding, supporting those smaller parks with portable toilets. So will they still have them? The second part is, on page 6 of the staff report, it talks about a larger plan for not just parks, but all of our municipal right-of-way. And, you know, Councillor Nichols' point around a women's advisory committee looking at these issues. Many of you probably know or have read Leslie Lowe's material, No Place to Go. This really is a gender issue in many forms. And so it says on page 6, future work may be considered separately. Do we have any idea when the future is, when we're going to start looking at a more broad public washroom strategy? So small parks, portable toilets, broad strategy in the right of way.
Thank you for the question. I think part of this question we can address through our parks team, through the operations side. And there have been instances in the report where smaller porta potties, I think they're called minis, are identified, and Parks Manager and I will work towards that. And I feel like there are, sorry, not that I feel like it, there are instances where this is actually happening in some of the parks. But if Ray Walsh is on the call, he might be able to provide some better context for when that operational decision does get made. Usually it happens as a request. I see Ray's there right now. He could probably supplement the answer.
Ray Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To the councillor, yes, the report didn't really touch on porta potties too much. And we will continue to handle them on a case-by-case basis. So yes, to answer your question, yes, we will continue to support the smaller parks with porta potties where needed.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. And just if someone could comment on sort of when we might get around to looking at a broader public washroom strategy on municipal land outside of parks.
Mr. Mayor, perhaps I'll take that one. Absolutely, Councillor. I think the way I would answer that question is this work was largely completed when COVID hit, and because of the schedule of council, and you know the time that we had to kind of be away from the council meetings, it's just coming to the committee now. But as you noted, you know, one of the things that COVID really highlighted is the lack of public accessibility washrooms in many areas of the community. So we've been talking with the public safety advisor, Dr. Siciliano, and you know, really exploring what future plans look. I can't give you a timeline right now because it really is in its infancy stage, but it is certainly something that the municipality needs to look at kind of on a go-forward basis as to other opportunities that, you know, whereas this really was work done to help us prioritize washroom locations in parks. As you noted, there's many other locations, whether it's right-of-ways, other facilities, other municipal land, that provide opportunities to consider some of these facilities, and that's a much broader piece of work and would involve many other business units. So I would dare say it's not an immediate piece of work, but certainly it's something that collectively the senior leadership team will be looking at in the future.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Denise and staff, for this. I mean, I know this work has been a long time coming. I'm sensing at least there's a bit of a theme today, at least in my comments. I mean, looking at the report, and I know this also from firsthand experience of the 2 public bathrooms by lakes in my district, the one of which has now been redone. This is another area where we built facilities and we did the classic government thing of we really didn't have a good plan to take care of them. So, I mean, a lot of the emphasis in here is actually on bringing what we have up to standard, really, and I support that. It is a little disappointing that as a result of the huge backlog of work that's needed on our existing facilities and our limited dollars, that new installations are so very limited as a result. I did want to ask specifically about the Dartmouth Common, because that's one that I get a lot of requests about. Regarding the Park Avenue oven down there, where pre-COVID times was a very beehive activity all in the summer with people making pizza and eating and drinking. And of course, when you're taking in sustenance, nature eventually calls. And right now, we do have a porta potty down there now, but there's been a real ask for quite a while about for a washroom facility. And the report references that the Sportsplex is nearby, and I mean physically it's nearby, but it's up the hill, and when you have to go around the back to that door, which is hard to find if you're approaching from the street, and then you're at the other side of a turnstile, and there's no bathroom, so you actually have to go up. You'd have to go up to someone at the desk and say, "Can I just come in to use the bathroom?" So I mean, there's several levels of barrier to that. So I'm wondering from staff, like where the common's not on the recommended list, but I was a little puzzled that it didn't even make the cut, as it was just kind of dismissed out of hand as well. There's a facility nearby at the Sportsplex, even though there's multiple levels of barrier between there. Like, you don't necessarily feel as someone in the public who's not using the Sportsplex facility that you can come in and to use the bathroom. So I'm wondering from staff where that is identified as a wayfinding thing. How do we deal with those sorts of situations? Bathroom, but kind of not.
I can address that question. Councillor Austin, to you through the mayor. We know that there's work to do on this topic. I've also just in the middle of reading the book that was referenced, and there is a lot of work to do at HRM, and have an opportunity to be a leader here. The strategy is our starting point. This has been in the works, as was mentioned, in the business plan for quite a while. So we have a starting point now of, if these motions are approved, on how to actually bring forward some ideas for consideration to council in the business planning process. So while there is a focus on upgrades, and only 4 installations identified in the addendum. What that doesn't speak to is there may be other opportunities, partnerships and other funding opportunities that may come our way. And what we'd like to do is in the business planning process, see this as something that we revisit with council through the senior leadership team on an annual basis. And that is already happening in some cases. So there is opportunity to take in considerations from councillors, of course, and the community. So we'd like to kind of see this as our initial framework for how to start this discussion. Because as everyone knows, there's no code requirement or there's no bylaw requirement. These are going to be considered annually, and we'll work with our other business units in putting that forward. So we are all on the same page. I hope that addresses your question.
In part, I mean, I guess some of it is like, well, how do you take a facility like the Sportsplex, you know, if the Sportsplex is going to count as the Dartmouth Commons bathroom, how do we go about making it so that it actually is the public bathroom and not the bathroom on the other side of a turnstile that people don't feel that they can come in and use?
Denise, would you like me to address
Sure.
that question, or
No,
is that something?
So I think, Councillor, what I would say to that is, you know, as you know, we've worked through the multi-district facility project. We worked really hard over years to really integrate those partner facilities into HRM recreation portfolio, and we've certainly got a strong relationship with the Zatzman Sportsplex. And you know, there is some initial conversations going on, and as you noted when we spoke the other day, especially with the opportunity to put a splash pad nearby, to make the access in there, if you're just someone wanting to come in and use the facilities, to lessen the barriers to get in there, whether it's different types of signage, different types of access, making different routing available. So those are some of the discussions that the team is having with the Sportsplex for in that particular example. But we also have similar situations noted in the report for other facilities that have a facility nearby or within close proximity that makes, at least in the short term, provides an opportunity for access to a washroom, albeit not the long term or ideal, but certainly better than having no access at this point. So it's certainly something, as Nalini said, that will be continuing to be certainly an annual part of our process to continue with over 900 parks. To Councillor Cleary's point, this isn't something that we're going to be able to do overnight, but certainly trying to prioritize and move those to the top of the list that are either we have opportunities that come up forward that gives us a chance to achieve a washroom at a site that we wouldn't perhaps otherwise, and council did just that not too long ago with the partnership at the Graves Oakley site that leverages other levels of government funding, that we can get a washroom there at a reduced cost to the HRN tax dollar, but certainly provides access to a facility in a shorter timeline than the long process would, based on the number of priorities and the number of needs that we have out there.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I have two comments that I don't know if we need to look at further, and I'll get comments from staff. But really, first, it's thank you. This is great, very thorough. I appreciate that it is mentioned a few times, the Accessibility Act, the Nova Scotia Accessibility Act, and how important that is to any type of washrooms that we are creating, and also was mentioned by Councillor Nicol, making sure that we have gender in mind. Three things that I'm wondering is, one, if there's an update on Fort Needham. I understand that there's a lot of reasons why we've had some delays, but just a quick update on the Needham washroom. The other two things were more comments and maybe future thinking is, what are we doing to COVID-proof anything that we're building? So we realized that COVID was an issue and is still an issue, and in what are we doing, planning for if there's anything like COVID or for the future, what are we doing in our planning to make sure that we have the proper things in place to just not have to just close down bathrooms, having procedures in place to deal with that. The other one that I have concern about is that there's no discussion around drug use. So it's mentioned in there with other cities who have dealt with it, and it is something to think about. But that is an aspect that we have to discuss and we can't leave unplanned for. And there are organizations like Mainline Needle Exchange that has programs for needle cleanup and disposal. And also we have tons of partners who would support us in that. So we can't leave that unaddressed of what a plan would be. And we have a strategy that's coming forward. So I'm wondering if we should, in the strategy that's being written now, have some type of planning for public bathrooms and whatnot, because we are going to see it. We know that is what happens, and I want to make sure that we're planning for it and have the right things in place for everyone's safety. That's using it or may that be the only place where they have a safe place to go.
Okay.
Thank you for the questions, Councillor Smith, to you through the mayor. I'll try to address them as best I can. I did write them down. So some of your advice is advice. So the gender accessibility, facility design related to drug use and programs related to that. A lot of these questions and kind of design discussions we have with our facility partners. We do talk to them about this on a regular basis. So some of that we will have to come back to council on for specific feedback on how that will be addressed in the future. The NEDM update is that we will need to bring that forward in the upcoming budget. We knew that was something that we had set aside during the recast budget. And in terms of COVID proofing, there are some updated operational costs in this staff report that identifies that there has been an increase in cost to ensure that the bathrooms are maintained. And I'm not sure if what you're referring to is possibly the size or number of stalls, or specifically on the maintenance requirements.
So it's just everything. So that kind of sums up what I'm thinking. Is just making sure that we're thinking about all aspects. So I know that we're, in terms of the cleaning and whatnot, but just in the future, maybe we do need to have a discussion around stall size and the amount of stalls and how the circulation for these bathrooms. I don't know, just hoping and making sure, and I know it's mentioned, but just making sure that we keep that on top of mind. So when we're building, we're thinking of the future as well.
Okay, thank you for that advice.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. I'm looking at the report, and it's excellent. It's very thorough, and I appreciate all of the consideration that has been gone into with the report. I'm looking at page 5 of the report, and specifically item E.03, and it says do not include parks with existing or already planned washrooms as a criteria for park selection. And I'm not sure if this was already discussed or not, but what about washrooms where there are already porta potties? Would they be discounted from consideration because they already have porta potties?
Thank you for the question. The list in the addendum is straight from the report. So I think just so I can understand the question properly, the upgrade list, are you asking? Sorry, can you maybe repeat the question so I can make sure that I'm addressing it appropriately? I'm looking at the addendum list and comparing it to the list that was identified in the report. Looks like Ray's on here too when we're dealing with porta potties.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I think maybe I can answer the councillor's question. If there is a park that already contains porta potties, that won't hinder any decision to put an actual dedicated washroom facility in the park.
Wonderful, I appreciate that. Thank you. I've got two other examples of parks here. One is the Kinsman Park here on First Lake Drive. It has the most used splash pad in HRM, and it has 2 porta potties. It is a small park, but it's used by a lot of the community. It's on the edge of the lake, and I'm just wondering if it would be if it would qualify as a location for a park, or is there something that would prevent it from being considered? And I'm not sure if you're familiar with the park.
The list that we're using as a starting point is only the starting point. I think during the business planning process, there is the opportunity to get that feedback from council, and we would be happy to receive it. On the list that you're probably seeing that it's not identified on the upgrades or on the installation list.
Right. No, that's correct. And there's another one that is 2.2 acres in size. So it's, again, not a large park. It is the Eddie LeBlanc ball field that we talked about yesterday when we were talking about extending the areas of liquor cover, or where you could have liquor for special events. It also happens to be smack dab in the middle of the First Lake Trail. So there are lots of people that are in and around it at select times. It doesn't have the broad coverage of something like the public gardens. And so I'm wondering if that one would qualify as a location as well. Again, 2.2 acres, liquor licensing on occasion, and lots of people around.
Thank you for the question, Councillor, to you through the mayor. I understood that today's meeting we would be provided with a lot of feedback on where some better locations might be, and you know, that's part of the process. And no matter what municipality you work in, I think that's the kind of feedback that we would have heard. So what we might want to go back and kind of think about how we would approach the business planning process that we are presenting back to council later this year, with some of this advice in mind.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I'm not suggesting that these parks are better. I'm just suggesting that they're additional.
Okay.
So thank you very much.
Thank you. Colleagues, we're gonna work our way through this, I hope, and pass this item, and then we'll take an hour break. So we may not come back at 1, we may come back after 1 o'clock. That's my intent. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. It's a very unique and interesting report. Something you can take to your own personal library and read for a while. My concern, though, is, for instance, you referenced the unclassified one in Musquodoboit Harbor. I can tell you, or probably Steve Stretch and I can both tell you how that came about with the 2 ball fields and the walking trail and the Peace Park, all there in regards to why it was centrally located in the site it is. But it has been problematic with maintenance and vandalism. And we now have a maintenance agreement, I guess you can say, I believe, with our Eastern Shore Community Center. The people who run our arena are kind of our oversight for it, because we left to the ball teams and stuff, and when it's locked and not locked. But we need to find a better solution for its accessibility in regards to having it open for use. Also, you missed an outhouse on the Eastern Shore, the Mosier River Seaside Park. You may not know it's there, but it's right there, right beside the Cenotaph, not far from it. So you might want to add that to your list. It's on municipal property. I would like to have seen perhaps a populated mapping of showing where the provincial washrooms are, because, for instance, on the Salt Marsh Trail, Atlantic View Trail, we do have access to the Lawrencetown facilities at the Lawrencetown Beach, provincial property. We also have other provincial beaches like Clam Harbor and Porters like to have their outhouse facilities. So it might be helpful if we had a public information platform where people can find public washrooms, and they might be close to some infrastructure. I was curious to see about the reference you talk about Salt Marsh Trail facility for one. The mapping I see it is on the east side of the Cole Harbor Basin. I know we bought a municipal parkland in that area for another trailhead parking lot. So it's good to see that we're finally going to put that trailhead parking lot in, because it's about the midway point between the Bissett Road to Lawrencetown Beach. And I think it's a good location for such a facility. And also there's another one that we built at the Lake and Shore Community Center, part of the Port Lake Elementary School. We built and designed that building where the washroom is located. All we needed now was a roll down barrier fence or gate inside the building. And those washrooms can be accessible to the soccer fields. We just need to put a little bit of infrastructure in to make that available. So there are other facilities we had designed to be mutually usable for the outside and indoor use, and I think we just need to add that feature to the Lake and Shore Community Center. So I just want to make sure those notes were taken and brought forward and added to the report. And yes, I'm curious about our rural outhouse strategy, because the report talks about low flush. Well, we don't have low flush capacity in areas where we don't have centralized water, so we have to look at the traditional outhouse or compostable toilets. So hopefully the strategy would focus at least some aspect towards that, because there's not very much reference to it in the report.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hensley.
Any comment on the compost toilets?
Does anybody have a comment on that from staff?
Right. So, Mr. Mayor, what I would just say is, as the team has said, part of our design for any of these, depending on the location, there's many factors that will go into the design, whether or not there's access to municipal water, sewer, that absolutely, those are certainly opportunities. We're always looking for ways to do a design so that we can both be cost effective to build, but also as cost effective to operate it or maintain as well. So certainly in the more rural areas where that is a better, potentially better option, that's part of would be part of the design process going forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Denise. Councillor Cleary, second go.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll try to be very brief. Just a quick question. So for Sir Sanford Fleming Park, the bathrooms and the canteen are part of the same building. A couple of years ago, we talked about that being a completely new build. I see in this particular plan, it's a renovation. So I guess the question is, will the renovation be the entire building? Will the canteen still be left? The other part of that question is, and I think it might have been addressed a little bit earlier with a couple of speakers, but flexibility. So for example, if a councillor wants to contribute some district capital funds towards some additional amenities, a drinking fountain, maybe, make the bathroom a little bit better, that kind of thing, can that be incorporated into any of these plans?
Thank you for the question, Councillor, to you through the mayor. I would probably see that as one of our potential partnerships or funding opportunities. And from what I've read so far on how those funds can be spent, doesn't seem like that would be an inappropriate use of funds, but I'm still learning. And in terms of Sir Sanford Fleming Park, yeah, it is quite brief on the description right now, exactly how that design is going to be done. As I said, I'm in regular contact with our facilities folks on this topic, and we will be discussing these together before any of the recommendations are brought forward. So some of those details should be ironed out in advance of presenting them to council.
Great. Well, I'll send you an email. We'll have a chance. I'd love to chat with you guys about kind of what I've been hearing from residents and the use of that. And definitely it needs an upgrade. So I look forward to it. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank
Looks
you.
like Ray
Okay,
is there.
folks.
Mr. Mayor, I would just add to Nalini's comment that any of the washrooms in the report that are indicated to be refurbished, you never know what we're going to get into when we start refurbishing. So a refurbishment could turn into a rebuild, particularly on some of the older ones. So just to keep that in mind as you go through the report.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Nicol, you started this. I think you're going to finish this as soon as we've heard from Councillor Austin again. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You got a little bit of surprise. Just one quick question regarding the portable bathrooms. One of the areas that I also have a challenge with at times is the summer concert series at Sullivan's Pond. It's a little bit embarrassing to have to announce at the beginning that if you need to use the bathroom, please go see the good folks at the ESO. because we really don't have any facilities there. And the Downtown Business Commission had sought portable in the past, but at the time, the feeling from Parks is they were lukewarm on the idea because Sullivan's Pond is such a, I mean, it's a garden sort of space, and there was a reluctance to be dropping a big, ugly blue porta potty into the midst there. I'm wondering if there's any consideration regarding design, screening, any of these sorts of things to make portable options more palatable in some of our park spaces where aesthetics are a consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Yeah, especially for any type of special event, I think a porta potty would be very well received, especially by the participants at the event, instead of, in particular in Sullivan's Pond, example of walking across to the Esso. However, we could potentially do something similar to what we did down by the pizza oven, with where the porta potty was placed, but was also surrounded by a decorative wooden fence or some type of blind, just so the colorful yellow porta potty is not sticking out as much. So there are options. As I mentioned before in the report, the report didn't really go into much about portable porta potties or portable washrooms, and as they scanned other environments and other cities, everybody seems to handle portable washrooms on a case-by-case basis, which what we've done in the past and what we'll continue to do going forward.
Okay. Thank you, Ray. I'll follow up separately. I just wanted to raise it because I suspect Sullivan's Pond is not the only park with that sort of dynamic. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Councillor Nicol.
Thank you. And in closing, and Ray, I'm glad you didn't say that using district capital was a problem, because in District 4, that's how all the enhancements were done, as you know, in working with you. And thanks to Rob Mullane, he had input in that as well, knowing the area very well. You know, with all the asks I've had, it's always been based on, what we're trying to do as a municipality with aging in place, and that is in the report. And I know once you put, porta potty somewhere, I tend to get the requests of like, can it stay there now? So whether it was placed for an event, or whether, even like I mentioned, the Forest Hills Parkway earlier, they had a porta potty for their workers, but people wanted to use it as well because we've got a greenway right there. And so when you provide one, so a lot of things I get requests from people who are aging but want to continue to be active are benches and washrooms. And so therefore, going forward, is there any plan as with regards to perhaps an interim plan as for providing, sort of like, well, the porta potties, whether they're compostable or not, or something along those lines with regards to where people are active and are using it? I mean, Councillor Hensby mentioned the Salt Marsh Trail. You could never put enough, washrooms along there. But at the end of the day, there needs to be something in our parks that will be, going forward, and like an interim plan, instead of like, you look at the pictures and it's like, oh yeah, those would be nice to have everywhere, but that's not, that's not economical to do it that way. So I just wondered if there was some small pieces that could be done in the interim.
Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, as I mentioned to Councillor Austin, we do handle the request for porta potties on a case-by-case basis. One of the aspects of the report as well, just to note that they do recommend us testing potential permanent washrooms with portable units. So that is already in the report and something that we've already been doing. So that's something that we will certainly continue. But any of the porta potties we handle on a case-by-case basis, and in recent months we've had although the porta potties, I know they're a really quick fix. We have to be careful on where we do place them, because if they're near residential neighborhoods, some residents don't like the looks of them or want to have them close to their backyard, obviously.
And that's what I was referring to mostly about the strategicness of where they're put,
Yeah.
because you will get them where, you know, the soccer games are had and you'll put them there. But there could be, if the need is identified in the area and people are using them non-soccer related, maybe that's, you know, more strategic to place them. And maybe you could get sponsorship from Tim Hortons, because everyone drinks coffee now, so that's why they need to go to the washroom. Thank you for all this great work. Thank you for all this great work.
Thank you.
I call for the question.
All right. Ready for the question, colleagues, on the motion?
Question?
Councillor Stretch,
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby,
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten,
For the motion.
Councillor Nichol,
In favor.
Councillor Austin,
In favor.
Councillor Mancini,
Muted.
Councillor Mancini,
Thumbs
For the
up.
motion.
for the motion, Councillor Mason,
For the motion, Councillor Mason.
Councillor Smith,
For.
Councillor Cleary,
Yes.
Councillor Walker,
Or
Councillor Adams,
For.
Councillor Zarowski,
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman,
In favor?
Deputy Mayor Blackburn,
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell,
In favor?
Councillor Outfit,
Yes.
Mayor Savage.
For the motion, so I want to thank our staff. That passes. Thanks for all the work and the work that will continue. Colleagues, it being 12:21, we'll take a break. We'll come back at 1:15 on the dot. CAO, if you could just, with your directors, have a look at items that we should prioritize. Hopefully we'll get to everything today, but let's make sure we get to those that are absolutely time sensitive. And we will be back at 1:15. Okay, everybody go to the washroom. All right.
I trust I'm in the right place, am I, Krista?
Hi, Councilor Hensby. April here. Yes, you're in the right meeting.
Okay, thank you.
I know. Oh, let me see. I know you tried to call earlier. Okay, so we got our mobility.
How was that, Mike?
Well, it's not bad.
Yeah.
You ever had one of those?
A pizza up there?
Yeah.
Once or twice. I always get the same one. Always well done. It tastes so much better.
The Midtown Pizza.
Oh, David, they're really tasty.
Some people have their own table there.
There will be a table up there forever known as the Adams Gambit table.
There you go.
Right in the corner, close to the kitchen.
Right up by the grill. That's right.
Now, Mike, do you foresee it going in camera?
Yes.
To show? Okay.
Yeah. I think we're gonna try to outline our plan as soon as we come back.
Okay.
That'll be tomorrow?
No, there's no meetings tomorrow.
We're here if we have to stay till 3 o'clock this afternoon.
This is still live, right?
We're not live right now.
Well, Mr. Mayor, you are actually technically still streaming. We still have the break message up, but if anyone is connected to the meeting, they would be able to hear it.
Do we have all of our councillors?
You do indeed, Mr. Mayor. We're ready.
Okay.
Live.
What's that?
We're almost live, like zombies.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. So just want to make sure my council are all here. Jacques, I know you've been working on a strategy. Are you here before we begin?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm here.
Okay. All right, let's go. We're good to go, Phoebe, then? April?
Indeed, Mr. Mayor.
Pardon me, yeah, we're good? Okay.
Yep.
Okay, colleagues, welcome back. So just before the break, I said I would ask the CAO to talk to his directors so that we could prioritize the items that have to get done, recognizing this is our last meeting. So those things which are terribly time sensitive, hopefully we'll get to everything, but I'd like to get to the stuff that absolutely has to be done, including some in-camera items. So Jacques, have you been able to sort of figure that piece out?
Yes, yes, Mr. Mayor, I have. So I just sent you all an email, and I'll speak to it here in a second. It's going to pull it up. So, as you pointed out, further to the request prior to the break, I spoke with all the relevant directors, and with that input, I'm suggesting the following. So the regular agenda items that are non-time sensitive and could be deferred to November 2nd are the 7.6.02, the short-term rentals, 7.07.02, Dartmouth Cove, 7.08.02, living wage, 7.10.02, North End bikeways, and 11.1.5, construction fees for nonprofits, which is first reading, and the next council will have to deal with that matter in any case. Also, in-camera item 13.2 could also be deferred to November 2nd. That is not time sensitive from our perspective. It may be to others, but from HRM's perspective, it's not particularly time sensitive. So my recommendation to you is that you work through the agenda, excluding those non-time sensitive items until 4 o'clock, at which time I would ask that we go in camera to deal with the labor relations matter. And assuming that there's an appetite to reconvene at 6 to deal with public motions emanating from the in-camera session, those can be dealt with, and any remaining regular agenda items on which council wishes to adjudicate that we have not gotten to by that time, including those that are non-time sensitive. Mr. Mayor, that's my advice at this moment. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm just going to ask. So has everybody got that email, first of all, from Jacques?
Yes.
So what's being suggested is that we would leave the following items until we've done the rest of council. So we would leave 7.6 short-term rental, 7.7 Dartmouth Cove, 7.8 living wage, 7.10 North End bikeways, and 11.1.5 construction fees for non-profits. Just want to make sure everybody's okay. We're not saying that we're not going to get to them, but we're going to try to deal with the other issues first. Is everybody okay with that?
Yes.
If we could, of all of those, 7.6 is the most significant one from my perspective. So if we could address that, I'd appreciate it.
So we'll do that as the first item, or do you want to do them now, Paul, Councillor Russell?
No.
Steve, your mic's not on mute. If we could do that as the first item, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, we set the agenda, so I'm not going to change it without general consensus. So we will do the short-term rentals, and then we will move to 7.9. And take it from there. All right, everybody okay with that?
Just for clarification, Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor Karsten.
Go ahead.
You mentioned we will do short-term rentals, because I think that's one of the ones that was suggested is not time sensitive.
Yeah. Councillor Russell has asked that we do it. I'm not going to take a poll on it, but if people feel strongly about an item that's on the agenda, then we'll try to do it.
Well, for my part, Mr. Mayor, I think what we're hearing is we need to keep our eyes on the prize and only talk if it's absolutely essential, or we're not going to get to everything that we want to get to. So we can do the Airbnb or the short-term rental now if that's fine. It's been asked for by one of the members, but I think we can get through this entire agenda. We just have to be more judicious with our use of words.
That's correct.
And Mr. Mayor, 11.1.6, from my perspective, is a very important item. So I want to make sure we get to that today.
11.1.6 will be done.
Thank you, sir.
People will know that as long as I've been on council, I've never tried to stifle debate. Certainly encourage judicious use of words, but it's almost 8 years in waiting, and haven't hit it yet, but that's democracy. although I appreciate the sentiment very much. So we're going to begin, colleagues, with 7.6, which is regulation of short-term rentals. Who's leading us on this?
I think it was Councillor Smith's motion.
Councillor Smith, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'll put the motion on the floor that Halifax Regional Council suspend the rules of procedure under Schedule 3, the Community Planning and Economic Development Standing Committee in terms of reference.
Councillor Smith, we're not hearing you very well. I'm not sure if there's a problem on your end or our end.
Okay, I'll speak louder. Is it
It's
fine
your
now?
microphone.
Yeah, it's a tech problem.
Oh, okay.
Oh. Speak again, Lindell.
Check 1, 2. Okay.
No, it's still staticky. Your mic.
Okay. I might need to log out and come back in.
Okay, that was a little better. Try it again.
But how am I doing now?
No, it's a little crackly. So
okay. I'm gonna write in the chat.
I think he's okay if he looks forward. It's when he turns his head, it seems.
Perhaps Councillor Mason can put the motion on the floor and Councillor Smith could come back and speak to it.
Councillor Smith?
I move that
Councillor Mason,
Halifax,
you've been...
on behalf of Councillor Smith, I move that Halifax Regional Council suspend the rules of procedure under Schedule 3, the Community Planning Economic Development Standing Committee, terms of reference of Administrative Order 1 and the procedures of Council Administrative Order, and direct Chief Administrative Officer to 1, initiate a process to amend the regional plan and all applicable secondary municipal planning strategies and land use bylaws to establish consistent region-wide policies, definitions and regulations for short-term rentals in residential areas consistent with the direction set out in the discussion section of the staff report dated August 25th, 2020. 2, develop short-term rental registration requirements consistent with the direction set out in the discussion section of the staff report dated August 26, 2020. 3, follow the public engagement program for municipal planning strategy amendments as set out in the community engagement section of the staff report dated August 26, 2020. And 4, request the mayor write a letter to the province to request the required amendments to the Halifax Regional Municipal Marketing Levy Act to enable the municipality to apply the marketing levy to operations consisting of less than 20 rooms or rental units. I so move.
Second. On behalf of Councillor Mason.
Everybody there? Go ahead, Councillor Mason.
Well, so I'm still having, despite restarting my computer twice for some reason, no problems yesterday, huge problems today. So it's hard to access my notes. This is great. This is something that my residents have certainly been asking for. And you all started going juddery, so I'm not sure if anyone can even hear me. But perfect, good. So this is definitely something residents have been asking for. I feel that the proposed direction, where we would focus on continuing to allow it as an income, effectively an income supplement for owner-occupied properties in the residential zones, and then commercializing the operation of short-term rental in mixed-use and commercial zones makes total sense. That is appropriate. I have had written correspondence with some residents who are very active on this issue, who are concerned that we would still be allowing effectively ghost hotels in the downtown area, for example, where we know that there's some large apartment buildings that have been built and that the owners of the buildings themselves are actually Airbnb-ing significant chunks of those buildings because they can make a lot more money doing that. So I guess the question is that I would ask staff, and then I'll come back to make the amendment that we've been asked to make by Discover Halifax once I get it open, would be the question for staff is, what does that look like when we commercialize this? If you have a 10-story building that has 20 Airbnbs and they're all owned by the same numbered company that owns the building, and we're saying, well, you have to treat that like a hotel, what are the practical changes there in terms of introducing cost and control for that? Because I think we're going to get half of the housing stock back based on this. That would be my guesstimate, but there's going to be large chunks in these mixed use areas that we're not going to get back. So I'm wondering if staff could comment on that concern. Thank you.
Who do we have from staff?
Good afternoon, Mayor Savage and Council. Ben Seback, Community Policy Program Manager with Planning and Development. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Mason. I think there are a couple different ways to answer your questions. First of all, from a I guess operations or a building form impacts on the building, whether or not it's considered commercial or it's an apartment building or it's a short-term collection of short-term rentals. From a building code perspective, the form of the building is actually very little change. That you still have to meet the same safety requirements and all the fire code all the fire code requirements. So from that perspective, in the mixed use or commercial zone, it would be more of a land use consideration whether or not it would be permitted or not, and there may be some tax implications of that is through the provincial office of assessment. And I think the other thing I would add is that if the condo units or apartment units were rented by the primary resident of those buildings, that if it wasn't a commercial zone, that would be potentially permitted at the land use as well. I'm not sure if that quite answered your question.
Councillor Mason? No, we're not getting it.
There.
There.
I think I was typing heavily and got muted there. So I did manage to get into my email without crashing Teams. So if I may, I would like to read the following amendment that is slightly amended yet again due to input from the mayor and the CAO. So the motion would be to add on to the end of this motion, request a staff report regarding requesting the province amend the Market Levy Act to allow for a possible increase in levy as described in the letter from Discover Halifax on September 28, 2020. I so move.
Second.
I'll second that.
Seconded by the Deputy Mayor.
So I don't think anything else needs to be said on that. The one question from Councillor Hensby in the what would this mean it would increase to? And that's not the intent. The intent is right now to ask that the legislation be changed so that we can, in the future, in consultation with the Hotel Association and the other stakeholders, potentially raise it. Right now it's capped at 2%, but there's no actual ask on the table right now. The thinking is that if they're opening up these acts anyway, the Marketing Levy Act, because they're going to add short-term rentals, while they're doing that, we should amend this other thing. And then at a later date, after consultation, we may or may not increase the rate. So, but it is for a staff report, so.
Okay, so that's an amendment. Shall we vote on that amendment? I see nobody looking to on the amendment. Councillor Nicol?
Just for an update on where that is right now with the province, I know that we were just denied the tax for what we were hoping to do with ride sharing. So I just wondered if they're open to this at this time.
I don't think that they've been asked about it yet. I know it's something that's come to CPED from the Hotel Association. And, you know, they would expect at some point or would ask that we might increase our contribution to match that, but that's all to be done in the future if it's to be done.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, Councillor Hensby on the amendment.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. As my secondment as an MLA, I was very proud to bring the private members bill in that brought in the hotel marketing levy to help the municipality with its destination marketing initiatives. I've always been wondering when the day will come we'll increase it, because it was originally at 1.5% with an option to go to 2%. We finally got to 2%. I think the legislation will have to be changed to a significant number, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be a 3% margin. But I've also been an advocate of having this broadly applied across all accommodations. I believe hotels of 100 rooms or more should have a 3% charge. Those from 20 to 99 rooms can have a 2% charge, and those less than 20 rooms that'd be 1%. That includes Airbnb, B&Bs, as well as campgrounds. I think this needs to be applied to all accommodations across HRM to have it equitably distributed across the region. So that would be my wish to see, is have it applied to all accommodation spaces.
Okay, thank you. So let's vote on the amendment.
Councillor Stretch?
Voting for the amendment.
Councillor Hensby?
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten?
For the amendment.
Councillor Nicol?
In favor.
Councillor Austin?
In favor.
Councillor Mancini,
In favor of the amendment.
Councillor Mason,
Yes, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes,
Yes, yes,
yes.
yes.
Councillor Smith,
For.
for the motion, Councillor Cleary,
Yes.
Councillor Walker,
For.
Councillor Adams,
For.
Councillor Zarowski,
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman,
I'm okay with the amendment.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn,
Voting yes on the amendment.
Councillor Russell,
In favor?
Councillor Outhill,
Yes.
Mayor Savage,
For the amendment, that amendment passes, so we now have an amended motion on the floor. I'm going to go to Councillor Smith next, since he tried to read the amendment. Hopefully, we've got a good connection with Councillor Smith.
Let's see, how we doing?
Better.
Far better.
All right. All right. I went and talked to the technology criminals, and they seem to fix it. So my computer's also acting a little slow, so I'll try to get my notes up without my computer crashing.
Liddell, your audio is about off again.
It's on, but it's staticky.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Try turning off your video.
I'm going to log off my computer and log back.
No, you're good now.
That sounds good.
I hear you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Keep
All
trying.
right. This is wild. How we doing?
Great, let's go.
All right, cool. So first, I have to thank everyone that made this possible, the staff and the stakeholders who were involved, the industry who were part of this, writing this report, and the neighbors who really made this something that we had to address sooner than later. This was actually on my list to do for potential next term, but with the pressures that were happening around the city and in our neighborhoods, it became something that we needed to address right away. So this is kind of why we're here today, and I'm thankful that we're doing this before the next council comes on. You know, when we look at the information that was in the report, it spoke a lot about how the landscape of our short-term rentals, and it said that a lot of the short-term rentals that we're seeing in the city are whole homes that are being used, a large percentage of them, and that's concerning, and that speaks to what we hear from residents around the housing stock and how that changes their neighborhood and how that reflects their neighborhood. Because if it is true that most of these short-term rentals are whole homes, then that is it's just simple logic that is affecting our housing stock. And it's unfortunate that we were told by some of the bigger companies who are the short-term rental operators that they don't want to share their data, but our data is wrong. And you know, so if we're going to create regulations, I think, and make informed decisions, we need information. But if the folks who are most impacted and are saying that our information is incorrect doesn't want to share that, then that's a problem. And I hope that, you know, if this passes and gets the support from council, that we can continue to work with the industry and they'll be more open to sharing that information so we can make the decisions that are needed. And you know, when we look at the report as well, the local operators, most of them, if not all of them, were interested in some sort of regulation. So again, I support that. We know that the industry supports that, and staff are going to look at what that looks like, and that's why we're here today. So 2 questions that I have. One was, well, I had 3 questions, and one was what Councilor Mason brought up around the commercial aspect of what's happening with short-term rentals. The other 2 questions is one on page 4 that talks about the investigations that we've had related to short-term rentals. So I'm wondering if anyone can talk about that, anyone from staff, and what the outcome was of those investigations and how we were dealing with it before we had any regulations. And the other one is if we don't have proper information moving on to the future while we're creating the actual regulations, what are staff using to determine, are we using the information that we have from, I guess, third parties, or what are we doing to make sure that when we're creating the regulations that we have the information needed to do that? Other than that, I'm happy with this, and there might be some more comments I might come back later, but overall.
Okay. So just Councillor Smith, you're a little bit crackly off and on still, but we got the questions. Mr. Sevac, you heard those questions from Councillor Smith?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, Mr. Mayor, through you to Councillor Smith. The first question I noted down was concerning the commercial aspect, similar to Councillor Mesa's question. So I think as noted in the staff report, we recognize that in a commercial and mixed-use zones, often hotels and motels are already permitted. So the proposed direction is to clarify that kind of commercial operated short-term rentals would fit into that same category. Having said that, if it's a existing apartment building or a condo building, that the owners of those units should have permission of their condo board or landlord. So, if a building wanted to become mixed, then it'd be up to the property owners to consider that. And that I guess that would be the points I want to raise on that question. The second question was about investigations under current investigations of short-term rentals. I think I would highlight, as kind of outlined in brief in the staff report, is this currently we do have some land use controls in place, but it's somewhat ad hoc and different from plan area. So some land use bylaws would allow boarders and lodgers, or it's a bed and breakfast, and sometimes short-term rentals would fit underneath those existing categories. And where it's silent on it, our compliance staff are considering short-term rentals as a commercial use and it being not permitted. Under existing land use controls, which really didn't contemplate this type of use, it can be difficult with enforcement because it can require quite a bit of investigation. Just seeing an ad on a web page isn't enough to follow through enforcement. You really need more witnesses from people who stayed there or the host himself. So it's challenging under the existing framework because it simply didn't contemplate this type of sharing economy with short-term rentals. So that's one of the main reason why for a recommendation to update all of our land use bylaws and plans to accurately define it and regulate it. The third question you asked was about the accuracy of the information and what we can do to improve the information we have. As you point out, at this point, the best information we can get our hands on is through a third party that scrapes the information from short-term rental platforms, so from Airbnb and HomeAway. There's questions about the accuracy of that, but we think it does still paint at least a ballpark picture of the kind of the scope of the interest in the municipality. And I think the point you raised is exactly the reason why many other municipalities and why we're recommending we develop a registration system so that we can have accurate information as a starting point about where these are located and throughout the municipality, and that being the first step to getting a handle on really regulating it properly through the land use bylaw and other tools. So that registration system is so critical. So then that gives us the ability to have the information ourselves, and if we don't have it, and if a provider isn't signed up, and it requires them to do so.
Thank you. The last piece I wonder is with the compliance cases, were there any times where we issue either fines or do not, I don't know the proper term, but like do not continue, revert back to proper uses?
Thanks for the question. Again, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. It's something I think I have to look into get specifics. I believe the answer is yes, there has been enforcement action, but exactly the nature of that and how frequently, I'd have to check back in with our compliance staff and may have to circle back to you on that one.
Yeah, so when it comes back with the actual regulations, maybe that's something that we could just say that, in the past, this is kind of how we dealt with it, et cetera. So that maybe could be something in the next time we're here. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to make sure that we got this on the floor and got this discussed and moving forward. I'm thrilled to see this. I am aware that this is causing a lot of problems for the housing shortage, for the housing crisis that we find ourselves in. Here in Sackville, we have two crises that we're working through, and all across HRM as well. One is a housing crisis, one is a food shortage crisis. And I've regularly talked about Airbnbs, where someone will rent 7 apartments as Airbnbs, and they will, even if they're only 20% full, they will make more money with them than they will than not. So the but it does take 7 units out of the housing stock for HRM, and by having them registered as Airbnbs, by having some fees attached, it changes that. We know where they are, we have some regulations about it, and we can speak more to it. So I'm thrilled to see this here and going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'm also happy to see this here. In the interest of time, this is for developing the rules. This isn't the rules yet. So on page 13 of the staff report, it gives the 4 different directions for staff to set the rules up. So number 1, require that they all register. Absolutely happy with that. Number 4, happy with that in terms of rural and urban areas. 2 and 3, I have some questions and comments. So number 2 is continue to allow hotels and other forms of commercial overnight accommodations in commercial mixed-use zones. So of course, in the center plan particularly, we just did corridors and centers, which allow for motels and hotels. So if I want to be an Airbnb or whatever short-term rental person, and I have set up, as Councillor Mason alluded to earlier, 5, 10, 50 units. If I'm in a corridor or a growth center, can I just do that regardless of how, because it's allowed for short-term rentals, it's a motel or a hotel use, but where is that line? And this is where the province obviously comes in, because if I'm doing that and I'm not a hotel per se, I should be taxed like a hotel. So how do we deal with a residential designation versus a commercial land use? But how do we do that from a tax point of view or a business point of view? I mean, we don't do that sort of thing at the moment. So how much of this is reliant on the province actually coming to the table and saying, yes, we agree? Because I'm on their website right now, novascotia.ca/tourist accommodations, the registry, who has to register. And if it's in your primary residence, you don't have to register. But if it's also attached to your primary residence, so in the context of what we just did with backyard suites, for example, is that considered attached to your primary residence? So those are my 2 first questions. Hotel, motel use in corridors and centers, and attached to your primary residence as a backyard suite.
Okay. Thank you for the question, Councillor Cleary. Through you, Mr. Mayor, back to the councillor. Regarding the first question about the commercial and mixed-use zones, so as you know, motels and hotels are already permitted. So we're suggesting we clarify that a short-term rental that's an investment property would fit underneath that definition. Now, having said that, I think you're raising make a good observation, the concern that we've brought up with the province, and I think there's more conversations to have about whether if it becomes distributed. So if it's in the corridor zone and maybe it's a townhouse, multiple townhouses that are maybe owned by the same investment company, but are technically on separate lots, that may not be captured. What we feel may not be captured accurately as a commercial property as commercial taxes. So I think I don't know if we have the answers for you, but I think there's some more conversations to have, and that's exactly something that we're paying attention to. Regarding secondary suites and the primary residence requirement, I think the concern you raise is exactly why there's direction in the staff report to only permit the short-term rentals of secondary suites by the primary residence. So in our tight rental market that we have in Halifax today, the thinking here is that if somebody renting the secondary suite wants to use that as a short-term rental when they're away for the summer or away on weekends, then that would be permitted because it's their primary residence. But it wouldn't be the case for the owner of the property that has the extra rental unit. They would not be able to use that secondary suite as a short-term rental because that's not their primary residence.
So okay, but if the homeowner lives in the primary residence on the property, would they, because number 3 is kind of unclear. So if I live in my house, but I built a backyard suite, can I rent the backyard suite out because I'm living on the property?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, back to the councillor. I think so. chance to clarify, the answer would be no. So it's the resident of the secondary suite would have the option of renting it as a short-term rental with the permission of the landowner, not the landowner themselves. So that wouldn't be, that backyard suite wouldn't be considered their primary residence because it is a separate unit.
Right, but if I was living in my house and I had a secondary suite as a basement apartment or attic apartment, I could rent that out as a short-term rental if I lived in the property.
No, through the mayor, the answer to that one would be no. No.
So I could do an Airbnb out of a bedroom, but I can't do it out of a unit.
That's through the mayor, yes, that's correct.
Okay. Okay. I'll think about that some more as this comes back to us in the coming months and year. I don't know how long it'll take us for have those conversations with the province. Would your expectation be that if we don't have progress with the province, we'll come back with the other rules anyway, and we'll implement those, or would we wait for the entire package as a package before you guys will bring that back?
Thanks for the question through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. I think at this point I'd have to reserve, I guess, judgment until we have more information, until we get further along with the work. I think from the staff report, it's pretty clear that our land use policies need to be updated regardless. They just simply don't acknowledge short-term rentals as a land use, and that work needs to be done. But how long, how the conversations go with the province in terms of coordinating registration requirements, and also talking through some of the tax assessment concerns that have been raised by you and others. There may be a need to touch base with council before the work is complete, but until we have those conversations and do the work, I can't say for sure.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Whitman is next. Councillor Whitman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So question for staff, maybe we can go backwards here and figure out what's the problem that we're trying to solve by regulating short-term rentals. What's the problem? How big a problem is it? I attended the session that residents and a professor from Montreal put in at the Central Library, and I think they said there was maybe 500 or 600 bedrooms that were being leased out short-term rather than traditional monthly. And so I'm just trying to figure out, is the issue that the landlord is trying to make more money in a free market by renting out his rooms, in a nightly fashion versus someone in an annual lease? And how does charging them a 1%, 2%, or 3% fee fix that problem which I'm not sure exists? A lot of confusion now that we're talking about this regarding downtown versus not downtown, big buildings versus not big buildings, attached versus not attached. When we voted on backyard suites a couple weeks ago, I kind of thought that the person that owned the land would be allowed to do what they wanted with that suite in the back, either rent it to someone by the night or by the week or by the month, by the year, the decade. I'm not sure if we're going down the right road with all the restrictions on this. I generally like a free market where landlords can rent to who they want for as long as they want. So if you can help me with some of those issues, then I'll have a few more questions based on your responses. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ben.
I'm just trying.
Now you're on mute. There you go.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Whitman. Through you, Mr. Mayor, back to the councillor. I think to answer your first questions about what problems the proposed direction is trying to address. So, as outlined in kind of the overarching goals of the proposed direction is to, as they suggest, to support the sharing economy and the tourism sector is obviously one goal. But the problems that the regulations are striving to address is the concerns about the impact on the housing market, the rental market, and housing affordability. Because I think, as you know, there's a note, you can rent a unit out or a room out for more money on a nightly basis than you can on an annual basis. So there are concerns that was raised by residents, and I think our research showed that in a tight rental market like Halifax, that it does exacerbate the problem. It's not the source of the problem, but it does make it worse. So that's one problem that the proposed direction is striving to address. The other is neighborhood conflicts. Just to finish the answer to that question, the other problem that the regulation would like to address is neighborhood conflict within residential neighborhoods, where the concern that especially in areas that are attractive to tourists, that if you have a lot of short-term rentals on the same street or the same neighborhood, that can really cause some land use conflicts with neighbors.
Okay, so I'm not sure I agree with either of those or any of those. So the first one is an issue to the neighbors that the landlord is making more money by selling room nights on short-term versus on an annual basis. I'm not sure if that's the neighbor's business. And secondly, on the second one, to say that there's more traffic, it's still the same number of people that are sleeping in the beds, whether there's a person visiting from Truro or California, or a person that sleeps there every night. In fact, if a place is rented out every night based on one-year lease, there's someone sleeping there 30 nights a month, where on this free market capitalism system where they can rent it out to whoever they want for as long as they want, there would be nights that there's no one staying there and there'd be less traffic. So I'm not quite sure what problem we're solving. I don't even know if it's a problem, and I don't know how charging a fee and setting up a new department with more red tape and more employees is going to fix the problem. So I'm not really sure. Although the fact that some neighborhoods have lots of these, I don't think it causes any more people, because if these places are full with residents of Halifax that pay rent and their landlord pays taxes, there's still people staying there, so it's not more traffic. If it's an issue with the people that are staying there, or they're on vacation, so they're louder and having more fun than people that are here working all week, then that's an issue for enforcement or police. But I don't think that that's an issue for HRM council to regulate what a landlord does with this building. So I'm not convinced that this solution fixes a problem, or if there's any problem at all, actually. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hensby.
I'll pass. I made my remarks already.
Councillor Mancini. You have 1 minute left, Councillor Mancini.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Mayor, it's very slow this afternoon. Very quickly, Ben, thanks very much. Kind of building a little bit on what Councillor Whitman was talking about. It's the conflicts, and we've heard lots of those conflicts with neighbors. And I think the fact that we're recommending that it's only the short-term rentals only where owners are living is a good call. However, I still have in my district where we have the owners of the building living there, but there's still problems with those that they're renting out to short-term rentals. So, and this maybe come up later on when we get to 11.1.3 when we talk about the amendments to the bylaw. Are you looking at what is the enforcement? What are the punishments? So, if there's a constant complaints about partying and all that, that's a concern for a lot of folks. And look, full disclosure, when my wife and I travel around the world, 9 times out of 10 we're in an Airbnb, and so I really embrace them, and it's a wonderful way to when you're traveling, where to stay. So Ben, are there any what are you looking at? Are there any additional enforcements or punishments if those rules are constantly broken than the normal noise bylaw complaints that we get in punishment?
Ben?
Yes, thank you, Councillor, and through you, Mr. Mayor, back to Councillor Mancini. I think the concern about enforcement is again another reason why we found that municipalities around the world, and why we're recommending a registration system, because the land use bylaw and development permits are really at kind of a point in time. The land use is permitted, and once it's permitted, it doesn't really monitor the operations of it if they're a good neighbor or not. So the registration requirements is a tool that can address that, because it needs to be renewed annually. We can include some checks and balances to ensure that if it's a problem property or it's a problem owner, that they wouldn't get their renewal. And so that would be another layer in addition to land use, standard kind of land use planning tools. The registration mechanism kind of provides another area for compliance.
Yeah, that's fantastic, Ben. I think that's the teeth that people are, or meat that people are looking for. I think 9 times out of 10 it works fine, but when we have a problem, to be able to say, okay, you just can't do this anymore. So that's fantastic. Thank you very much, Ben. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And this sachets very nicely into what I was going to say. Had the opportunity to attend the Atlantic Mayors Congress a couple of weeks ago and had a fantastic presentation on what Charlottetown just did with their short-term rentals. And the one thing that the presenter said was make sure that your fines that you levy have teeth, because otherwise it's just not going to work. And I don't know if they have special constables that do it, that can levy fines of $1,000 or whatever. But just as you're drafting the new rules and regulations, have a look at what Charlottetown is doing, because it was quite impressive what they've able to accomplish with their bylaws. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy. Seeing no other questions. Ready for the vote on the amended motion.
Councillor Stretch?
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby?
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten?
For the motion.
Councillor Nicol? Councillor Nicol?
Seeing a thumbs up, I
In
think.
favor.
Favor. Councillor Austin?
In favor.
Councillor Mancini?
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Mason?
For the motion.
Councillor Smith?
For.
Councillor Cleary?
Yes.
Councillor Walker?
For.
Councillor Adams?
For.
Councillor Zarowski?
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman?
No.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn?
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell?
In favor?
Councillor Outfit?
Yes.
Mayor Savage?
In favor, so that motion carries. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ben. Yesterday was Jesse Morton Day at Council. Today seems to be Ben Sivak Day at Council. Thank you, sir. So colleagues, just before we move ahead, I'm not sure if we covered this when we looked at the changing the agenda, but at 4 o'clock, it's our proposal to go in camera. I'm not sure if I mentioned that. We do have some stuff in camera that has to be done. So that's my intent, just so people know that. We're skipping over for now 7.7 and 7.8 and going to 7.9, assistance for Beirut. Councillor Cleary, I think, was the one that brought this forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just going to move to the right spot on the agenda here. So I move that Halifax Regional Council 1 provide a donation of $100,000 to Beirut explosion assistance. Funds will be provided through the Lebanese consulate to the Canadian Red Cross, which is currently supporting humanitarian efforts in Beirut as a result of the explosion. Funds will come out of General Contingency Reserve Q421. 2, provide in-kind support by allowing registered Canadian charitable organizations currently collecting donations for Beirut, such as the Canadian Red Cross, to set up donation collection sites at HRM-owned and operated facilities and use HRM social media channels to promote donation collection sites. And 3, direct the Chief Administrative Officer to establish a fair and transparent program to assess and evaluate future financial requests that support national and/or international disaster relief efforts. This program would outline a maximum funding limit, eligibility criteria, and a detailed assessment of the proposal submitted, evaluation of the proposal based on linkage to municipal objectives, mandate and priorities, and an exploration of potential funding options.
Second, Councillor Walker.
Seconded by Councillor Walker. Councillor Cleary.
So very briefly, because when I brought this forward, I spoke about it, and in my mind, it's really the connection, of course, with the Halifax explosion and the fact that we have a tremendous Lebanese community here in Halifax that provides enormous benefit to and contributions to our city. And I thought it appropriate that we try to help out in whatever way we can. My motion was originally for up to $200,000, and I thank the CAO and yourself, Mr. Mayor, for reaching out to the Lebanese community, particularly the honorary consul. And I know that this number came from consultation with the Lebanese community, so I'm satisfied with that. And I hope my colleagues will support this now that it's in front of us. And I thank our staff and yourself for leading this effort. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Adams on this.
Thank you, Worship. I'm opposed to this. This will be brief. We may have to draw on a $130 million line of credit. This $100,000 could be used here for the local residents, and every resident in Canada, in Halifax, is contributing to the $30 million fund that's been sent to Lebanon. I will not support this, but that's all my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. I am also absolutely in favor of the $100,000. I recognize that this is an absolutely, well, we used the word landmark yesterday, so I'll borrow that today. This is a landmark event. This is a one-in-a-century event. So we last saw this type of event here in Halifax. I don't think many of us saw it actually in person who are in this meeting, but with the Halifax explosion, where we had the largest non-nuclear man-made explosion in history. Beirut now holds that title. We have never seen an event like this before. And for that reason, I don't know that it makes sense for us to have item 3, to direct the CAO to establish a fair and transparent program, etc., and set up the procedures in order to be able to evaluate a 1-in-100-year event. So I would like the motion to be split, and I will be voting against the third option, the third item on it. The second thing is, the second item, we would be providing in-kind support by providing access to our social media channels. And my concern there is that we would have to vet everything that goes out under our social media channels under our name to make sure that things fit with what we would see as standards, or displaying a message consistent with what we would like to see as a message coming out from Halifax. So I just want to place that caution in there. And I absolutely will be supporting the $100,000 contribution. So those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. So the motion is going to be split, but is everybody okay if I bundle 1 and 2? Nobody's indicated a problem with doing that. You can vote for or against, but I'm not sure if there was a horse there or there was some kind of a noise there. Okay.
Cool.
Assistance for Beirut explosion. We're going to vote on 1 and 2 as a bundle. Ready for the question?
Question.
Councillor Stretch.
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
Councillor Carson.
For the motion.
Councillor Nicol.
In favor.
Councillor Austin.
In favor.
Councillor Mancini.
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
Councillor Smith.
For.
Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
Councillor Walker.
Or.
Councillor Adams.
Against.
Councillor Zarowski.
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell.
In favor?
Councillor Oatit.
Yes.
Mayor Savage.
For the motion, that motion carries. We will now prepare for the vote on number 3.
Councillor Stretch.
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
Councillor Carson.
For the motion.
Councillor Nicol.
In favor.
Councillor Austin.
In favor.
Councillor Mancini.
For the motion.
Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
Councillor Smith,
For.
Councillor Cleary,
Yes.
Just.
Councillor Walker,
For the motion.
Councillor Adams,
Against.
Councillor Zarowski,
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn,
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell,
Against the motion?
Councillor Outfit,
Yes.
Mayor Savage,
Yes on the motion, so the motion will carry. That's items 1, 2, and 3 on that. Thank you, Councillor Cleary. Colleagues, we have decided to move 7-1-10 for the time being. If you follow along on your agendas, I believe this brings us to correspondence, does it not? Phoebe?
that is correct, Mr. Mayor.
So soon. Any correspondence, Madam Clerk?
Yes, there has been correspondence received for items 7.6, 7.8, 7.10, 8.4, 8.5, 8.6, 11.1.2, and 11.1.3, and this has been circulated to all members of Regional Council.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, petitions. Do we have any petitions? All right. Presentations, none. Information items brought forward, one for next week from Deputy Mayor. We will move to item 11.1, Chief Administrative Officer, which came off the consent agenda. This is the Fall 2020 Temporary Borrowing Resolution and Debenture. Somebody want to put it on the floor? Councillor Walker? Or Councillor?
I can put that on the floor. I move that.
Go ahead, Councillor Russell. Go ahead.
I move that Halifax Regional Council approve a temporary borrowing resolution of $95,500,549 for financing of current debt-funded projects in progress from the 2020/21 and prior capital budgets as set out in Attachment A of the staff report dated August 27th, 2020. 2. Approve a temporary borrowing resolution of $79,550,125 for financing of the debt-funded projects from previous capital budgets which have received substantial completion and eligible for Fall 2020 debenture issue application as set in Attachment C of the staff report dated August 27th, 2020. And 3, authorize the mayor and municipal clerk to sign the resolution for pre-approval of debenture insurance issuance, subject to the interest rate confirmation not to exceed 5.5% to enable the Halifax Regional Municipality to issue a 10-year debenture of $79,550,125 as set out in Attachment E of the staff report dated August 27th, 2020, and I so move.
Second.
Second by Councillor Walker. Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. I had a look at this, and one thing struck me as curious, and that is that this is in 3 parts. The first part asks to borrow $95 million. The second part asks to borrow $80 million. And the third part says that we will have a maximum interest rate on the $80 million. The one thing that's missing from these 3 is setting a maximum interest rate on the $95 million that we're borrowing. And so naturally, I was concerned about borrowing that amount with an unknown interest rate. And I'm just wondering if we could get some rationale on why there is no maximum interest rate portion of the motion in this.
Who do we have with us that would like to answer that? Do we have Crystal or Jane?
I'm here. Crystal Nowlin, Manager of Asset Management.
Crystal, now, nice to see you. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. The maximum interest rate that's quoted is within the form for the pre-approval in attachment E, for which the third recommendation is referring. And that is, it's in the form as such to allow for any unknown fluctuations that may happen between now and the debenture issue in November, for the sake of not having to return to council for the mayor and clerk and of course council to approve any change to a specific on that rate. For reference, the last debenture that we took part in last November in 2019, it quoted a maximum rate of 4%, and yet when the actual came through and was calculated, it was at 2.53%.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That talks about the $80 million. And I am wondering about the 95 million.
Right. So again, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, the 95 million is not requesting to secure a debenture at this time. Those projects for under the 95 million are currently just in process, and all of what the temporary borrowing resolution intent is just for an awareness on the Municipal Finance Corporation and the Department of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and to go through and basically they have a checklist to ensure that when the time comes, we will be eligible to apply for a debenture. So they look at the type of assets that we have within our capital application, the municipality's debt service ratio, and other things of that sort. And the resolution more or less just says, yes, when the time comes when these projects are complete, you can then apply for a debenture. And considering that many of those projects will be completed at different times, and we do not know the term in which we will be applying for a specific debenture period, there's no need to identify an interest rate at this time.
So what if I understand what you said correctly, item 2, where it's talking about the $80 million, is saying we would like to borrow the money now. Item 1 is saying we would like to borrow the money at some point in the future, but we aren't asking for it now.
Correct. And the reason why there's 2 temporary borrowing resolutions and 1 debenture is the fact that one of the requirements for us to be able to apply for a debenture is that we have the minister's approval on a temporary borrowing resolution. So although the $80 million is completed projects, the administrative process for the MFC requires us to have a temporary borrowing resolution approved specifically for that. So recommendation 2 and 3 really go hand in hand. And then recommendation 1 is a separate request saying that it is our intent to borrow in the future.
Okay, and then when it comes time to borrow, you will come back with another 2 resolutions that look like number 2 and 3.
Absolutely, yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Crystal. Ready for the question?
Councillor Stretch,
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby,
Affirmative.
Councillor Carson,
For the motion, as every year.
Councillor Nicol,
In favor.
Councillor Austin,
In favor.
Councillor Mancini,
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Mason,
In favor.
Councillor Smith,
Yes.
Councillor Cleary,
Yes.
Councillor Walker,
For.
Councillor Adams,
For.
Councillor Zarowski,
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman,
In favor of the motion?
Deputy Mayor Blackburn,
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell,
In favor?
Councillor Outthip,
Yes.
Mayor Savage.
For the motion, thank you very much. That passes. We'll move to 11.1.2, which is the proposed administrative order respecting HRM's grant programs for active transportation and rec trails. Councillor Nicol.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll put the motion on the floor that Halifax Regional Council 1 adopt Administrative Order 2020-011 ADM respecting HRM's grant programs for active transportation and recreational trails, attachment 1 of the staff report dated July 23rd, 2020, and 2, endorse the 8 proposed updates and approaches as presented in the executive summary section and detailed further in the discussion section of the staff report dated July 23rd, 2020, to the municipality's ongoing development and promotion of active transportation facilities and recreational trails in HRM, including the collaboration with community associations and other key stakeholders.
Second it.
Thank you, Councillor Hensley.
Councillor Nicol.
Well, I must say I'm happy to put this on in my last meeting. When I first came, many of you realized that I hit the ground running with when it came to supporting. I don't know where the feedback's coming from.
Is that a fire alarm?
That's a fire alarm.
City Hall?
It's not in mine. Anyway.
Okay, Mr. Mayor.
No one seems alarmed. Anyway, can I continue? Oh, you're muted, Mr. Mayor. So anyway, I just wanted to say it was key. I know that I'm very grateful to Dave McIsaac and his team that's now established to support the trail groups that are established in the Halifax Regional Trails Association. You know, having done a lot of work with the Cole Harbour Parks and Trails, it was key to me when I started all of that was to provide assistance to these groups with regards to project planning, especially with the expertise in engineering with the municipality. So this is sort of all laid out here, and it will provide some lack of confusion and some role clarity at the end of the day, because that's when it's HRM's own property. They figure the initiative should be done by the municipality, and then they wonder what role that they play, and then they have some they have provincial responsibilities as well, and letters of agreement. So in issue number 4, I wondered if you could expand on that and about the interjurisdictional authorities and HRM taking a more active role, I guess, when it comes to working with the province of Nova Scotia and their lands.
Okay.
Is Dave here?
Who do we have? Dave,
Mr. Mayor, David McIsaac here, Active Transportation Supervisor.
David McIsaac, nice to see you, sir. Thanks for joining us. Did you hear the question?
Thank you. Right, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So the situation in HRM and in most of the province is that on typically the former rail corridors and also in provincial parks, we've got active transportation facilities. So in that case, the province is the owner, and they devolve responsibility for operating and maintaining those facilities to volunteer community groups. And so we've been, as we've put this together, we've been talking to the province. They had just updated their approach to managing this kind of file. And they have a lot more flexibility, they think, going forward in terms of
You're muted now, Dave. You're muted. It's showing muted.
You're looking good, but we can't hear you.
I'm not sure what happened there, but I think I'm unmuted now.
You're good.
Great. So for some, we can coordinate, for example, on having kind of the same questions on our separate application. And there might be even a possibility going forward for kind of a one-stop shop in terms of kind of a coordinated approach to funding. I think another example is just setting up project committees. I think Councillor Nicol and Councillor Karsten would be aware that we are collaborating with the province on a public engagement process, looking at the future uses of the Shearwater Flyer. So that's something that didn't happen before. So again, another example of how, in a shared kind of responsibility context, we're working well together now, and we'll have to work well together going forward.
I understand that. This is about granting and funds. So I just wondered in the past, Cole Harbour Parks and Trails would always often point out that they got more from HRM to maintain their trails on provincial lands than they did from the province themselves. Have you had that conversation with them?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillors, that definitely comes up. And I think one of the features of this administrative order that kind of is a clarification going forward is that if the facility is not on HRM land, and if HRM is not really, making decisions about the uses of that facility and that sort of thing, that we would, maximize our contribution at 50% of eligible costs of the grant. So that's sort of just one way of reflecting the fact that we have a role to play, but certainly that we think that the province has a role to play. And, I think that they acknowledge that as well. And even recently, they've increased some of their funding levels to kind of, I think, get their share a little bit higher. So there's been some progress on that front.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good work.
Councillor Austin.
And thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just one question, just grabbing my notes here. I'm wondering how in the recreational trail piece, it talks about restriction, what the various groups will need to have in terms of insurance and membership into the Trails Association. That makes sense to me, but how does it line up with groups that are looking to build a trail but don't have one yet? It strikes me it would be weird to require people to go out and buy insurance and join a membership if their trail isn't actually built yet. Like, where do groups that are trying to get it off the ground fit into these requirements? Is it just that they have to be eligible for it, or do we actually require before they go ahead that they've had this stuff?
Through Mr. Mayor to the councillor. So Councillor Austin, are you kind of talking about the recreational trails or about kind of everything? Yeah. I might see, I'm not sure if Ray Walsh or Jeff Spares is in on the call, just because that kind of element of it is being coordinated by the Parks and Rec group. If not, I will attempt an answer. So what I suspect will happen, Councillor Austin, is that typically what happens with these groups is that you start engaging with them in kind of the planning phase. And you look at a number of different things in that planning phase: who owns it, how much it could cost, what the planning design, and then it would also sort of consider the liability insurance and those kinds of requirements. I suspect that if the facility is on HRM land or if it's on an HRM park, we would typically, the municipality, be the ones who would carry the insurance for that. That I'm about 95 or 98% sure that is that would be the approach. Where insurance becomes really important is when the facility is on provincial land. That's mostly the active transportation facilities, and there is kind of a provincial program in place to support that, and HRM funding does help pay for those groups for that insurance.
Okay, I guess all I'm really going for here is I would hate to set up a situation where we screen groups out because hey, when you're going through the checklist, hey, you don't have insurance. Well, there's no point buying insurance and start it if you don't have a trail, right? It's kind of a chicken and the egg sort of thing.
Sure, and I think, again, I'll just go back, usually before a grant even comes in, there's a, a fair amount of back and forth and planning work with the group, trying to help work through issues like that and capacity issues.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Karsten.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So first of all, I just want to say thank you to all of those volunteers, Mr. Mayor, that helps the municipality with trails. There's an incredible amount of trail groups, and we just couldn't do it as a municipality, quite frankly, without all of their tremendous help. So I guess one thing I'd point out right now is that as we know, this past summer, no, it would be summer 2019, Andy Fillmore made a really pretty neat federal announcement in regards to funding for Georges Island. And I reference that because there's now another island in our harbor, and that's McNabbs, that is just literally a diamond in the rough, a jewel of the harbor that has so much future potential. It's unbelievable. So my question through you, Mr. Mayor, to David is, do the Friends of McNabbs Island have any ability to get any grants funding from the municipality?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So McNabbs Island is not part of kind of the active transportation network or the envisioned active transportation network. So it would not be eligible under kind of the AT categories. My understanding is that the recreational grant program is going to be more focused on facilities that would be built on HRM land. So I think you alluded to that McNabbs Island is a provincial property, provincial park, I believe. So under that category would not be eligible. They are considering facilities that recreational facilities that connect to other HRM facilities as being eligible. So that might be difficult, given that McNabbs Island is an island. So I think my sense is that the recreational trails program is going to be focused on facilities a little bit more on HRM land.
Yeah, so thank you, David. And I guess I pretty much knew what the answer was, but I just wanted to address it and have you respond. And I appreciate the candid and open response that you gave. So what a lot of the groups, from what I understand, the HERDA groups are looking for is that groups are looking for recreational trail support be considered the same as groups looking for funding and active transportation trails. And I think you're aware of that. So in many ways, David, I've addressed this previously through others, no names mentioned, but certainly, there are folks on this call, and I'll say that Jacques, you were involved in a meeting as well with the mayor, and quite frankly, I may have dropped the ball on this in terms of I really truly thought that at one point a few years ago that we had a pretty clear understanding that somehow staff would work towards getting all of the dots lined up. So nothing we can do today in this particular motion. I wouldn't consider trying to defer it for a supplementary staff report. I know the process. I said this to someone I'm dealing with on this issue, that quite frankly, I doubt if I'd get the council support for it to defer it at this point. So what I guess I'm asking is certainly for someone on council that will be reelected, and we know who some of those folks are going to be for sure, to remember my words today, and when trails are being discussed, certainly to remember McNabbs Island in future conversations, as I will, whoever's elected councillor for the new District 3, I will be having this conversation with them because I think, quite frankly, it's a lost opportunity for us in the municipality not to really engage as partners with Destination Halifax and others to really make that a destination that could be a huge asset for us as a municipality. So I'll leave it there. Dave, thank you for the response you gave me, and certainly ask you as well when you lay your head down tonight to remember McNabb's Island. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and it's almost happier trails when I read this report. I was very pleased to see the inclusion of OHVs to be eligible for funding on those OHV trails that are multi-use, multi-shared facilities, especially the Blueberry Run. They've been ignored in the past, and I'm glad to see this opportunity will now be available for municipal funding. So they have the ability to match funding from the provincial OHV fund, but now we can match that with our municipal money as well. I'd like to know clarification on the HARDA role and responsibility. In the past, we gave money over to HARDA and they prioritized the trail projects. Is that now going to be an in-house project now done by staff, or is HARDA still going to be prioritizing the projects to give suggestions to staff on how they like to see the projects proceed? And also with Councillor Carson's comment about the recreational trails, I really hope that we look at changing this policy in the future, that recreational trails on provincial properties be included as well, because we can probably match provincial money for those recreational trails for Friends of McNabb's. I believe that, as Councillor Carson has said, it is a jewel in our harbor, and I think we need to work on that. But can I have clarification on in regards to the HARTA input to the process, or does the staff now take over the judging of trail projects?
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. So yeah, you're correct. It would be a staff function to take in the proposals, evaluate them against the criteria, and then add those to the capital budget that council would then consider and weigh in on. And that's really just a function of bringing the program in line with modern or present day HRM financial and sort of grant practices and processes.
And I'm pretty sure that Walter Reagan was jumping in his heels when he read the report about money for recreational trails. I'm sure he's quite pleased to see this, but he probably also wants to see cost sharing on provincial property. My only last question would be in regards to this is, what participation will we be having with Andy Fillmore? I believe he's leading up a national active transportation strategy, and how do we perceive us participating in that evaluation?
Mr. Mayor, through the councillor, I don't have any sort of clear knowledge of what the expectations are for involvement in municipalities for that process. I think what we've seen are at least one, maybe two new funding streams that have been more or less connected to that, but I don't have any specifics on direct engagement with Mr. Fillmore and his processes.
And I just want to close and say thank you, David, for your involvement and to Emma Martin's involvement in this whole process. It was rocky roads along the way, but I think we're going to be happier trails ahead. And I believe that trail etiquette and mutual respect will go a long way for everybody.
Thank you. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Councillor Stretch?
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby?
Affirmative.
Councillor Carson?
For the motion.
Councillor Nicol?
In favor.
Councillor
In favor.
Councillor Mancini?
For the motion.
Councillor Mason?
For the motion.
Councillor Smith? I think I heard Councillor Smith saying for. Councillor Cleary?
Yes.
Councillor Walker?
For.
Councillor Adams?
For.
Councillor Zarowski?
For.
Councillor Whitman?
In favor of the motion?
Deputy Mayor Blackburn?
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell?
In favor?
Councillor Outfit?
Yes.
Mayor Savage?
For the motion, that motion carries. Thank you, Councillor Nicol and David. We'll go to 1113, which is proposed bylaw M201, respecting standards for residential occupancies and amendments respecting license, permit, and processing. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council give first reading to bylaw M201, the purpose of which is to amend bylaw M200 respecting standards for residential occupancies, including housekeeping and general amendments as set out in Appendix B of the staff report dated August 26, 2020. I so move.
Second, Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll try and be brief as we've all promised to be today. Long time coming. Great to see this here. I would say that it's pretty clear to me that there's only a handful of landlords that this is going to change how they do business. The majority of landlords are excited to see this come forward. The IPONS has been involved in the development of this regulation and the proposed registration that would come at a later date. And what I've heard from them and from other property owners in my district is they don't like to compete with people who don't follow the rules. So this M200 and the M201 update give us an opportunity to help improve enforcement while also providing for additional ways to ensure fire and life safety for residents in residential rentals. I like that it applies a lot of the changes that were made a number of years ago in terms of inspecting boarding houses, and now applies it more broadly across the residential rental category. And certainly what I've heard from my residents, one of the parts they're most excited about are what you'd think would be simple things. And for most property owners, these are not issues, but involving the landlords in resolving persistent noise issues, requiring the landlords to, in this bylaw, to reinforce that they have to have adequate solid waste and recycling containers for the number of units that they have. These kind of very basic things are the persistent and nagging and annoying issues that we hear from the residents down here all the time. So I guess if staff could comment a little bit about the way the rules are applied to garbage and parking. I was a little surprised to see the rules were worded the way they are. I thought it would be that the mitigation rules were going to be stronger, and I'm wondering what happened there, why we ended up going with this slightly milder version. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Who do we have?
Good afternoon. This is Sergio. I'm the supervisor of building standards.
Sergio Gerbach, welcome.
Yes, Sergio Gerbach. I'm sorry. So the wording was a little stronger in those other two categories, the parking and the garbage. But after legal review from legal, we were required to pull it back a little bit. We had conflicts with the existing bylaws. Now with the noise portion, we didn't actually include a penalty for noise. We just included a new requirement, so there was no conflict with the existing penalties in the noise bylaw. In retrospect, we may be able to do more there. What do you?
So I guess what would the path be there? I mean, I don't want to do any kind of editing today. I want to get it through first reading, but it seems to me that maybe a supplementary staff report or a separate staff report through CPED that asks staff to have a look at what changes would be required to both solid waste and noise bylaws, so that we can bring them all of them together to a stronger, because I know staff weren't asked to do that, but it seems to me that that's what makes the most sense. So is there a way to get there today, or do we need to have a report, I guess is the question I would ask legal.
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, just weigh in there for a second. Councillor Mason, as you know, one of the reasons why we tied it up with all these other particular bylaws was to create a robust network for, I guess, a more strong punitive regime. So I think that as, myself, Andrew Philopoulos, Sergio, Matt Kobe, all of us are tying all these things together, especially with the compliance side of our shop. I think the opportunity is there when we are looking at that whole system. So now we have the tie between all these bylaws more aggressively, more assertively. That network is tied in. And I think as we do the sort of escalating fines across the board there, I think that's where we'll be able to see it. So I would suggest, and I'll let Sergio and Mr. Kobe, if he's there, speak to it as well. But I think this is the opportunity to get this through so we can look at those two supplemental reports. and really be able to do the sort of escalatory approach.
Well, yeah,
From that
and so I won't make any changes at this point because we also have it coming back in April for the registration. So we have plenty of opportunities to revisit and to learn from what it's like once we start actually operating with the new rules. So this question I'm being asked, had to ask it. So with that, I will say I support this wholeheartedly. My residents support this wholeheartedly. It's something we've been trying to get for at least 6 years, if not 20. So very excited to see this moving forward, and I ask for council support. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Mr. Gerbach and O'Day. We will go to the question.
Councillor Stretch,
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby,
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten,
For the motion.
Councillor Nicol,
In favor.
Councillor Austin,
In favor.
Councillor Mancini,
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Mason,
In favor.
Councillor Smith,
In favor.
Councillor Cleary,
Yes.
Councillor Walker, Councillor Adams,
For.
Councillor Zarowski,
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn,
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell,
In favor?
Councillor Ousted,
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage,
Yes on the motion. Thank you very much. Colleagues, I know that the next item is very important. We're going to get to it, but I've been asked if we can go to the Winter Ops Service Standard Review before we do the break. So I am going to see if we can do that. That is 11.1.8. I believe Councillor Cleary maybe is going to move that.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that Halifax Regional Council, 1, suspend the rules of procedure under Schedule 7, the Transportation Standing Committee Terms of Reference of Administrative Order 1, the Procedures of Council Administrative Order 2, adopt the proposed Winter Operations Service Standards as detailed in attached Appendix C of the staff report dated September 2nd, 2020. 3, direct the Chief Administrative Officer to bring forward funding options to improve service standard for transit stops from 48 to 24 hours as part of the 2021-2022 budget deliberations process. 4, direct the Chief Administrative Officer to provide a supplementary report that evaluates the business case for in-house towing operations to support the proposed winter operations service standards. And 5, direct the Chief Administrative Officer to undertake another review of winter operations service standards within 5 years to ensure continued alignment with Council priorities, best practices, stakeholder expectations, and funding levels.
Second, Councillor Nicol.
Councillor Nicol, I think I heard. Councillor Cleary?
Yeah, so just a few questions on this. And first of all, thank you to staff for all the tremendous work, and for, I think it was KPMG who did the study, interviewed many of us at council, did all the surveys and work looking at all the different areas. There's no doubt that, you know, the city has improved dramatically in the last few years at snow clearing. It's still not where it needs to be in so many different areas, like geographical areas, but also the different types of snow clearing that we do. So my first question is, given that this report has been with us for about 6 or 7 months now, and given the detailed analysis staff have done over the last several years, as I brought motion after motion after motion forward for various kind of snow clearing improvements, why are we waiting to do more analysis and bring forward more figures? Like, what I was surprised at, there was some detailed cost estimates. They're just at the estimates in the KPMG report. With all the time that we've had available for this, I was a little concerned that we didn't have as much detail in here to make decisions today. So we're kind of kicking the can a little further, because when we deal with this by budget time, it means we can't implement it for this season, a lot of it, and then it'll be next season, and who knows where the budget's going to be. So anyway, happy to have the discussion, but why are we waiting? We know what the rough cost estimate is for bus stops, and the alignment for bus stops with bus routes only makes sense. It doesn't make any sense to me to say, you know what, let's clear bus routes in 24 hours, but bus stops in 48 hours. That's where people have to wait to get on the bus. And typically what happens is you go to a bus stop, And if you're not clearing the bus stop, it means you're not clearing the curb cut or the step down to get to the bus when the bus pulls up, which means now you're actually standing dozens of meters away from the actual stop. And there's a whole dance that residents have to do to get onto a bus in the wintertime when that part's not cleared. So given that we've had this for so long, why don't we have a recommendation to do it for this winter, that is for bus stops specifically? And well, I'll just ask that question first. Why aren't we doing bus stops now? Why are we talking about it this budget to do it next year?
Okay, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, Bev Odette, the manager of road operations and construction. Certainly the alignment, if we could do it immediately, would be in keeping with what the stakeholders were telling us, both internally and externally. The financial implications, given that we're in business planning now, were something that, with our transit partners, we felt that they would be bringing to you, council, to vote on. $2 million is not a small amount of money given what we've been through and what we continue to go through with COVID and the financial impacts. We also have some concerns. We are tied into some 17 different contracts. Some extend out to 2023. So changing specs on existing contracts, we would be engaging with legal, which will take a little bit more time than just slapping some numbers around it. And then as well, we need to be sure that our service providers are able to accommodate such a rapid increase in standard, which is why in both the KPMG report and our report follow-up, we suggested that we may have to revisit at a 36-hour standard if the private sector is too challenged to meet that 24-hour standard. It's typically the same service providers that do the snow operations for sidewalks that would do this. And so those were our concerns. So we kind of wanted to step into it that way because it would give us business planning to also engage legal if that seemed to be the way we were going with this. And then it would be, going through the contracts and notifying our vendors that this was the intent. So that's kind of where we are with it. It's quite a sum of money, and
So in as I recall, just a number of months ago, I think we actually approved a number of new snow clearing contracts. Are there any coming up right now, or are we locked in now for the next year or two?
We have a few. The blended ones we're locked in, and if I could just call in my colleague Steve York, who is our superintendent of winter operations. Steve would have a little more detail on the current contracts that we might be able to do this with. Most contracts, it really is just a tweak, councillor, that we would notify the service provider, and they have a cost per kilometer. So if Steve could just expand on that a bit.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, we have 4 contracts, 2 street contracts and 2 sidewalk contracts, which are set to expire at the end of next season. So then they would probably be retendered and likely in the combined street sidewalk method, which we have done in Sackville and Bedford and seem to work pretty good.
I think my time is probably up, Mr. Mayor, so thank you. I'll come back again later.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Whitman is next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So yeah, this is a big increase, and we've had some really big increases in the last round of contracts. I know one went from $1 million to $4 million on the sidewalk snow clearing. I think we're outsourcing this stuff to try to save money by using contractors. I think we're paying enough that we deserve the job to be done well, as is for the price that we're paying. I don't think it should cost more. I think that the standards should be met with what we're paying. So I won't be able to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. I've got comments or questions on a few different areas. One of them is in relation to park staff, transitioning between park staff in the summer and winter operations in the winter. And one of the items that it says is due to collective agreement terms. HRM is challenged by less experienced but more senior park staff operating the largest pieces of equipment. How often do park staff get refresher training on some of the snow equipment that they'll be using? And is it different for the senior staff to get it than for other staff to get it? Or different for the park staff than any other staff? Bev, you're muted. You're muted.
That just happened, honestly, that just happened. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. The way the training is conducted, we have one trainer on staff, Doug Sheridan, and he works under Transportation and Public Works. He supports parks, rock, and traffic, all CUPE staff. And basically, as staff progress through seniority, they apply for and get training on graduated forms of equipment. So they may start off getting trained on a trackless, and then they work their way up 3-ton, 5-ton, on and on. Once they're trained on that, there's no automatic trigger for retraining unless we are given a reason to need to retrain, which we have. Training is something that we are working very diligently now with corporate training to get a database that actually will identify when staff would need retraining, would probably document what staff have been trained. You can appreciate in the old days of Dartmouth and Halifax that, we have training logs that have somebody's initials handwritten on them. So we've been putting those into a separate database and working with training and development to get this automated. So I appreciate the question. It's certainly on our radar. We are working towards it. We keep very careful records of our drivers' logs, and the training does roll up under Stephen York, who just spoke. So I don't know if Stephen can add anything in addition to that, but the answer to your question is there's not documented retraining on a certain period. Staff actually through seniority work their way up. And then they pick, just to clarify how there's actually a pick for winter equipment. So we literally over 2 days have staff come back, and based on seniority, they pick on zone and equipment what their runs are going to be for the winter.
Okay.
Can you add anything to that, Steve? Have I covered that?
Yeah, that sums it up nicely.
Okay.
All right.
Councillor Russell, anything else?
Two, I hope, minor things. One of them is I would be in favor of expanding the window for the parking ban to be from midnight to 6 a.m. instead of 1 a.m. to 6 a.m. This provides an extra hour for people to get their work done. And with a lot of the hospital shifts starting at 7 a.m., it still provides the ability for hospital workers to get to where they're parking on the streets without risk of getting a ticket just as soon as they get to work. The second thing is in relation, or I guess the third thing is in relation to the towing. And this will be the final thing. Government, in my mind, should do what only government can do, and nothing more. And in this case, I don't think that government should be in the business of towing. I think we have enough private contractors out there who can do the towing, and I recognize that there are certain efficiencies that could be gained by having someone able to come out and issue a ticket and tow the car at the same time. But in this case, we have plenty of operators, plenty of contractors who are able to get out there and do the towing. So I can't see any significant benefit in having a tow fleet owned and managed by HRM. So for that reason, I would appreciate it if the vote was split and item 4 was done separately. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clary?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just bringing up my report here again. So on page 3 and 4 of the staff report, what we're being asked to adopt in terms of the service standard, a question around school drop-off zones. And so this is one of those things where if you look at the 6 different classifications from priority 1s to 3s, and then the intersection bus stops, which are, I don't even know what, priority beta, So a school drop-off zone, why would we not set, especially in the urban core, for example, where we live, my child walks to school 1.5 kilometers to school. And so in our mind, we don't drop off at a school, we walk to school. And I think that's true in a lot of neighborhoods, both suburban, but particularly urban. Why would we not have school routes? So for example, we know at St. Catherine's School, Tupper School, Westmount School, you know, all those kids in those neighborhoods walk to school. In fact, there was a survey done at my daughter's school, about 60% of the students walk to school. So why would we not consider walking routes rather than just school drop-off zones? Because again, and I'll channel my inner Councillor Zarowski here, we're prioritizing vehicles and dropping off kids rather than kids who are actively transporting themselves to school. So is there any thought to updating that classification for school walking routes?
Bev, you're on mute again.
You're muted.
I must apologize. It seems to be automatically doing that. I'll keep an eye on it. We hadn't considered the whole zone, Councillor. I live just slightly outside the core in Bedford, and any child that lives within 3 kilometers is considered within a walking zone. So proposing that would have a massive impact, I would think, 3 kilometers in any direction of any school. So we would certainly need to do an assessment of where all the schools were, and then every possible walking route between 3 kilometer point and whatever that school is. It would be doable. It would be quite a breadth of, quite a scope of work.
Well, how about, I'll interject if I may. So how about
Sure.
this? Because we could just do this by saying residential streets, instead of 36 hours, bring them to 18 hours with the school drop-off zone. So maybe what I'd like to do then is amend the service standards classification so that number 5 for residential streets and walkways, those go from 36 hours to 18 hours, and then they're the same as the school drop-off zones. Any seconders for that? You guys all hate pedestrians in the wintertime? Oh, I see a couple of hand waves. Is that as good as a second?
Is there a second for that motion, that amendment?
Yeah, I'll second it. I'll second it, Mr. Mayor, because I have a question to go along with it. So I don't know if I support it, but I have a question. I'll second.
Okay.
I
So
don't
what
need to
we're gonna
speak
do-
to it now, Mr. Mayor.
We're going to take a break right now while we organize what the amendment looks like, and we'll come back with discussion on the amendment. We'll be back in 15 minutes at 3:15. So in the meantime, Sean, if you can get the amendment on the screen so we can see it. All right, 15 minutes, colleagues. Thanks. Sean, are you there? Sean, are you on the line? Clary? Hello?
Mike, Matt, I'm here.
How you doing on the road there, brother? You good?
All is well. You okay?
I'm good.
Good.
Who else do we have? Phoebe or April?
They left us.
Mr.
And
Mayor,
You've got Lisa here.
And I'm here as well.
looks like we don't have Councillor Karsten.
Okay. We have Councillor Cleary though.
Councillor Cleary is showing at the meeting as being present in the meeting, but maybe away from his computer.
I'm going to let him put his amended motion, his amended amendment on the floor. Sean, are you with us?
In the interest of time, Mr. Mayor, I could speak briefly and then we could go back to Councillor Cleary. If you want to get started, he might be back by then.
Okay, let's go live feed. Or... Okay, we're back. So first of all, Councillor Cleary, are you with us? I'm going to go then.
I am indeed, sir.
Okay, why don't you go ahead with your amended motion?
So I put it in the chat there. So the amendment is to request a supplementary report on changing the sidewalk snow clearing standard for residential streets and walkways, currently P3 in the classification, from 36 hours to 18 hours.
So that's the amended motion. Councillor seconded by?
Mancini, second that, yeah.
Okay.
Seconded by Councillor Mancini.
So very briefly, because I know it's going to have budgetary implications, obviously, it would be difficult for both the CAO to come up with a price tag now and for my colleagues to agree on something that doesn't have a price tag. So a supplementary report, but essentially what I'm talking about is in many parts of our municipality, people walk. They walk to school, they walk to work, and so on. And so by deprioritizing those residential streets, because they often lead to services like shops and whatnot, or schools. I think we should align those with the same as we do our, bus routes and the rest of it, so that if you're taking a bus, you're not hopping over snowbanks to get to the bus route on your residential street. You just walk down because it's all one sidewalk that connects to where you want to go. So anyway, that's my motion for supplementary report, changing that from 36 hours to 18 hours. Thank you.
So that's the motion. Is there anybody that wants to speak on the proposed amendment? Councillor Mancini, are you on the amendment or on the main motion?
On the amendment, please, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
So very quickly, this is for a supplementary report, which I'm fine with, I guess, and obviously cost is one of the things that staff will take a look at. But I'm also looking at, what's the impact if this was to put it in place? Does it have an impact on our other snow clearing? So does it take away from, does it delay other approaches we have or other clearing is one of the questions I would have. Do we need additional resources to make this happen? So I'm just hoping that'll be part of the supplementary report when it comes back. Thank you.
Okay. Are we ready for the question on the amendment?
Mr. Mayor, I was on the list way above the chat on this item.
That wasn't on the amendment, though.
Well, it is related to the schools, yes. So I was wanting to ask Bev Odette if they've had any conversations with the HRC with regards to, like Councillor Cleary just said, to the buses and the routes themselves. When I first came to council, I asked to have a working relationship, and a committee was struck with the HRC, and I don't know if that fell to the wayside, because where it's, Councillor Cleary is looking at an urban setting, we have a lot of buses out here, and the routing changes as they want to deliver the service. And a lot of times they're going on priority 2 and priority 3 streets that don't get cleared in the winter and don't have sidewalks. So therefore there's that element. And as you recall, Mr. Mayor, when I was deputy mayor, that was a terrible winter. And, the former school board was pointing the finger at the municipality for not doing proper snow clearing so that they could keep their schools open. At the end of the day, I had suggested at that time that all the buses have to remain on priority 1 streets, which have sidewalks. So I just wondered if that conversation ever was had with them.
I don't remember any bad winters, but Bev, do you, would that be Bev or?
She's muted again.
Bev, do you remember any bad winters?
I came right after the bad winter. So I was, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I'll take the credit for that. We have not had what I would call an extraordinarily bad winter, and in researching to be in front of you today, I saw some data from the winter before I arrived, and I'm very happy I came after that winter. We do have a very positive relationship with HRCE Councillor and their operations team over there. We've focused very much during my tenure on the more informal pathways to school grounds and working with HRCE to make sure that children and parents and staff were safe going through these pathways. And you have many in your district, as does Councillor Russell. I'm happy to say we did a whole lot of work this summer to upgrade and make some of those pathways safer so we could maintain them better in the winter. So that's been mostly what the discussion's been around during my tenure, not so much on the street side. Whenever it's been nasty enough that, we've had to have extra equipment out and we've had extra snowfall as well, the schools are closed. And then of course, we've just been through COVID and nobody was in school anyway. So we did have a few storms after mid-March. So it has not been a huge issue in my tenure. It's been more around the pathways, making them safer, being able to maintain them in the winter, and making sure HRCE met us from the other direction from their property. So, we've had a lot of success with that. So that's kind of where we are with it.
Okay. I will take it offline with you later. Thank you.
Perfect.
Thank you. Bev, I can't help but see Councillor Carson's face. That winter that you missed.
He's smiling.
Came to see me. He wasn't going to run again, and he ended up being acclaimed and being the president of FCM at a stipend of $1 million a year. So he did okay out of the whole thing. It wasn't $1 million. It was like zero. Councillor Russell on the amendments.
Thank you. Yeah, I was also curious about the pathways to school, and so we've got a lot of kids who travel on pathways, as you mentioned, and I'm wondering if there are any pathways that you know of that are not used for getting to school, and if that could be separated in this report. I have no problem supporting the amendment and supporting the staff report. I'm just wondering if there could be some differentiation between pathways that are used to get to school and others.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, there are many pathways, and we actually have internal business partners that we have service level agreements with because we don't own all the pathways. We only own street to street connecting pathways, and then parks own a great deal of other pathways. My understanding is our parks colleagues are coming to you in December with their own report around multi-use pathways and active transportations through their infrastructure, and we'll be collaborating with them, of course. And then there are other pathways outside of HRM jurisdiction altogether that aren't owned by ourselves. So I guess the quick answer is the ones we own. We've done 13 upgrades so far this summer, and we still have a few more before construction season is ended. So we've really done a lot of focusing on upgrading the ones we tend to over the last 2 years.
Okay, but for the purposes of this report, I'm simply wondering about the ones that go to school versus the ones that don't. Just wondering if there could be some differentiation in those two. And if there can, that would be great. If not, that's fine.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, my only hesitation is if I look at the motion, it really is dealing with residential streets. So I'm not sure if there would be an amendment to the motion to encompass that as well, or are we dealing with a completely separate kind of report that to get some clarity on it, I think just throwing that into Councillor Cleary's motion doesn't quite fit with what we're being asked. So I just want to be very clear on what direction we'd be being asked to go in here.
Okay, it says residential streets and walkways, so I was assuming walkways also meant the pathways.
Okay, well, if we can separate that out, that would be great, because sometimes there is a sidewalk. So what we consider as pathways over 200 meters, pathways that would constitute a shortcut, or if there's no other viable option for students to get to school because there is no sidewalk, then those would be given priority for us for winter operations. Those are the criteria we look at.
Okay,
certainly.
Thank you.
Yeah, certainly, and we would mention that in the report. We would show what those parameters are.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Ready for the quick? Is this a repeat or is this another question, Councillor Mancini?
Just a quick ask of Bev, if I may, Mr. Mayor. Bev, could you just make sure you stick around for the next item on the agenda with regards to the pollution control motion? Because there's a question about I have related to our salt management program.
Okay, well, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I would ask that Steve York stay on there with me. Steve manages that process for us.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, colleagues, let's go to Councillor Stretch.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just to clarify what this amendment, I don't see it written in the chat. This is for a report further to what Councillor Cleary was asking to change the standard. Is that correct?
For a supplemental report.
Yes. All right, well, I can go for a report, but 18 down to 18 hours is a big ask. Thank you.
Thank you. There it is in the chat line, Councillor Stretch now. Ready for the question, Phoebe?
And we are splitting this, or at least splitting out number 4, is that correct?
This is on the amendment.
This is an amendment.
Oh, on the amendment, my apologies, yes. Thank you.
So on the amendment, Councillor Stretch.
Yeah, I'll go for the report. I'll support the amendment.
Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
Councillor Carsten.
Against the motion.
Councillor Nicol.
In favor.
Councillor Austin.
In favor.
Councillor Mancini.
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
Councillor Smith. Councillor Smith.
For.
Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
Councillor Walker.
For.
Councillor Adams.
For.
Councillor Zarowski.
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman.
Against?
Deputy Mayor Blackford.
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell.
In favor?
Councillor Oates.
Yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yeah, yes. So the amendment is carried. On the main motion, I had Councillor Mason and Nicol. Okay, just Councillor Nicol's done. Councillor Mason still on the main motion.
Very briefly, I just wanted to say to Councillor Russell and when we're voting separately just on item 4, that my experience in the core of the city is that the market can't produce what we need because it's so intermittent that there aren't enough tow trucks, especially tow trucks that are willing to work at night for the amount of money you can get through the controlled amounts that are in the province's parking ticket structures. And that you can't get them on demand when you need them either. That's why the Bridge Commission bought a tow truck that they manage themselves. And then the final piece, of course, is that when you have a major snow event, we ended up with the secure where they tow them to being full within a couple of days of the major ice event when in 2013 and again in the last major snow event. So I think that it would be a good investment. We've certainly seen other public center entities do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Karsten.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I didn't think I was coming up this soon. Do you know right off the top of your head, Mr. Mayor, how many candidates are running for election?
80, I think, altogether.
How many?
80, I think. For
80 some odd, somewhere. Okay, so I certainly hope each and every one of the candidates is listening to me right now, and certainly to all of my colleagues that will be returned to council. You may have noticed I didn't vote for that amendment. And what I would ask you to please always bear in mind, staff remind us of this so often, and yet it seems that, because we get the odd call, folks, I will not miss snow calls, okay? So I will not miss snow calls. My point is, we need to always remember that our service standards are as good, if not better, than every municipality in this country. And quite frankly, we can keep spending money on higher standards again, and continue doing that as a bottomless pit. It takes, and I say this so respectfully, I know that those calls aren't welcoming, but are welcomed in many ways in terms of when a resident says, my street hasn't been done and it stopped snowing 20 minutes ago. We've all had them. We need to learn at some point to start pushing back to where we have great snow clearing, we have great standards, and it'll be up to the next council, but I encourage you to always bear that in mind, that we can keep spending money until the cows come home, and it's still not going to be enough to satisfy everybody. So those are my closing comments on snow. Amen.
Here endeth the lesson. Thank you, Councillor Karsten. Are we ready for the question on the, Councillor Cleary? I think you've spoken twice on the main, but I'll let you go quick.
Well, it was on my amendment. So just very briefly to respond to Councillor Karsten, and that's fine. I think a lot of people who drive everywhere, they do have great snow clearing. We actually do our streets extremely well. It's our sidewalks, which is why my amendment was passed. It's our sidewalks where we have issues, and I think residents deserve better. So thank you.
I'm not particular, but I think you put the motion on the floor, then you came back with the amendment, which was your second chance. But you know what?
You're very kind and generous.
We got a match. All right, colleagues, so I just want to get clear. So are we splitting up the motion? We've been asked, which item is it that, who asked to split the motion? Councillor Russell, was it?
Yes, sir, item 4.
Are you okay if we do 1, 2, 3, and 5 together?
And 6.
And then come back on number 4?
1, 2, 3,
John?
5, and
6.
Oh, 6.
John, that's okay, isn't it? Traves?
Yeah, sorry, Mayor, muted there. We're doing them in a different order. Is that the plan?
No, they want to, Councillor Russell wants to split the motion to vote for count on item number 4. Can I do 1, 2, 3, and 5 as a bundle?
Sure.
Everybody's okay with that?
It would be 1, 2, 3, and 5 with the amended number 6 added on.
Correct. Okay, let's vote on 1, 2, 3, 5, and the amendment which passed for the supplemental report. Are we all okay to vote all together on those?
Agreed.
Ready?
Question.
Ready for the question?
Councillor Stretch,
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby,
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten,
Heeding my warning, I will say yes.
In favor?
Councillor Austin,
In favor?
Councillor Mancini,
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Mason,
For the motion.
Councillor Smith,
For.
Councillor Cleary,
Yes.
Councillor Walker,
For.
Councillor Adams,
For.
Councillor Zarowski,
For the motion?
Councillor Whitman,
No.
Councillor Deputy Mayor Blackford,
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell,
In favor?
Councillor Outfit,
Yes.
Mayor Savage,
For the motion, so that 1, 2, 3, 5, and the amendment pass. We'll go now to the vote on number 4.
Councillor Stretch,
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby,
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten,
For the motion.
Councillor Nickel,
In favor?
Councillor Austin,
In favor?
Councillor Mancini,
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Mason,
For the motion.
Councillor Smith,
For.
Councillor Cleary,
Yes.
Councillor Walker,
For.
Councillor Adams,
For.
Councillor Zarowski,
For the motion?
Councillor Whitman,
No.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn,
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell,
Against?
Councillor Outfit,
Yes.
Mayor Savage,
For the motion, so the motion carries, so that passes in its entirety, including the amendment. Colleagues, we're going to go back to the beautiful community of Dartmouth, 11.1.4 pollution control, Lake Banook and Lake Micmac. Councillor Mancini, is it that's leading us on this, or Councillor Austin?
Councillor Austin is his motion. I'd like to second it, or I may.
Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Mancini. It's recommended that Halifax Regional Council 1 suspend the rules of procedure under Schedule 5, the Environmental and Sustainability Standing Committee terms of reference of Administrative Order 1, the procedures of the Council Administrative Order, and 2, direct the Chief Administrative Officer to A, implement the short-term actions to mitigate phosphorus and bacteria loading into Lake Banook and Lake Micmac as identified within Table 4, and B, prepare cost estimates for future actions to mitigate loading of phosphorus, bacteria, and other pollutants to be considered in the 2021-2022 budget cycle as identified in Table 4.
Second by Mancini.
Seconded by Councillor Mancini. Councillor Austin, anything on it?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, a couple of words on this. And thank you so much, Councillor Mancini, for seconding this, and to staff for all the work that's gone into this report. Our environmental section is small but mighty. This is, of course, has come about from the deteriorating water qualities that we've observed in Lake Banook over the last little while, and the study that was done. And I'm so delighted to have now the results of this. And so I did have some questions about some of the specific follow-up pieces that are coming out of this in terms of staff recommendations. There's a number of recommendations about monitoring the quality in the lake over the long term. How does that recommendation, is that something that we're looking to fold into the lake water monitoring program, which is also kind of in the works right now?
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, it's Shannon Miedema, Manager of Energy and Environment. Yes, this would stand alone should council not approve a future water quality monitoring program, but if one was approved, then they would be synced.
Okay, so this would very much fit into that then. It would be the idea.
Yeah.
Okay.
A lake management plan is more specific to an individual lake, but whatever the program was, whatever that regular testing was for the parameters in that lake, that would be part of kind of both pieces.
Okay. Awesome. Because I understand, if memory serves, you are still coming back with that this year, because we did that did survive our budget parking lot.
It did indeed.
Okay. So the piece that I think is probably news to a lot of folks who didn't have a chance to read who might have read the studies, then seen some of the follow-up media coverage, is that where are we at in terms of dealing with Halifax water and the whole, the human E. coli that's been identified coming in the two streams, the one by Micmac Mall and then the other one out at the head of Lake Micmac, because it sounds Halifax water, from the sounds of the report, has done some pretty extensive investigation. It hasn't come up with anything, but yet we still find this there in those water supplies. So what do the next steps on that look like?
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, yes, they've done some several rounds of investigation, and we've met with Dalhousie experts along with Stantec and Halifax Water and HRM to discuss this issue. And the update is what's written in the council report. And really, I don't know, Cameron's unfortunately not here at this meeting right now. He might have something else to say, but I haven't been given any further updates other than what's written in the report. I'm sorry for that.
Okay. I can follow up offline. The report it doesn't make it clear what the next sort of, well, how do we go about this where the Halifax water's been looking and they can't find it, but it's still there. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, we're not dropping it. Like, it is something that we're continuing to work on with them. So I don't have any detailed next steps, but yeah, Cameron and I can reach out and provide an answer after this meeting.
Okay. I'll wait on my amendment. I do have an amendment that I'll make, but I want to give Councillor Mancini a chance to wade in before I put that on the floor, concerning the Prince Albert Road project, and I'll explain further when I come back in. So that's it for me for this moment, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mancini. We're not getting you there, Tony.
Never sounded better, Tony.
There you go.
Thank you. I just want to acknowledge, Shannon, the work of Cameron. He's outstanding, right? I drag him to the lakes. I drag him to the residents' meetings, and he's always game to do so. So that's muchly appreciated. Whole bunch of things here. I'm trying to watch my time here, Mr. Mayor. In the report, good work in the report. A lot of stuff in here. I think residents are going to be very pleased with it. In no particular order, I know you're looking at the Canada geese issue on Lake Banook. I ask you to be conscious of Lake Micmac when it comes to Canada geese also. And in Councillor Stretch's district, Lake Charles, in District 1, we've had those same issues around it. So whatever strategy we end up coming with, make sure it applies to all three lakes. I see that staff are increasing the street sweeping, and our staff are looking at, do we look at increasing how often we do that around the lakes, weekly or monthly, the costs associated with that. Where is TIR with this? I mean, you referenced TIR in the report, but both Councillor Noss and I, when we go around and look at where they're responsible for, it's not in the same condition as even our current standards of the street sweep. So that's one of my questions. I'll just go through many of them so you can come back and answer them. The Harvest Aquatic Vegetation Report. So we now are waiting on the consultant's report on our harvesting of the weeds. You alluded in the report 2021. Do we have any sense of when that might be coming back? Public education with regard to picking up after your dog. So is that related to specifically Shuby Park and the off-leash dog park, or is it more broader? And then is there any way of measuring the effectiveness of some of these public education when it comes around things like this? How effective are they? Because I question it, how effective are they? Because I'm a dog owner, I'm in the parks all the time, I pick after my dogs, but we see this a problem all over the municipality. And maybe what we also need is increased enforcement and heavier punishment. And this is where I asked Bev and maybe Steve to be aware of the answer to this part. I see there's no plans to implement a new road salt reduction strategy. So I'm trying to understand why that is. So Shannon, that may be more of a Steve or a Brad, Steve or question, but or Bev. And is there any consideration to have sand around the lakes versus salt? And why don't I leave it there? I'll come back, Mr. Mayor, and I have a few other questions, please. Thank you.
Really?
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. Okay, question 1 on street sweeping. We have regular meetings on water, stormwater, and wastewater across organizations quarterly, and TIR has been in some of those meetings. It's with Nova Scotia Environment, Halifax Water, HRM, etc. I haven't heard from TIR in some time. I know we were exploring some collaboration on the road maintenance side. I don't know that there's much of an update to provide you with on that. My apologies. I will circle back with Cameron to make sure I'm telling you the truth.
Sure, and on that, Shannon, just let us know if there's any value of us reaching out to our contacts. We've got some really good relationships there. And so if we need to make sure they understand the priority of it. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Yes, thank you. The long-term weed management strategy that Stantec is providing us is now complete, and so that will actually be coming to council fairly soon. It's just a matter of getting it in the queue with the new council after this fall.
So we see that before the new year coming here?
I mean, there's a lot of, I understand there's a lot of reports, so I'm not sure where it'll fall on the priorities. I mean, ideally before we would need to mobilize for a spring session though. So yeah, we would hope to get it through in the winter time.
Thank you.
In terms of our Canines for Clean Water program, we found a really positive response from the public and the media. It was just a small pilot project with some remaining funds that we had as, we just kind of felt like people hadn't been reminded in a long time about the impacts of pet waste. So it wasn't conceived to be a big program, but when we think about effectiveness and how do we measure it, we usually look to community-based social marketing, which is what we did when we started to have curbside composting and waste separation and things like that. And there are some interesting things we could do with a bit more time and money so that we can come up with some metrics. We've thought about that, but for the pilot, we're like, let's just try it here. And if it's received favorably, if we think it's doing something, then maybe we can expand it, outside of Shuby and that lake and make it more of a municipal-wide program in future. So that's definitely up for discussion. And then that was and then I think the next one is for our roads crew.
Yeah, thank you, Shannon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor?
No, so road crew folks, Mr. Mayor, I had asked Bev and Steve to answer that question.
Okay, please quickly, folks. We're well past 5 minutes.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor quickly. Yes, we do place sand on some streets. They're typically outside the serviceable boundary with no curbs and gutters. Because we put sand down, we're ultimately getting a lot of complaints about the dirt, and we need extra sweeping. For salt management, we do pre-wet our salt. So the salt gets sprayed with a brine before it gets applied to the road. So it actually sticks to the road and tends not to wash off into the lakes as frequent as not. So.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll come back. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cleary, not on this. That was on the last one, I think. Councillor Austin?
I'm all good.
Councillor Austin?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I would like to tack on a C to the motion under the staff direction. And it would be, so I'd like to amend the motion to add C, review the feasibility through the 2020-21 capital budget process to implement a pilot project to install stormwater best management practice infrastructure at Ricksdale Drive as part of the 2021 Prince Albert Road capital plan.
Second by Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Mancini. And so what this is we are about to do a major paving project on Prince Albert Road, the sort that you only do once every 20 some odd years, where the road's going to be taken down to the gravel, new curbs. We're going to be doing a bit of a redesign to it, narrowing it up. And all of that's already in the budget, and it was going to proceed this fall, but there was some delays. One of the things that our staff have been working on with this project is the creation of some rain gardens, artificial marsh type things along Prince Albert Road, because right now when it rains, the grit on the road goes directly from the road into the lake. It's a direct from road to the lake via pipe. And the phosphorus loading in Lake Binoka, as the study shows, 60–70% of it is coming from the roadways. And so we have an excellent opportunity here with this capital project to build it into the budget for the coming year, because our staff were out, they had a consultant, they came up with some infrastructure. The only reason it's not included right now is there's no funding source identified. So I would like to include this in, because it would be a real shame to pave Prince Albert Road and then 2 or 3 laters be coming along ripping it up to put something in after the fact, when we have an opportunity now to actually incorporate this into the tender. So that's the rationale behind this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Walker.
Quick question. This stuff.
Yeah. Is Jane on the phone? Is Jane on the line? Is that a finance question, I wonder? Go ahead, Councillor Austin.
So my understanding, Mr. Mayor, this relates to the stormwater piece that came through council just, I think it was on our last meeting. There is still some stuff that needs to be worked out in terms of the delineation of responsibilities with Halifax Water. That is not entirely baked yet. So we do need to do some work there.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Is that John?
Yeah. I just want to point out that the 2021 capital budget process is complete. When that budget is set, so not sure that the motion is in order. This would essentially be, I think you would need a staff report to look at, you know, the capacity to add it into the current 2021 Prince Albert Road capital tender, because it's an unbudgeted increase. But the 2021 capital budget process is complete at this point.
Councillor Austin.
Well, John, you mean for this coming year? I mean, all I'm seeking here is, when we do our budgeting process, that this comes up as an option for us to look at, because right now we don't have the money for this, and every year we develop a parking lot list. We have that sort of process. So that's what I'm looking.
That would be for the 21-22 capital budget process. Then I'm just not sure how that aligns with the 2021 tender, and whether
the tender's a carryover at this point anyway, because we've missed our window for this year. So that work won't be proceeding until next year anyway. So yeah, I should read the 2021-22 capital budget process.
21-22. Okay. Councillor Karsten.
Sorry about that, Mr. Mayor. I'm just wondering, and again, I know we're going to Councillor Austin quite often when he's only supposed to speak twice, but that's okay. My question would be, Mr. Mayor, if the councillor does come back, if he has some preliminary costing that you can share. I mean, thank you. Because I guess the question that Councillor Walker asked was a good question. Thank you, Councillor. My question would be, is there any responsibility for the province to also cost share? I know that it's on municipal infrastructure, but you know my feelings in terms of doing the mitigation in regards to lakes, which is a provincial jurisdiction. I'm happy to help out wherever we can, but we really do not put enough pressure on the province of Nova Scotia. I believe that to be true. So, right. You know, I would ask that question then, Mr. Mayor, if anybody has the answer, roughly what the cost would be, and are we going to engage the province as well?
Let's go back to Councillor Austin before we vote on this.
From talking to Ann Sherwood's group, who've been doing the work on this, The upper end that the consultants have prepared, which is for an artificial marsh at Ricksdale plus rain gardens all along Prince Albert Road. The upper end of it, because it's not just a rain garden, it's basically the same principle as your bathtub, where if the water fills up to a certain point, it needs to have an overflow point. So there's actually some piping infrastructure that goes with them. And so the upper end cost is $600,000 was what the consultant pegged it. But there's a range of different things you can look at there, between 600 and maybe it's 100 or something for the lower end piece. It's not, I don't have a breakdown, but from talking to Ann and staff, there's room to play with that. It's not necessarily that we need to spend 600,000 to do it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. So the motion, colleagues, is what is it for? To come to the budget for consideration, right, Councillor Austin? To come for consideration on the budget. Are we ready for the question on that? Let's go to the question on the amendment.
Councillor Stretch?
For the amendment.
Councillor Hensby?
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten?
For the motion.
Councillor Nicol?
For the motion.
Councillor Austin?
In favor.
Councillor Mancini?
For the motion.
Councillor Mason?
For the motion.
Councillor Smith? Councillor Smith?
For.
Councillor Harris?
Yes.
Councillor Walker?
For.
Councillor Adams?
For.
Councillor Zarowski? Councillor Zarowski?
Give us a thumbs up.
It was a thumbs up, Councillor Zarowski?
For the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Whitman? Councillor Whitman?
Yes.
Yes. Deputy Mayor Blackburn?
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell?
In favor?
Councillor Outfit?
Yes.
Mayor Savage?
For the motion, so that amendment passes. On the main motion, I think we have Councillor Mancini.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. Very quickly, Shannon, do we need a motion? Is a motion needed to give direction to fund and implement a lake management plan? It's in the report, but do you need direction from council for that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I think the idea is that we're going to figure out what that would look like and what it would cost and come forward to get a cost approval to move that forward. It would probably also be a bundled lake management plan, so not just Bannock or Micmac, but actually combined, maybe even with Lake Charles.
Right. So maybe we can offline, we can chat more about that in Councillor Austin. The last question I have is, this summer, colleagues, we had blue-green algae in Lake Micmac, and also it caused the lake to be shut down for a big part of the summer, including Lake Bannock. And so, Shannon, my question is, when we identify blue-green algae, can we increase the testing? Because we shut down Lake Bannock this summer, where there wasn't really blue-green algae in the Lake Bannock, and it was just anticipated because the water flows in that direction. So is it possible to have more frequent testing once blue-green algae is identified? And maybe, if it's identified down by the Shuby Park, we could still allow, parts of Lake Bannock or even Micmac to be opened.
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, yes, and this is what we've spoken about with the concerned residents recently. We developed a kind of protocol for different directors to sign off on how to manage blue-green algae when we first got it a couple of years back. And every year we do it, and then we figure out how to do it better the next year. So it is a learning process for everybody, staff as well as the lab, consultants, things like that. And so we've made some improvements, and made some different risk calculations. So when we had that closure, when the bloom was in Micmac and we had the Bannock Beach being closed, we considered, is that reasonable? Is there a way to mitigate that risk appropriately to have Bannock open? And we figured out that yes, if we do some testing where the two lakes meet and close to the supervised beach area, if there's no sign of toxin, we will keep it open and we will test it once or twice a week. So that's what we did to be able to save a little bit of the Bannock Beach season. And so we're going to incorporate that into some revised language in the protocol for next year. There's the issue with just increasing testing is the science of it all. So when you have a bloom, we know that the toxins can increase over time, even when the bloom is gone, where you don't see it anymore. So the only way to really know that it's safe again is about a week after the bloom has disappeared. So that's when we do that actual lab analysis testing. But we are looking at some different ways and what other cities across North America are doing. So we want to keep that conversation going through the winter and see what we can come up with.
And can we, very quickly, Mr. Mayor, can we announce in the springtime exactly what our protocol is so that we can let residents know?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, we actually have revised our language on the webpage now to try and make it more accessible for the public. We're still looking at maybe some graphs and infographics to make it even more accessible, and we're open to feedback from all the community groups and from council on ways to improve that messaging, but we're working on that. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Shannon. Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nobody else? Ready for the question?
Question.
Councillor Sept,
For the motion.
Councillor Hansby,
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten,
For the motion.
Councillor Nicol,
In favor.
Councillor Austin,
In favor.
Councillor Mancini,
In favor.
Councillor Mason,
For the motion.
Councillor Smith,
For.
Councillor Cleary,
Yes.
Councillor Walker,
For.
Councillor Adams,
For.
Councillor Zarowski,
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn,
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell,
In favor?
Councillor Outfit,
Yes.
Mayor Savage,
Yeah, for the motion, so that carries. Colleagues, we agreed to go in camera at 4 o'clock so we can deal with some staff issues. We're going to have to come back at after, or we're going to have to keep going in any event. But we do have some issues to deal with that have to be dealt with in camera. So I'll accept a motion to go in camera.
So moved.
Seconded.
Second, Councillor Mason.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so do we have to change? We have to change into our in-camera screens, I guess, Phoebe.
Yep.
Yeah? So before we lose the people, so as soon as we're done in camera, we will come back and deal with the rest of our public agenda. Depending on how long it takes in camera, we may come right back to it, or we may end up taking a bit of a break. But my intent is to see if we can get through our agenda this evening. Okay, and we'll come back with, I think Beachville is next when we come in the public session. Okay, so we'll go in camera, we switch out and come into a new screen.
Live comments. It was very exhausting, like
I see you're back.
Me?
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm back.
makes it hard on me because I have to take my blood and my eat at certain times.
Oh, yeah. They give you insulin?
This is still being broadcast, right?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
What's the dumb question of the night? What's the weather like outside?
It just had a big shower.
Oh, good. Paul, what's it out your way? What's it like?
We're having that shower as well.
Nice.
And wind is blowing hard too.
I heard that. Good for the grass.
Yeah, today's a good day to not canvas.
Almost as bad as the wind's almost as high as Teddy.
Really?
Hmm.
Huh. Well, isn't that something special?
Leaves are falling.
Yeah. I noticed a bunch of leaves on my truck. Have to get a leaf blower going now.
I hear a leaf blower outside, Steve,
Oh, yeah?
and that's rolling.
The wind.
Now the rain's back now too.
Good.
So folks, it's Mike. I'm just trying to figure out how we get to, I know Steve Adams, you want to make sure yours gets done tonight for sure.
Yes.
Is there much discussion on 11.2.1 and 12.1? Just we'll have to wait and see.
Reconnect. Hello?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, it's 5:45. How are we doing in terms of councilors?
Hi there, Mr. Mayor, Phoebe here. We're just doing a count of councillors. We are still waiting for a number of councillors to join, and the CAO is not currently in the meeting.
We've got to have a CAO.
Phoebe, I'm here on the phone.
Thank you, Councillor Hensby.
Not looking very good for the Blue Jays, I'm afraid.
What's the score?
3-0 in the first, it looks like, or second.
The Cubs are down 5-1 in the 8th. They're getting out coached. That bugs me.
They should have won last night. They took the good pitcher out after 3 innings.
For the Jays.
Yep.
Yeah.
I noticed a lot of pitchers went out after 60, 70, maybe 80 innings or pitches. Strange.
Boy, if you ever took Bob Gibson out after 5 or 6 or 7 innings, or Fergie Jenkins, they'd
have a fit.
Now they last.
Ryan.
Yeah.
Nolan Ryan could touch 100, sometimes over, and you'd take that horse out.
Do you remember Ferguson Jenkins, Councillor Adams?
A little bit. I got his picture on my wall.
Chatham, Ontario.
He's the reason I'm a Cubs fan.
Chatham, Ontario.
Yep, 1966.
Yeah, he pitched 5 20 games.
Six 20 game win. Yep.
I've denigrated him. I'm sorry.
And he's one of the very few pitchers in the majors with more than 3,000 strikeouts and less than 1,000 walks. He's up there with Greg Maddux, Kurt Schilling. Pretty good company.
Yeah. And he won the Cy Young in both leagues.
Yeah, and he had some stat that was just like he won 25 games one year and lost a bunch of 1-0 games.
So, Mr. Mayor, you do have CAO as well as your councillors, with the exception of Councillor Stretch.
No, I'm here. I'm here.
You are here. Okay.
I'm here.
Okay, let's go. We're going to ratify to start off, folks, and then go to Beachville. So we're ready to go, Phoebe?
Mr. Mayor, we will send your video live in just a second.
Okay, colleagues, we're back. And we'll take the sign down. And we're going to ratify the work that we did in camera, beginning with 13.1, Councillor Russell. Councillor Russell, you're on mute.
You're on mute.
My apologies. Thank you very much. I move that Halifax Regional Council adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private and confidential councillor request for consideration form.
Second by Deputy Mayor. Ready for the question?
Question.
Question.
Councillor Stretch?
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby?
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten?
Against the motion.
Councillor Nicol? No. Councillor Austin?
No.
Councillor Mancini?
Against the motion.
Councillor Mason?
Against the motion.
Councillor Smith?
I think.
Sorry, Councillor Smith?
4.
4? Thank you. Councillor Cleary?
Against.
Councillor Walker?
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. Point of order. I don't think Councillor Smith was around for the debate that we had, and so he should be even voting on this.
It's his call. It's not a public hearing.
All right, if that's the rules, but okay.
Yeah, no rule against it.
So I'm sorry, Councillor Cleary voted against. Councillor Walker?
Against.
Councillor Adams?
4.
Councillor Zarowski? Sorry, Councillor Zarowski? Against the motion? Councillor Whip?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn?
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell?
In favor?
Councillor Outfit?
Voting yes.
And Mayor Savage?
I'm voting yes. Did we hear from Councillor Whitman?
Yes.
Yes, I
I believe Councillor Whitman voted in favor,
Okay.
Yes.
I'm voting yes.
and that motion carries.
All right. That's carried. Item 13.2, Councillor Smith, I believe.
Yes, let me just get the public. Motion. I move 13.2, right?
Yep.
Okay. I move the Halifax Regional Council adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private confidential staff report dated September 16, 2020, and 2 not released to private and confidential staff report dated September 16, 2020 to the public.
Second, Councillor Mason.
Second, Councillor Mason. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Councillor Stretch?
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby?
Affirmative.
Councillor Kirsten?
For the motion.
Councillor Nicol?
For the motion.
Councillor Austin?
In favor?
Councillor Mancini?
For the motion.
Councillor Mason?
For the motion.
Councillor Smith?
4.
Councillor Cleary?
Yes.
Councillor Walker?
Or
Councillor Adams?
4.
Councillor Zarowski?
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman?
Yes.
Mayor Blackburn,
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell,
In favor?
Councillor Outfit,
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
For the motion carries. Colleagues, 13.3, Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private and confidential staff report dated September 24th, 2020, and 2, not release this private and confidential staff report dated September 24th, 2020.
Second, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Carson.
Ready for the question, colleagues?
Councillor Stretch,
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby,
Affirmative.
Councillor Kirsten,
For the motion.
Councillor Nicol,
In favor.
Councillor Austin,
In favor.
Councillor Mancini,
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Mason,
For the motion.
Councillor Smith,
For.
Councillor Cleary,
Yes.
Councillor Walker,
Or
Councillor Adams, Councillor Adams.
Oh, oh.
Councillor Adams is for the motion, I believe. Councillor Zarowski,
For the motion as well.
Councillor Whitman,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn,
Voting yes.
Councillor Russell,
In favor?
Councillor Outfit,
Yes.
Mayor Savage.
For the motion, that motion carries. Item 13.4, Councillor Russell.
Thank you. I move that the Halifax Regional Council adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private and confidential councillor request for consideration form.
Second.
Second by Deputy Mayor. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Councillor Stretch,
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby,
Affirmative.
Councillor Kirsten,
Against the motion.
Councillor Nicol,
No.
Councillor Austin,
In favor.
Councillor Mancini,
For the motion.
Councillor Mason,
For the motion.
Councillor Smith,
For.
Councillor Cleary,
No.
Councillor Walker,
against,
Councillor Adams,
For.
Councillor Zarowski,
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman,
No.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn,
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell,
In favor?
Councillor Outfit,
Yes.
Mayor Savage.
Voting yes, so that motion carries as well, colleagues. So that takes us to the end of our in-camera ratifications. We're going to move Councillor Zarowski to 11.1.6, Beachville Planning Strategy Review and Community Benefit Action Plan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm first going to read a bit of a statement, and then I'm going to put the motion on the floor, if that's okay with you and council. When I became councillor, I had three objectives 4 years ago. My first was environmental, climate change. The second was financial equity between residents and constituents. And the third was social justice. And this is one that fits under the heading of social justice. Nothing ranks higher in my mind than the systemic racism that has affected our Indigenous peoples and our Black community. You've got Black Lives Matter, street checks, and a host of other discriminations pointing out that change is long overdue. As it happens, the Premier has also recognized that with a massive shift that must happen now. My long-awaited request for a staff report on the Beachville Planning Strategy Review and Community Benefit Action Plan is finally on the table today, and it's going to be presented to Council for debate and, I hope, approval. It's been a long time coming. The plan was first requested by me back in May of 2017, 3.5 years ago. The Beachville Black community has been discriminated against and marginalized since its inception almost two centuries ago, during the Loyalist era as Beach Hill. This staff report on behalf of Beachville is an attempt to roll back and examine the systemic racism we've had and still have in Nova Scotia and in HRM, I'm sad to say, and shine a light on how past development laws and bylaws have used to take land and title and use the legal legitimacy of our bylaws to discriminate against our Black residents. What has happened to Beachville is on a scale similar to what has happened to historic Africville. In the case of Beachville, it's been slower, but the result is the same. A vibrant and cohesive Black community has been disenfranchised and dismantled when it suited our city hall and provincial governors. This staff report accepted by Councillor has the ability to begin to change that. Through the participation of the Beachville Community Development Association, items of great importance to the Beachville Black community must be considered before any development is undertaken, and public input must be undertaken as it relates to the municipal planning strategy. I'm proud to have been part of this, and I'm proud of HRM and my council and the Beachville Black community for undertaking this monumental beginning. It is crucial to stress that this is only a beginning, and 2 centuries of hate and racism and discrimination will not be ended by this humble beginning, but it's a good beginning. There's so much more to be done, though. I have faith in this council and the council to come, and it will set us on a path where never again will a councillor of District 12 be able to blithely ignore the Beachville concerns in order to pander to racism, intolerance, and discrimination. I will now put the motion on the floor. I move that Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to begin with the Beachville Planning Strategy Review, to continue with the Beachville Planning Strategy Review, and undertake a Beachville Community Benefit Action Plan that includes, at minimum, the following actions. Number 1, ensure that matters identified by the Beachville Community Development Association as outlined in Attachment F of the staff report dated September 8, 2020 are investigated and resolved wherever possible through the Beachville Planning Strategy Review or through a Beachville Community Benefit Action Plan. Number 2, as part of the Beachville Planning Strategy Review, ensure the actions outlined in Attachment 1 of the staff report dated September 8, 2020 are undertaken. Number 3, as part of a Beachville Community Benefit Action Plan, ensure that actions outlined in Attachment J, it should have been Attachment I in Part 2, Attachment J of the staff report dated September 8, 2020 are undertaken. Number 4, implement a revised public participation program, the Beachville Planning Strategy Review, as outlined in Attachment H of the staff report dated September 8, 2020. And 5, take no further action in relation to ARMCO's request for a site-specific municipal planning strategy amendments.
Second.
If staff is present, I think it's instructive of them to give us a comment on the 5 parts of this motion and the importance of each. But before I do ask staff to do this, I would like to thank all parties involved in the process. And that includes this council for approving the request to have this report come before council 3.5 years ago. I would especially like to thank the Beachville Community Development Association, Carol Ann Wright and her team, our staff, including Kate and Io and all the others of the staff who helped prepare this report, including the CAO. And I would especially like to thank the Beachville Baptist Church and its congregation under the guidance of Pastor Lloyd Grant and all the members of the Beachville Black community. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So who do we have from staff, and did they want to make a comment relative to what Councillor Zarowski had spoken to?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Miles Agar with Regional Planning. I'm a principal planner and have been working on this project for the last 3.5 years. So to the councillor's point there, the recommendations contained within this report relate to 2 very important processes, as the councillor has mentioned, to continue one with the Beachville Planning Strategy Review, which has been ongoing for the last couple years, and we've been engaged with the African Nova Scotian community under Council's direction, and also to undertake a Beachville Community Benefit Action Plan. So as part of the ongoing planning strategy review and working with and being invited out to the Beachville community on several occasions, the community has expressed that they understand that certain matters can be addressed through a planning strategy. Other matters can be addressed through municipal involvement, and then also other matters can be addressed as a municipality would work with and champion initiatives with our colleagues in the province and so on. So really it's that second process, the Beachville Community Benefit Action Plan, that really helps to take all the information that we've learned, all the objectives, all the expected outcomes from the African Nova Scotian community that we cannot normally deal with in a planning strategy review, and put them into an action plan that we can work on moving forward with the leadership of the African Nova Scotian community.
Thank
you. Thank
Deputy
you,
Mayor. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just a quick question for Miles, and want to start first of all by saying thank you so much, Richard, for working so hard on this. This I think can serve as a roadmap for how we move forward. And as the representative for the community of Lucasville, I'm just wondering, Miles, do you see this this strategy review and this community benefit action plan? Are there parts of this that we could adopt in other areas to help support other Black communities in HRM? And I'm thinking about Lucasville and what we can do for that community.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Mayor, through to the councillor. A very important item that council unanimously endorsed last week was the African Nova Scotian Road Economic Prosperity Action Plan. And really this process builds on that overall directive. One of the main directives in that plan is to facilitate greater dialogue with the African Nova Scotian community, and to also address any issues that are within HRM's mandate, and any matters that the municipality can influence. So really that's what this community benefit action plan is intended to do, and that coupled with our African Nova Scotian Road to Economic Prosperity Action Plan, I think we're well positioned to continue to work with African Nova Scotian communities moving forward.
That's fantastic. Thank you so very much.
Councillor Smith.
Waiting for my computer. There we go. Oh my. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, staff, and also thank you, Richard or Councilor Jarowski for the work on this. I was very on a fly in the wall with the work that's being done, and I know that everyone was working hard, residents, you, and staff included, to make sure that a plan, whatever plan came forward, was 100%. Committed to making sure the community had input and felt valued. So thank you all for that. So the only two questions I have is understanding that the last piece is to no longer pursue the NPS amendment, and I see there's a letter in the report from Armco saying they no longer look forward to moving forward. So not having the 2014 DA in here, or maybe I missed it, but I don't see it. Does that have any effect on what has been asked for on the community, or is that part of the future planning with the action plan? And the other one is, community benefits plans or agreements was something that was on my to-do list for a potential next term, and I'm really happy. And I know Ms. Carolyn Wright has been talking about this for a very long time as her in her work. So I also wonder if, once this is complete, if we can look at how this model can be used in other communities. And I know Deputy Mayor mentioned it as well. And I don't know if we need to have a motion for that to do that, but that's later on, and I think we'll discuss that when that time comes. So really my two questions is what happens now with the old 2014 plans and how that affects the community, and just wondering, actually, you know what, I'll leave the second question for a later date around the action plan.
Wow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the councillor. So the fifth recommendation around to take no further action around the ARMCO application, that was simply to acknowledge to council that ARMCO has formally withdrawn their plan amendment application. So that's to get that out to everyone in the public, including council, so they're aware of that. So that's really just to kind of formalize that, but ARMCO has officially withdrawn. What they have done, as outlined in the report, is that they've applied to amend their existing development agreement from 2014. So they've added more land since then. This overall land has been a discussion for the last 2.5 years as part of the Beachville Planning Strategy Review process. And through the recommendations on the floor here today, the ongoing municipal planning strategy amendment and the minimum considerations outlined in the recommendations require that the municipality work with the Beachville Community Development Association prior to the drafting of a development agreement for this application. So that is of utmost importance that we engage with the African Nova Scotian community, make sure they're very much aware of the current status of the development agreement application, and work to ensure that any matters that the African Nova Scotia community has brought forward and that they have certain expectations, that we do whatever we can to ensure that they're incorporated as part of that ongoing ARMCO proposal.
Okay, Councillor Smith, you good? Councillor Whitman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Miles. My concern was also regarding number 5 with ARMCO, so I was looking for further background as well, and you provided that, so I am comfortable. Thank you.
Thank you. Nobody else? We'll go to Councillor Zarowski to close it.
Attempting. Oh, there we go. So this has been a long time coming, and I'm hopeful that I can get your support for this, for not only the Beachville Black community, but also for every Black community in HRM, and to begin the rollback process of the systemic racism that has afflicted us for the last couple of 100 years. And I'm so pleased to be part of this, and I was remiss in not thanking you, Miles, for all the work that you have done on this. So thank you, and thank you, Kate, and thank you, everyone. And I hope you all support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Councillor Stretch?
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby?
No.
Councillor Hensby?
Affirmative.
Affirmative, thank you. Councillor Karsten?
For the motion.
Councillor Nickel?
In favor.
Councillor Austin?
In favor.
Councillor Mancini?
For the motion.
Councillor Mason?
For the motion.
Councillor Smith?
For.
Councillor Clary?
Yes.
Councillor Walker?
For.
Councillor Adams?
For.
Councillor Zarowski?
Resounding for the motion.
Councillor Whitman?
For the motion.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn?
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell?
In favor?
Councillor Outhill,
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
Voting yes, that motion carries. Thank you, Councillor Zarowski, and thank you, staff. We'll go to 1117, colleagues, proposed amendments to administrative order tax relief to nonprofit organizations. Council, what is your wish?
I can take this one, Mr. Mayor.
Deputized Mayor.
All right, thank you so much. I move that Halifax Regional Council adopt the amendments to Administrative Order 2014-001-ADM, the Tax Relief for Nonprofit Organizations Administrative Order, as set out in Attachment 2 of the staff report dated August 10th, 2020, to provide a form of multi-year tax relief for eligible applicants. I so move.
Second, Councillor Mason.
Second by Councillor Mason. Councillor Deputy Mayor.
Nothing further, just await any further debate on this.
Seeing, okay, there is. Yes, there is. Councillor Mason, please.
Just thank you, staff, for delivering this report. It's essential to our affordable housing goals, and I really appreciate this coming forward at this time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Anybody else? Prepare yourself for the question.
Councillor Stretch,
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby,
Affirmative.
Thurston,
For the motion.
Councillor Nicol,
In favor.
Councillor Austin,
In favor.
Councillor Mancini,
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Mason. Thumbs up from Councillor Mason. Councillor Smith. Councillor Smith. I will come back to Councillor Smith. Councillor Cleary.
Badger and I vote yes.
Councillor Walker.
For.
Councillor Adams.
For.
Councillor Zarowski.
Does that count for 2 votes if I bring my dog in too? Absolutely, I'm for this.
Councillor Whitman.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell.
In favor?
Councillor Outhill.
Voting yes. We just need a pony now.
And Councillor Smith, are you in the meeting?
Yes.
Oh, your vote yes on the motion?
Yep.
Thank you. And Mayor Savage.
I'm for the motion, so that carries. Thank you, colleagues. So let's look at, I promised a couple of councillors I'd get to their issues. I think we can do everything tonight, but let's go ahead with 1121. Councillor Smith, secondary suites.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mine should be quick. We had a pretty good discussion last meeting, maybe. It's hard to keep track of what meetings we're on. So put the motion on the floor and speak to it really quickly that Halifax Regional Council requests a staff report that 1, recommends approaches to ensure accessibility to secondary and backyard suites from the street or driveways, and 2, discuss how the municipality will monitor secondary and backyard suites to determine if further amendments to community land use bylaws should be considered.
Second.
Second by Deputy Mayor. Councillor Smith.
Yeah, so really quickly, the first part, number 1, really just came with the concern of just making sure that if we're going to create rules and policies around secondary suites, that we, as we do with other policies, we make sure accessibility is in the forefront. So this is just making sure that we're putting things in place that make accessibility important. And also the second part is for secondary suites, backyard suites being something new for us, just making sure that we have monitoring in place to see if we need to make future amendments, and really just being as transparent as we can in terms of how it is affecting good or bad neighborhoods within the municipality. If there's any further questions, I'm happy to address them and go from there. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I don't think that's necessary. No questions. Ready for the question.
Question.
Councillor Stretch.
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten.
For the motion.
Councillor Nicol,
For the motion.
Councillor Austin,
In favor.
Councillor Mancini,
In favor.
Councillor Mason,
For the motion.
Councillor Smith,
For?
Councillor Cleary,
Yes.
Councillor Walker,
Or
Councillor Adams,
For.
Councillor Zarowski,
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman,
In favor?
Deputy Mayor Blackburn,
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell,
Against?
Councillor Oated,
Yes.
and Mayor Savage.
For the motion, so that motion carries. Thank you, Councillor Smith. Under motions 12.1, Councillor Outhead.
Thank you, Mayor. And my motion is that Halifax Regional Council request a staff report including timing, cost, funding options, and process to extend fire hydrant service from the new development at 65 and 79 Shore Drive in PID 40018079 to existing homes on Shore Drive, Bedford. So moved.
Second, Councillor Nicol.
Seconded by Councillor Nicol. Councillor Outhead, anything on that?
Just quickly there, the north end of Shore Drive has fire hydrants. The south end of Shore Drive will have fire hydrants because of a new development. There's an area in between that is not serviced by fire hydrants. Staff is looking into this and will engage Halifax Water, but they wanted me to make an official request through council, and this is what I'm doing. So thank you, and I hope you'll be able to support.
The dogs will thank us.
Ready for the
It's
question,
true.
colleagues?
That is where we walk.
Sorry, did I miss somebody? No. Ready for the question?
Question?
Councillor Stretch,
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby,
Affirmative.
Councillor Preston,
For the motion.
Councillor Nicol,
In favor.
Councillor Austin, Councillor Austin. I will come back. Councillor Mancini,
For the motion.
Councillor Mason. Councillor Mason is for the motion. Councillor Smith,
For?
Councillor Cleary,
Yes.
Councillor Walker,
or
Councillor Adams,
For.
Councillor Zarowski,
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman,
In favor?
Deputy Mayor Blackburn,
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell,
In favor?
Councillor Opit,
Voting yes.
and back to Councillor Austin
I'm in favor. Couldn't get the mute button up.
and Mayor Savage.
For the motion, which carries, we'll move to 12.2. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I may need a little help here with legal. I did send out a background and a motion for consideration for council. In speaking with our staff, I can ask staff to initiate the detailed design for phase 2B and 4, but I can ask that it be included in next year's budget for consideration. The first part of it's okay, and if council sees the second part of my motion is to reaffirm phase 4 as a council priority. So with council's indulgence, can I read this into the record, which is substantially the same as what's there except for the second part?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I move that one, regional council directs staff to explore additional funding options for phase 2B for the Herring Cove Sewer and Water Project. These sources could include, but not be limited to, federal, provincial, municipal, Halifax water funding, or cost allocation to undeveloped lands with the future. And 2, reaffirm phase 4 as a council priority regarding infrastructure funding. And 3, direct staff to set aside funds in the draft 2021-22 capital budget to complete the detailed design for phases 2B and 4. That's the motion.
Can we get that in the chat?
second by Councillor Walker.
Second by Councillor Carson.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So just a bit of background. This project started with a planning exercise in 1999. The construction began in 2005. In 2008, it stopped because of lack of funding. And at that point, both the federal and provincial governments had contributed $2 million of the 14 million total, 14%. And this was supposed to be a third, and a third along the way. So what we've done is just found ways to get where we have gotten. In 2014, we had a request which was denied. We submitted a request to the province for 12.75 million in 2016, and we ended up with 3.4. I tried to see what we could do with that amount of money, but the LICs were $41,000 per home. So now with this, the latest approval, it's still going to be a $26,000 to $31,000 range for funding, which is well beyond the $12,500. So the aspect with regard to the reaffirmation, there was a motion that we had made in July 31st, 2018, that we amend the project. There were 15 projects, so we amend that to add the second part of Herring Cove, or phase 4. That was passed unanimously. And then the main motion was passed unanimously as well. So that added $8.8 million to allow for the fourth phase to be considered. This has been, well, it's been messed up by the pandemic, of course. I'm trying to do this so that the new councillor will have as seamless a transition as possible. I can't think of a better way to leave council than having this motion. Well, I can think of a better way that it actually gets approved. That'd even be better. So if you can bear with me, I can put the motion in the chat. It may take a second. And again, it's actually the second part is just a reaffirmation of what we've done at a previous council meeting on July 18th or July 31st, I'm sorry. And here is the motion. I apologize for this. There. And the undeveloped land component is to charge properties that have yet a dwelling on it, but there is potential there for development. So, and that's it.
I don't see the motion.
Should be there now.
Okay. There we go. Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Any discussion?
Mr. Mayor.
John?
Oh boy.
Well, it just wouldn't be the usual practice for council to direct staff to actually set aside funds at this point. You know, the normal course would be to direct staff to consider funding of the detailed design for phase 2 and B4 in the 21-22 capital budget. Otherwise, it's potentially jumping the queue, as it were.
Well, okay, then
staff's intent. If that's the council's intent, then that's a different approach.
Well, it's for consideration in the budget.
I think that would help.
Yes. Okay. I'll make that amendment.
For consideration in the budget.
Yep. Which is the normal course of procedure.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Councillor. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Let's go, Phoebe.
Councillor Sept.
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten.
For the motion.
Councillor Nicol.
In favor.
Councillor Austin.
In favor.
Councillor Mancini.
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
Councillor Smith.
For.
Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
Councillor Walker.
For.
Councillor Adams.
For.
Councillor Zabrowski.
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell.
In favor?
Councillor Oates.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
for the motion. So that motion carries.
Thank
likely
you.
the last time that you'll work on Herring Cove water, Councillor Adams.
As
After many
council,
times. All right. Colleagues, we're going to go back in our agenda and we're going to pick up the items we haven't done. Phoebe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we're going back to 7.7.
Dartmouth Cove project. Yes, that is what I had as well.
Dartmouth Cove project. I'm going to take a shot in the dark and guess that it's Councillor Austin.
Did we finish 7.3?
Yeah.
You sure?
Yes.
Yep.
All right.
Councillor Austin on 7.7 Dartmouth Cove.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, it's for some reason the menu over here is just a lagging. Just a second here. Let me grab my staff report. I move. Okay, here we go. I move that Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to draft a development charge bylaw to fund 50% of the net project cost as described in the financial implications section of the staff report dated August 25th, 2020 for the design and construction of the Dundas Street Extension and Bridge and return to Council for consideration.
Second, Councillor Cleary.
Seconded by Councillor Cleary. Councillor Austin.
I don't really have anything major on this. This is something we've talked about for a little while now. Of course, extending the Dundas Street into Dartmouth Cove is a net benefit not just for the municipality, but also for property owners in Dartmouth Cove, because the two ways into the cove right now, Maitland Street and Canal, are really, they're not great, right? Now, I guess Mill Lane too, which is also extremely limited. But there's obviously also benefits to the municipality as a whole. So this 50-50 split, I think, is a reasonable.
I lost Councillor Austin there.
Just wondering if I still saw Shannon on the call. I'm just wondering if we can get some comment on where we are with Develop Nova Scotia.
Okay, who do we have?
Shannon O'Connell.
Shannon, welcome.
Thank you. I'm an engineer with infrastructure planning. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. We have had initial talks with Develop Nova Scotia. We plan to continue talks should we get direction from council to move ahead with drafting this bylaw. Then we'll be engaging each of the property owners, and Develop Nova Scotia is a major property owner in this area. We did identify in the report that there is a risk that we can't fully compel Develop Nova Scotia because they're a Crown corporation to pay part of the development charge, but they typically, my understanding is they typically do like to follow our rules. So it's something we would start discussing with them, but there is a risk that we've identified.
My understanding of that risk too is it's also a down the road sort of thing. It's a risk on their end because they like to land lease things out, and then that eventually comes to us in one form or another. So there's a little bit of a question mark as to, well, they're immune, but how long does that immunity last?
And I think that's.
Go ahead, Shannon.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. That's something that we can work out with our finance and legal team more, as well as negotiate with Develop Nova Scotia as we move the bylaw forward.
Yeah, I will just say for my part, I have met with Develop Nova Scotia, and they're interested with the success of Cove in doing things maybe a little bit differently in Dartmouth Cove than what we had originally laid out in the Dartmouth Cove plan, rather than this kind of the high-end condo apartment sort of thing. They're looking at something else. My own feeling, obviously subject to staff report analysis, all that sort of stuff, is I think if they're looking for relief because they're looking to provide some overall benefit to the community, we would be better to have the bylaw and then look at grant back for those specific benefits. So I think I'm fully in favor of this, and I hope Develop Nova Scotia will carry on the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question.
Go ahead, Councillor.
How is this different from CCC's capital cost contributions? How is this being treated differently? Just out of curiosity.
Did you get that question, Ms. O'Connell?
I did, and to be honest, I don't have experience with CCCs, and I don't think Peter Duncan was part of the power outage today, so I don't think he can take this for me. I do know we considered it as an LIC as well, and one of the downsides for that is we would start collecting LICs right away, whereas a development charge is collected at the time of development. And where the Curling Club is a community organization within this, we didn't want to essentially bankrupt them and send them out of business by collecting on this right away.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Councillor Stretch,
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby,
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten,
For the motion.
Councillor Nicol,
In favor.
Councillor Austin,
In favor.
Councillor Mancini,
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Mason,
For the motion.
Councillor Smith. Clear.
Yes.
Councillor Walker,
For the motion.
Councillor Adams,
For.
Councillor Zarowski,
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn,
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell,
In favor?
Councillor Outlet,
Yes.
Mayor Savage.
For the motion, that carries. Thank you, Councillor Austin. We'll move to 7.8, which is amendments to administrative order procurement, fair wage and social value framework. Councillor Smith. We've got you as being on mute. I don't know if that's on our end.
Oh my, technology. I'm not sure what's happening today, but we're not having a great tech day. So I'll put the motion on the floor to speak to it that Halifax Regional Council, 1, approve the adoption of supplier code of conduct, including living wage requirements as per attachment A to staff report dated September 3rd, 2020, with an effective date of April 1st, 2021. 2, approve the adoption of social value framework as per attachment B to staff report dated September 3rd, 2020, with the effective date of April 1st, 2021. 3, direct the chief administrative or chief administrative order, is that supposed to be officer, to investigate possibilities for the adoption of a green market incubation program similar to the City of Toronto's Green Market Accelerator Program as part of Halifax 2050, as included in attachment C to staff report dated September 3rd, 2020. And 4, adopt the amendments to Administrative Order 2020-004 ADM, the procurement administrative order as stated in attachment D, staff report date September 3rd, 2020.
Second, Councillor Cleary.
Second by Councillor Cleary. Councillor Smith.
Yeah, we just got a spelling error that I assume will be addressed. So, okay, sorry, being interrupted. So again, thank you to everyone who was part of this study to make this happen. Wait, one. Can I come back, please? If somebody else wants to speak.
All right. We'll come back to you.
Yes, please. Thank you. Yeah.
Councillor Whitman.
Thank you, Mayor Savage. I will be brief. This is the one that I have a concern about the procurement and asking private businesses to change how they pay their employees. I think it's one thing for us to deal with HRM employees and how we pay them, but on this one here to ask a contractor or a consultant or someone else to pay theirs in a different way. I think that most of the folks that do business with us, either they work for us or they contract with us, are getting paid a fair wage. And so, commented that I think that it's a terrible time to try to increase wages from $12 to $20 during COVID. Bad timing and not a good policy for our procurement department to do. No, excuse me. not willing to spend more to achieve this. So at this point, I'm not able to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Smith, do you want to come back now?
Yep, I'm back. My
Go
daughter
ahead.
walked in the door at the same time as I started speaking, so that threw off my train of thought. So
First things first, that's okay.
Yeah, so my apologies. So really quickly, again, thank you everyone that's been part of making this report happen. This was a long time coming, since 2016, and when we look at what we're asking here, it's to me it's simple. It might be costly, but it's simple. Providing a living wage to employers, to folks who are living on the edge is important, and I cannot imagine what families are dealing with when they have to work 2 or 3 jobs just to make ends meet. And we've had employees in the past, specifically some of our cleaners who I would see, and Councilor Mason has talked about this before, who we'd see during the day at City Hall, and then you go to the grocery store and you see them at the grocery store working overnight, cleaning as well, because that's what they have to do to pay their bills. And for a living wage, we as HRM can be a leader in that. And it's also, I'd like to thank the Canadian Council for Policy Alternatives, Christine Saunier and Chelsea Driscoll, who also have been doing lots of work on this for Nova Scotia, and gave us the report that outlined that right now for Halifax, 2180 is what we're looking at for a living wage, which is a significant number for folks to make ends meet. And there's evidence. You can look. It's pretty easy find the evidence that shows the benefits of what happens when you pay a living wage for employees, and the evidence is there. And when it comes to retention rates, fewer sick days, and just better quality of life in general. In the report, it says that living wage policies, the City of Vancouver, Victoria, City of Edmonton, City of Brantford, City of New Westminster, and others are all living wage employers. So I hope that we can support this. I have an amendment that I'll bring forward after other folks go speak, and this has to do with the budget, but also has to do with another aspect. And if I could go back in time, I would have asked that we would have also written into this report what it would cost for HRM to be a living wage employer, and what the impacts of that will be. So I'll speak to that when I come back, and just looking at my notes here, and that's it for now. And I'll have more comments and questions as I go forward. Actually, I'll ask this question now, so I don't have to deal with it later. The only other question that I have related to the report, and staff might not have this number now, but maybe be able to give a general answer, is, do we know what percentage of our contracts would fall under construction services? Because this is one area that would be excluded from this.
It's Jane Pryor, Manager of Procurement. I don't have that exact number in front of me, but I can certainly find that out for you, Councillor Smith.
Okay, great. So I see some other colleagues have some questions. I'll come back with an amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Clary.
Thank you. And thank you to staff for bringing this forward. This is incredibly complicated as you go through the living wage policy and the staff report. And I just want to make sure I'm clear on a number of things. So, and actually, Councillor Lindell Smith just mentioned construction. So as I understand, I'm reading through, this is like page 3 and 4 of the, and actually it's in multiple places throughout the document. The reason we're exempting, so if you look at section 8 of the policy, so the reason we're exempting construction, for example, is that because, from what I can tell here, construction workers already have a schedule, and for all of it or most of it, they're already making the minimum wage. The other thing is, I totally understand the things like students, interns, practicums, volunteers, small contracts, ad hoc work, social enterprise, why we would exempt them from the living wage. There could be certain kinds of contracts and programs that a Lake City Woodworkers, Metro Works that might have in place that we wouldn't pay necessarily a living wage. However, having said that, in looking at all the exemptions in Section 8, is the thinking that if this job is a permanent job and this person has family responsibilities, bills to pay, because the living wage, when you look at the calculation for the program that they have, it sort of assumes you have young kids, they're in childcare, you've got all these expenses. So because we're using that and a student wouldn't necessarily have all those same responsibilities, is that why we're exempting them? And would there be any cases where we may have students who work for us, but because they're working in kind of a full-time job, we wouldn't pay them a living wage? Could there be those kind of circumstances that come up as a result of that exemption? So those are two main questions there, construction and kind of the unique situations that might happen because of some of those exemptions in Section 8.
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, in reference to construction, research that we did as part of preparing this report, construction tends to be influenced primarily by fair wage, which is unions. So in most cases, yes, your construction's trades are already making what we would call a fair wage, living wage. So that's why they're not included. In reference to students who would be working for HRM, for example, we were asked to look at a fair wage, living wage for to apply against solicitations from a procurement perspective who were hiring to do work for HRM, and that's why they are excluded. If HRM wanted to look at a living wage for HRM employees, including students or casual, then that would be a discussion that would occur with HR.
Okay, I think Councillor Smith has some stuff that'll come up on that later, so I'll leave that for him, but thank you for answering those questions.
You're welcome.
Councillor Stretch. Oh, sorry, Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Your Worship. So is there an estimate, and unfortunately the public doesn't see the reports or while we're discussing this, but is there any type of estimate that what this will cost the municipality on an annual basis? Because what we do is expect increased costs. Is there a rough idea?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So we did indicate in the report, and I'm just looking at it, if you can hold on one sec, there is financial implications. And I would draw your attention to page 9 and 10. The revised value for impacted contracts as listed would be 56,000. For comparative purposes, this would comprise 5.9% of the total expenditures in the 2020 budget.
I think, Jane, you meant 56 million compared to 48 million.
Yes, sorry. Sorry, you're right. Thank you.
So 8 million in the difference.
Yes. 8.1 million or 16.8% of the value of the contracts that we indicated would have a living wage applied to them.
Okay. Is there any information available that if this is implemented, that there would be layoffs from the suppliers? So if someone has, let's use cleaners for no other reason, just we know the cleaners. So you have 2 cleaners at City Hall. Would the cleaning company then, instead of paying a living wage to 2, lay somebody off? Do we know that, or is that Is that I suppose it's a possibility, but what's the probability or the likelihood in your opinion, Jane?
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, when a vendor bids on work and we describe the work, be it goods or services, and they are expected to perform to a certain level of service, then they would have to provide the manpower to do that. So the expectation is that they would have to have the manpower to provide the service, whether it be lawn care, janitorial, snow clearing. So consideration of being able to lay off, they would then not be able to meet the service expectations of what they've bid on and been awarded.
Okay, and would that cost us more in the long term? Like, I'm fine with $8 million. I'm fine with that. When I first saw this, I thought this is going to blast up our costs significantly. But you know, this is a nice balance between still getting good value and giving someone a fighting chance to make a living for their family. So, do we know what the ramifications would be, perhaps based on what other municipalities have done?
So our jurisdictional scan that, sorry, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, the jurisdictional scan that we did that of other organizations that have living wage did not report that.
Oh, beautiful. Thank you.
Councillor Stretch.
Thank you, Your Worship. And yeah, it's a good conversation. And I find myself in a balance here. One side of me, business guy side of me, I suppose if I was making a bid to HRM, I'd be saying, gee whiz, you're now digging in pretty deep and trying to manage the way that I do business. At the same time, no different than what Councillor Adams just said, folks are hurting and we have to give people a fighting chance. $8 million, 16.8% increase. It's pretty easy to say that quickly, and it doesn't sound like much, but we've struggled and had debates over a lot less money, and I know there are different implications to this. So there are certain sectors that will be affected and certain sectors that won't. So somebody asked me a question the other day if I supported a living wage initiative, and I don't know how I answered. I guess I said philosophically I did, but that there would be ramifications, and I'm just concerned, no different than I heard Councillor Whitman say a moment ago, how this is going to affect our suppliers and the business community. I understand that there will be some sectors that will be excluded and some that won't. I think we're on a fine line here, and I'm just not so sure. I mean, I suppose I could likely vote for this, but I don't want to create hardships for businesses that are already suffering out there. So how do we rationalize that? How do you get me to vote yes without feeling that I'm voting against the business community, Your Worship? Who there amongst the staff that's promoting this can speak to me and help me? I'm having trouble.
Well, I think it's a little unfair to ask staff to give you the information. We have to make our decisions, as you well know. I don't know that, Jane, you can offer any other advice on this.
Well, I guess only because they wrote the report and it's kind of leading us in this direction, that's all. And there was a day, I couldn't imagine staff bringing something forward that would maybe impact the taxpayers, because at the end of the day, that's who's going to pay this bill. It's very easy for us to have this decision or discussion and say, ABC company, you're going to do this. And there's going to be a cost, but we pass it right on to the taxpayer. And I just need a little comfort on where we're going here, and if this is the beginning of something bigger.
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, procurement was asked in 2017 and again in 2020 to come back to council with a report on how we would apply lenses of social procurement against future solicitations. We did extensive jurisdictional scans. We were asked to look at living wage, fair wage, social economic development, environmental impact. And so we gathered the information and summarized all the data that we found and came back to council today with a report that we feel gives the best option for HRM in order to look at the social lenses that we were asked to do so.
So is it fair to say this is a compromise? Worship? Jock?
Mr. Mayor, if I may, through you, the councillor, I think you'll see in the chat that Councillor Smith has put a draft motion in there talking about where the money will come from. So when you think about living wage, I think everybody likely wants to support philosophically living wage concepts, right?
Right.
The report indicates it's going to be somewhere in the $8 million range. Let's assume. Getting an awful lot of feedback. Can you hear me?
Yep, we got you now.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. So the report speaks to a cost of somewhere around the $8 million range. Probably could be up to $10 million depending on how you look at this. So, arguably it's probably 2 cents on the tax rate, all matters considered, to the extent that all things remain the same. So, you're looking at an increase in the tax rate to accomplish something like that, assuming that everything else stays the same, that you haven't been able to find the additional money somewhere else, right? As you well know, we've gone through some significant budget reductions and cost-cutting measures over the last few years, and we've been relatively successful in balancing the budget and making ends meet in relation to revenues and expenses. This, to absorb this cost within the existing fiscal framework, in other words, the existing revenue streams that we have, which are at some risk, will be challenging. There's no doubt about that, right? We're looking at falling commercial assessments potentially in some areas of the city, particularly in the hospitality industry. We'll probably see that in a year or two. Can you absorb it in the first year? Potentially. I can't predict that right now, and I think that's why it's important that as we move forward, if this is approved, then we do have to come back to council in the context of the entire budget for 21-22, 22-23, to say here's how this could be accommodated, right? So, but tonight I can't say to you with certainty that we can do this without increasing taxes. And I think Jane has waded in here, so I'm going to pass it over to her. But that's how I would position it. We don't have the financial solution for you tonight on this. We might be able to. It all depends on whether other sources of revenue that come in, et cetera, going forward. Right?
All right. Thank you, Jock. And I know Jane wants to speak, but I'm likely going to run out of time. Maybe I should have changed my shirt this morning when I said I was going to. It might have put me in a different frame of mind tonight, and I'll leave that there. But what I heard Jock say clearly was that we aren't going to be able to absorb this. So this is going to force a tax increase. So that means something.
Jane, did you want to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jane Fraser, Director of Finance. Just to follow up on what the CAO was saying is that if this does pass as presented tonight, the effective date is April the 1st, 2021. So as part of the budget work that we will be doing, this would become a pressure that we would put in the mix, as we always do. So this would be, we would look at what contracts are coming due, we would do an evaluation, and then this would be money that we would have to fund. And then we would look at other ways, either reductions in other areas in order to offset the pressures. It becomes the exercise that we do on a regular basis from a budgeting point of view.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Karsten.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So the first thing, and then I'll pivot back to what the most recent part of the conversation has been. But the first thing that I had on my little notes over the weekend when I read this, even in the agenda under 7.8 proposed amendments to administrative order, blah, 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 it has procurement administrative order dash fair wage, living wage / living wage. And I don't know if the two are interchangeable, are they? I know it might be semantics, but I looked online at anything that I could find under living wage, and certainly, you know, I don't think living wage equals fair wage. So I'm just wondering why the interchange there, if staff can answer that, or if it's just needing to familiarize ourselves with what living wage actually is. Because Mr. Mayor, you'll recall, and Councillor Whitman will recall, in a recent mayor's debate, the other candidate, Max Taylor, spoke out very loudly when he said that, you know, you have to say it really loud and say it often. It's a living wage. And he repeated that several times as if to imply, you know, this is what people need to live. So that's the definition of living wage. And I define fair wage, quite frankly, as being something totally different. Fair to who? Fair to the employee or fair to the employer? So I'll leave that unless staff can give some clarification. And if any councillor can, if they have the floor and want to clarify that for me, please do so as well. But, you know, the other very confusing thing, and I hope, Jacques, you can maybe weigh in on this. I don't know why, but Councillor Whitman has just circulated something that the CEO from the Halifax Chamber said, that businesses can't afford $15 minimum wage. Well, minimum wage is not to be confused with living wage. We don't control the provincial set minimum wage in any way, shape, form. So there seems to certainly be some confusion around this issue, and maybe somebody can just weigh in on that as well and give some clarity in terms of you know, this is not, we have no control as a municipal council over what the province sets as the minimum wage. All we can control is what we do within confinements of our own procurement policies. So if anybody wants to clear any of those points up for me, I'd appreciate it.
Who wants to take that? Jacques?
I will make one comment. I guess the you know, the costs are, we've estimated based on the assumptions built into the report. So, you know, these costs would not necessarily be borne by the businesses. They would be passed on by the businesses to HRM as we procure, right? That being said, that will, if you're a business and you're going to pay a certain wage to employees to do work for HRM, I don't think you can discriminate against all the other work that you're doing in relation to those employees, right? So it likely put increased pressure on wages generally for all the clients that business supports, right? The question of minimum wage is different than living wage, right? There's no question about that. Living wage, minimum wage, the government sets that and say that's your benchmark, and you're free to pay people that wage or something else, right? The other point I would make is Jane can correct me if I'm wrong, but when you look at our modeling for this particular proposal, it doesn't really include staff of HRM that are full-time, because it's really because all the people that work full-time for HRM are making living wage or better, right? I just want to be clear on that as well. Jane, you want to weigh in on the other questions?
I can answer that.
John and then Jane.
Yeah, to the councilor's question with respect to the reference to fair wage / living wage and the social value framework, I wouldn't get misled by that. That's a reference to the motions of council that brought us here. In terms of what's actually being recommended in the staff report is a supplier code of conduct that would include a living wage requirement. So
right.
That just
okay, fair enough. Yeah. And if I still have the floor, Mr. Mayor?
You don't, but I'll give you 10 seconds if you don't come back again.
10 seconds. I'd ask Councillor Whitman to please stop sending me this stuff that makes no sense. This is not the new, we're not setting a new minimum wage, so don't try to confuse the issue by sending stuff, please. Thank you.
Councillor Mason.
Okay, I'm off mute, right? I'm gonna not say anything I was just thinking. So I got a couple of thoughts. One is that, you know, just very, very quickly from staff, this isn't gonna happen in 1 year, right? This is gonna happen on contract renewal over the next 3 to 5 years. Isn't that what I read in here? You know, it's not like we haven't, are we gonna go and tell people that we already have a contract on that they have to raise pay on people, or like did I misread this? Also, the power keeps going out here, so I don't know if anyone can even hear me.
Okay, we can hear you. Who's answering that, Jane?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, through you to the council. No, that is correct. They become the living wage would be for contracts as they come up for renewal going forward. April 1st, I believe, is the effective date.
Right. So the staff report says in financial implications that the data below is based on highest impact living wage scenario based on average actual spend estimated based on labor contracts. These are best guess impacts. So that is the worst case scenario over 3 to 5 years of contract renewal, not a one-time thing. So my hope is, if it wasn't for COVID, I would say there's no risk here. We're going to see a $1 to $2 million increase a year, and economy is growing gangbusters. Population grew by 10,000 last year. We're going to be fine. COVID throws a thing in it. Jane's probably like, yeah, Way, that's nice to talk about the past. It doesn't exist anymore. But I still think it's the right thing to do to bring this forward and see what the budget implications really are. And so I will be, I support this. I will be supporting this. You know, Jacques talked about how a significant tax increase, you know, depending on how you look at it, 1.5 to 2 cents, my estimate was 30 to 35 bucks a household if we did it all in 1 year. It's not going to be 1 year. We know that new units are coming on stream every day, that average income is growing. We've still managed to keep taxes at 1.7% below income, below CPI, the tax increase for 5 years. Only city in the country to be able to do that. We have the capacity to do this. I have no doubt. The impact on business questions already been answered. The impact is on us. We're going to be paying businesses more. I would say also, I feel like this is kind of plays to where we want to be anyway. Think about all the small contracts we've been struggling with. We have tremendous labor market pressure in Halifax right now because the economy is growing. It is very hard to get people to do low skill, no skill jobs right now. And that's why our smaller contractors have been having a lot of trouble getting reliable staff to come and mow a lawn or plow a sidewalk or paint lines in the street. And that's why we've had to go to great lengths to change the way we're procuring and contracting these out. And they're all, the labor market pressure there means they all need to be paying more money to be able to get reliable staff, in my opinion. I feel like we're kind of on this cycle anyway. The final piece to me is, you know, I think Max was dead right, actually. I thought that was great the way he did that. You know, the living wage is a living wage. If we're expecting people to work full time, I think there's an argument to be had if you're talking about part-time or students or some, you know, like not summer full-time skilled, but, you know, that kind of thing. You know, to me, the living wage that you need if you have a family and you have a low skilled job is different from what you need if you're, you know, my kid and you're working in the summer while you're in university. I just want to go on the record to say I support raising the minimum wage. There's absolutely no study I've ever seen in any of the literature, and Councillor Cleary could probably speak to this way better than I could, that when you raise the minimum wage that the economy slows down. Like literally zero that you've ever seen from a credible research institute. So I just wanted to throw that out there since we're talking about things that have nothing to do with the motion in front of us. Thank you very much, Council. I will be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Zarowski.
Yes, thank you. At the start of the Beachville motion, I said that I had 3 tasks in mind when I became councillor, and this is actually the third one, the fiscal equity. And if I can contextualize the trepidation that has been expressed by some councillors, we've always had a rubric where we look at things basically as a fiscal bottom line, and we've treated HRM as kind of a business analog. And many business people take that particular ethic and translate it directly into an entity like HRM. Well, most cities, at least cities that look at social justice, are contextualizing how they evaluate things through what's called a triple bottom line. And the reason they're doing this is that if you go to the cheapest, my father used to say, and this is a little Yiddish for everyone, kaufse Scheiße, hasse Scheiße. That basically means if you buy stuff that comes out of the back end of a horse, that's what you've got. And if you go for the bottom line, as far as a fiscal measurement is concerned, then you're going to create other problems. It's like stuffing a pillow in a keyhole. You're going to make money for certain groups, but you're going to spend more money on police. You're going to spend more money on social services. You're going to spend more money on the homeless. You're going to spend money trying to figure out how to solve social problems that actually have a fiscal basis in them. And this social responsibility, the evening out of things, is where the contextualization of where we're going as a city, the triple bottom line comes in. And we've got some incredible experts on council, not the least of which is Councillor Cleary with his business acumen. He can tell you that that if you look at business only from a business perspective, there can be social pressures for which you will have to pay, which exceed the profits and money that you think you're saving. So it's not just a matter of saying, well, it's going to be $8 million and it's going to increase our taxes. What it's going to mean is that the potential of having a family next door to you who can't make ends meet, having a family breakdown, having their kids on the street, not having enough to eat, that kind of thing is evened out. And that social thing is like an environmental concern. You think, well, I can chop those trees down and make a great subdivision, make lots of money. But on the other hand, I've got no parkland, no recreational land, that kind of thing. And so this idea of us having a livable wage or getting paid what you're worth so that you can exist is an important constituent in this. And I know we have some hard-nosed business people on council who understand spreadsheets a whole lot better than I do. But the bottom line is sometimes not the bottom line. And I can understand the trepidation in looking too far down the road and saying, okay, so where's this going to take us? Are we going to start eroding our ability and the ability of our small and medium-sized businesses to make a living by taxing them to death? What we're looking for is a happy medium. So I would urge you to support this. I would urge you to say, yeah, always keep a lookout for when we go too far down one road. We should be doing what Aristotle said 2,000 years ago, walk the middle of the road. And in this case, I'm hoping that we can start to begin the process of moving to a triple bottom line where we not only move things through a fiscal rubric, but also look at things through a social rubric. And I think this will actually save us money in the long run. Thank you. Thank you for indulging me.
Well, thank you, Councillor. We have no choice. You have 5 minutes. And
how much time do I have left?
You forfeited your time. I want to speak to this before we go to people who are going to speak a second time. You know, for a year and a half, Sarah Napier and I co-chaired a very impressive group, which include Councillors Stretch and Cleary, looking at poverty in HRM and coming up with some very specific recommendations on how to alleviate poverty in this community. And one of the strongest ones is this idea of a living wage. And I have no problem in supporting it, certainly aspirationally and actually as well. My original thought on a living wage was that it would be our employees, and then we would use our influence over time with the private sector, many of whom already pay a living wage. But, you know, and I also thought maybe it's something we could phase in over time. But in essence, this is being phased in over time because it is as contracts come up and they are renewed. I have concerns about businesses and how they will do work for us at a living wage and what it would mean for the other work that they would do if they're contracting to the city. But I think that that's a manageable situation. But I have an issue. I do have an issue in terms of the budget. So I'm glad Councillor Smith is bringing this motion forward. We cannot just look at this in the context of COVID. We do not know where we'll be when we start doing the budget next year. We just don't know where we're going to be. So as long as Councillor Smith's motion allows us to have a look at the actual, activation of this when we go through the budget, I think that makes a lot of sense. I certainly think there need to be exemptions for students and part-time workers. There aren't a lot of students that make a living wage, and my kids haven't, and they've had some pretty good summer jobs, and they've managed to pay for their education. I think for full-time working families, there is an issue here of fairness and leadership on behalf of the municipality. So I can support, I like the idea of the living wage. This does tie into our housing issues. This does tie into our health issues. This does tie into criminal justice and everything else that we do. Paying a living wage alleviates a number of those things. Having said that, we need to be able to have the flexibility, and I want to make sure in this motion of Councillor Smith's that we will have the option at budget time next year to see where we are in terms of our COVID challenges. And I see John's come in. John?
So to that question, Mayor, if this motion passes and at budget time you wish to reconsider it, you'd have to actually rescind this motion. If you want to take that into consideration at budget time, I would suggest that you defer this decision today until budget time and then determine if you still wish to go ahead, having it all laid out at that point.
Motion to table. Second.
I'm sorry. So I'm just going to finish what I was saying. Was that a motion?
There's a motion to table from Councillor Hensby, second by Whitman, and that is in order.
Well, once the mayor finishes, his speaking, somebody can move a motion to table or defer if you prefer.
So I would ask Jane, who I see has come in here. Jane, what is the actual specific budget implications for 21-22?
So, Mr. Mayor, it will depend on what contracts come due and where they are in the stage. So typically what we would do is we would understand what contracts are coming up, and we would put in the budget for the various business units an increase in their target to offset the cost. It's the same as we do for a contract with cost of living. It's the same as we do for fuel, diesel, prices going up, anything like that. It would come into the mix of what the pressures are, and then we would balance that against revenue increases that we may or may not achieve. So it goes into the mix and then just comes out. So for me to be able to answer today exactly what the budget increase is, whether it would be a tax increase, whether we can absorb it, unfortunately I can't give that answer to council.
But we know when contracts come up, though, do we not?
Yes, we do. We would have a schedule of those, and that's what we would do is we would map the contracts that are coming up and say, okay, this one falls under the category of living wage. So we would put an increase on that. And so if, for example, if the contract comes due October 2021, that would be a 6-month increase. So we do all of this work in behind the scenes to come up with the proper amount of funding for the business units.
So the cost for a full year when this is fully implemented, we think is $8 million, 56 versus whatever it is, $8 million in the difference when fully implemented, correct, over a period of years?
I believe so. Jane, is that, Jane Pryor, is that correct?
Yes, it is. And that is over a number of years, because we have contracts that are for 3 years with 2 option years. If those option years are taken, then they're paid at current rate, not the new rate. So it's only when they actually expire and are resolicited, retendered, that the living wage would then apply. And they are all staggered. So we're not having all of our janitorial and our lawn care and our snow clearing expiring at the same time.
Right, but we don't know what the cost is at next year's budget.
Today, we do not. As part of the budget exercise, that would be the work that my team would do, working with the other directors, Parks and Rec, the various directors to do an estimate of what that impact is based on the contracts that will be expiring and back for solicitation, as Ms. Pryor said, as part of that budget process.
So I'll just close. I don't want to vote against this because I support the concept. I just don't like the idea of committing ourselves to something that we don't know what the cost will be at next year's budget. Everything else we've looked at today, we've said will be for consideration in next year's budget. So I have a slight concern about that. Okay. Where does that leave us, folks?
Motion to table until the budget process starts.
Councillor Hensby is moving to table to the budget process. Is that correct?
I seconded Whitman.
Mr. Mayor, point of order.
Yep.
You're the chair. You have to call on members. Members can't make motions until you recognize them.
Yeah. And there's not a list.
And you have to go down the chat list first before you can call on a member.
Let me just confirm
I'm on
that.
the phone. I can't get on the internet.
I don't recall ever having a motion to table in my time as mayor. John, how does that work?
Council has a practice, Mayor, during this COVID time and virtual hearings. You have been going through a list of speakers as they put their name forward. So that would be the normal practice. And when it came time to Councillor Hensby, if you wish to make a motion to table at that point.
Okay.
How do I get on a speaker list when I'm on the phone?
I'll put you on, David.
Councillor Outfit, we haven't heard from.
Thank you, Mayor. And I certainly want to support the comments that you just made. I certainly support this in spirit and plan to support it. I get a little frustrated when we start jumping the gun to say that it automatically is going to lead to a tax increase. I agree it could lead to cost increase. But when I arrived here 12 years ago, I was greeted by several councillors who told me we could never function with fewer councillors and we could never freeze taxes. Well, we froze taxes 3 times and we functioned quite nicely with fewer councillors. And we don't know what next budget is going to bring. We are being prepared for there are a number of people who can't pay their commercial taxes. We're preparing for that. Assessments may be dropping, but there are things we can do. We can make cuts. We can leave vacancies open, these sorts of things. So my worry is with this discussion today, and if I were running, and I'm very fortunate that I don't have to run, and I thank my lucky stars for that. But what I've said, and I've left up my website, I've said they're fiscally responsible while still being progressive. And that is the line that we have to walk. And I think we can do that. And I think we'd almost be fear-mongering to say that taxes are going to go up.
Yeah,
if we have to do this, if we do this today. I think it's safe to say and fair to say that costs will go up. But raising taxes is only one way to deal with increased costs. So I just like to keep that in perspective. I certainly will be supporting this, but I can also tell you, and I'm sure a whole lot of you are going to be back, and I hope you will be, that we're not going to be willy-nilly just raising taxes down the road at a time when people are struggling to pay their taxes. And 40% of homes have had trouble, have lost income as a result of COVID.
So anyway, just wanted to set that straight a little bit. We can be progressive while also being fiscally responsible. And I don't think we are determining one over the other today. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Cleary, I think.
Thank you, Your Worship. So just very quickly, Councillor Karsten mentioned what's the difference between a fair and a living wage. In the report, it does talk about the fact that we're using the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives living wage framework. To Councillor Stretch's point about the effect of taxes, everything affects taxes in a way, whether you're getting a splash pad, whether you're getting better snow clearing, whether you're getting the road infrastructure, all of that's paid for by taxes. So if no one wanted to ever pay any taxes for anything, then we wouldn't be able to do anything as a government. Having this living wage policy will actually help us close the gap between what we pay in-house and what we outsource. And in fact, as that gap closes, we may want to actually bring more services back in-house or bring them in-house that have never been in, because it gives us better control over quality, gives us better control over the actual workflow itself. These are, as has been mentioned, only cost estimates. We do not have a list of all the employees of all of our contractors with all their wages and salaries. We are guessing at what the impact would be. And I suspect we're overestimating what the actual dollar impact is going to be. The other thing, this is actually going to help us reduce costs. We already spend money on rebates and discounts for bus passes, recreation, tax rebates. If more people made more money, they wouldn't need those rebates they get from the city for those things. Also, too, I'm a business person. Many people here are business people. When you're faced with increased costs, what do? You become innovative. You become creative. You decide, you know what? Let's figure out a new process, a new way to do this thing, because when I go bid on a contract, I want to make sure I get that. So I'm not going to just jack it up because I'm being forced to pay more to my employees, which we don't know what that's going to be. I'm going to make sure I'm still competitive and I'm paying a living wage to my employees. So let's not be short-sighted. Let's not cut off our nose to spite our face. We want to make our community vibrant, resilient, fair, compassionate, inclusive. This is one way that'll help us do that. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Zarowski quoted some, I guess, philosopher earlier about being in the middle of the road. That's a good place to get run over. I guess the question is that the uncertainty here. How could this have been a positive recommendation given the uncertainty? That's one of the questions I have. Like, I really want to help people, and the fact that I'm not going to be on the next council, I'm not the one to have to deal with a tax increase or service cuts or whatever the case may be, if there are any implications. But I certainly don't want to put my colleagues on the 30th of October, former colleagues, in a difficult position. The uncertainty is what has me concerned here. I've been back and forth on this. I really would like to support this, but I just need someone to give me a little some certainty. I need something, and if we have to raise taxes or if we have to cut services or maybe we don't have to do anything, it's a little odd for us to do something with not knowing the future implications. Generally, we know what the results are going to be. Here, I believe it's an $8 million increase over a number of years. Will that result in tax increases? We don't know yet. So, anyway, I'm still struggling with this, and we'll see. But again, I want to make sure that my colleagues who will be here come first part of November are comfortable with this, and I don't want to put them in a bad spot. Thank you.
Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't going to wade into this, but Tim Oathead has prompted me. We're getting into our usual budgetary discussions a little bit earlier. I mean, I think when we look at these things, not to oversimplify it, but it kind of is simple at our level because we don't have a printing press to print money the way the other orders of government do. You either take in more money or you do less. It's as simple as that. Or you start to go into debt, and there's limited options for taking that. So it really kind of is simple. And you know what? If this prompts some sort of tax increase down the line, I'm okay with that. To keep taxes low on the backs of some of our most vulnerable citizens, to me, that to me is morally bankrupt, and I can't support that. So I hope that we will not throw this out here, that we will carry on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mancini. I don't think we've heard from Councillor Mancini.
Sorry, did you miss Councillor Hensby? Councillor Kirsten put DH in the chat earlier.
I'm on the motion to table, so I'm last.
No, you're early. I don't know what happened to your, yes, his name's there, Mr. Mayor, DH after Tim at 7:19.
Oh, I thought that was Destination Halifax. So Councillor Hensby, Councillor Carson, you haven't spoken?
No.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Hensby, I mean.
Yeah, but I haven't either.
I'll let the other voice.
You spoke, Councillor Carson.
Table.
Oh, yeah.
If Councillor Hensby hasn't spoken, then Councillor Hensby is next.
I'll refrain until all speakers are done for the table the motion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mancini then.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I want to understand where we are and right now. So if we approve the motion that's on the floor right now, does that mean that as contracts are to be renewed, this will be included into the contract, the living wage, and then at budget time, we determine if we want to be support or not support it? Is that correct? Am I understanding that correctly?
Mr. Traves indicated that if we pass this, then we would have to rescind this if we didn't include the living wage in our budget. Is that correct, John?
Right. So effective April 1st of next year, contracts on a go-forward basis would include a living wage unless the motion is rescinded, if it passes tonight, and notwithstanding. And so you will need to find a way to fund this at budget time as we proceed towards next year's budget. If there is an implication, and part of that is the challenge is not clear exactly what contracts will be coming due as of April 1st next year and what the labor implications are in those contracts. That's part of the challenge at this point, and that'll take a bit of work.
And what's the difference between, as Councillor Hensby has suggested he's going to do, table the motion and deferring it until we know what our costs are for next year?
It's effectively the same thing. It's the same thing. A motion to defer is the same as a motion to table. Essentially, you're putting off making a decision on this until some future date.
So the person that puts that motion on the floor, John, do they determine what that date is, or how does that not get lost in the shuffle?
Well, generally, council should, if it's tabled without a date, then at some point the motion expires. So generally, council will say, look, we'll table it or defer it until discussion in the budget or until some specific happens. That's the best outcome.
Okay.
The clerk, if there is a motion to table that is duly passed by council, the clerk has a responsibility to give notice to council before it expires within 6 months. So we would come back within 5 months and let council know that motion is about to expire and can be taken up from the table.
Or the person putting the motion on could say by a certain date.
Or
no, that's a defer.
Deferred until deferred for consideration in the budget process is another way of dealing with it.
Okay, I'm going to wait to see what Councillor Hensby is going to do, because I'm leaning towards a deferral as opposed to tabling the motion. But anyhow, we'll see where the conversation goes. Thank you for that clarification, John.
Okay, so I have Councillor Stretch. Councillor Stretch.
Thank you, Your Worship. And Geez, I didn't mean to cause all this. You guys were on a roll there. I thought I was going to bring this up and maybe it would just be lost. But you know, the more I think about it, the more we talk about it, I'm wondering, in our closing hour of this council, is this really the right thing? We want to send a message, and I want to get on board the same as everybody else. I really do. But I don't want to bind ourselves without knowing the financial implications as it relates to budget. And I didn't mean to put the CIO in kind of a spot where I was maybe, you know, using his words to not really say what he was saying. But whether you raise taxes or whether you cut services, to Councillor, I don't even know who said it anymore, but maybe it was Sam, Councillor Austin's point. It's 6 of one, half a dozen the other. But the most intriguing part was what Councillor Oathage said. I heard him say, what did he say? Progressive and fiscally responsible. Well, in my book, that's a progressive conservative. So I'm really happy to hear him say that. Really, that warmed my heart. Almost as much as Councillor Zarowski quoting Aristotle, going down the middle of the road. You know, I know a little bit about philosophy, and I've tried to play the middle of the road these last few years, and I think I've been okay. But I don't want to get run over either. So I'm kind of saying, look, let's not have this be a parting shot as we walk out the door and bind the hands of our future council, who, if they have to come back with a motion to rescind, may find themselves in a very difficult spot. And Your Worship, to your point, I was very proud to sit with you, Councillor Cleary, and others on the committee looking at poverty issues. And I feel as much as anybody for a lot of folks out there who are hurting. But at the same time, I'm hearing from business people who are hurting right now. Excuse me, I had a lady contact me earlier today whose small business is going to close, and it is completely related to COVID-19. Not that she would be affected by what we're talking about, but this is all connected, all related. I don't want to hurt anybody. I want to be able to buy into this. I want to be able to do it with a clear conscience, but I also want to be able to have clear budget implications. And I don't think we have that tonight. So I'll leave it at that. And if somebody is brave enough to bring a deferral or a table forward, that we can pick this up when we know a little more and we have a little more information. And quite frankly, when we have a chance to ask the voters, because the majority of us are going to be speaking to voters over the next few weeks, I would feel much more comfortable. Thank you.
Thank you. Point of clarification, Councillor Austin.
I was there, Mr. Mayor. No.
There was a point of clarification, right? If this gets defeated and has to come back after the election, it's not a motion.
No, it's not true.
Correct.
John, can you speak to that?
Yeah, a new council is not bound by the decision of the past council. You're correct. So it would be a majority vote. It'd still have to go through the motion, but you know, council's not bound by the actions of the past council.
Okay.
Thank you, John.
Okay, so this chat line for the folks watching, it's not as simple as you might think. I've got Bill Karsten saying DH me, please. Bill, you've spoken once on it.
Yeah.
Councillor Hensby said he wanted to hear everybody else. Councillor Hensby, do you want to wait still?
Yes, sir.
Councillor Karsten.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I certainly, you know, would be very easy at this point to sit back and listen to the next half hour of conversation and fade off into the sunset. But I see the dilemma that certainly Councillor Adams has expressed, Councillor Stretch, and others. John, try this if you would for language. Now, we used to do this quite often, and that would be just at the, that wasn't you, John, was it? Talking? Okay. So what would happen if we say approve in principle, okay, the adoption, That's the only word change there. And then strike where it says with an effective date of April 1st, and substituted for implementation to be determined during the budget process.
Or say subject to implementation subject to
whatever the language is, John.
Subject to implementation during the budget process. Yeah.
So I would make those two amendments, folks, and see if they're friendly even, or maybe they're not friendly. Maybe it takes a count. I'm not sure. But then the change would simply be to approve in principle. That's the only word, approve in principle, which we used to, Councillor Adams, you'll remember we used to do that quite frequently. If there was a little doubt, approve it in principle, and then have the caveat with an implementation date to be determined during the budget process. So that if council felt they didn't want to implement it during this next budget year, it could certainly be, the motion would still be good, but implemented the next budget year if that's what council chose.
John, let me ask Councillor Smith if he's comfortable with that.
I think it's an amendment, but you know, that should be voted on unless there's clear consensus, Mayor.
Okay. Well, let me ask Councillor Smith if he's comfortable with those changes.
Can I hear it or even see it? That might help me get a better.
I'll tell you what, would it make sense to take 5 minutes, put those words down and everybody come up and stretch and then come back to this?
Fine, Mr. Mayor.
Can you, Councillor Karsten, can you work that through with the clerk and with Councillor Smith?
And I certainly can, but John, are you going to be there? You could certainly maybe.
Okay. John,
Okay.
Councillor Smith, you determine if it's friendly. If it's not friendly, it would be an amendment that would have to be voted on.
Okay.
Okay. So,
Okay, John,
why don't we just, it's 7:38. Let's say we're going to come back, take 7 minutes, and is that enough time, John? Let's come back at 7:45, okay?
Okay.
Thank you all.
So John, you okay with that?
Let me just email you and the clerk something.
Okay, thank you. John, I think, can you hear me, John? Can if you can hear me, can you flip me your cell number?
Laura Lee, you on there? Laura Lee. Anybody out there?
Could I write a song that would help bring some attention to that and get some interest in it? So I took a shot and I wrote.
Are folks back?
Here.
Here.
Present.
Okay, it's 7:45. So Bill was looking at a motion. Bill, so let's go live. Sorry, first of all.
Mr. Mayor, I don't believe Councillor Kirsten has returned yet.
Okay, Bill, are you back with us?
So I have posted something in the chat for council's consideration. Obviously, consideration and implementation in the 21-22 budget process would require a staff report and support as that came through the process. That's a normal course.
I don't see anything in this chat.
No, I don't either.
Should be up now. Just below Councillor Cleary's comment. Oh, I guess I have to hit send.
Did you hit enter?
Okay, that made a big difference. Okay.
There it
is. So is Councillor Karsten with us? Not just in principle, but in practice?
Still showing Councillor Karsten and Councillor Mancini as not yet being back in the meeting.
His motion.
So to clarify, was only 2 words added to the previous motion?
No, you'll see I've taken out the reference to implementation effective April 1st. I've shifted the last motion to make it the 3rd. And so all of those first 3 would now be approved in principle, subject to consideration and implementation in the 21-22 budget process. But we would go on to direct the CEO to go forward at this time to investigate possibilities for the adoption of the Green Market Incubation Program. So don't delay on that, but move the others. I'm not clear, but I believe the social value framework would need to be part and parcel of what should be considered in the whole budget process. It's just too much to unpack in 4 minutes.
Okay, do we have Councillor Karsten back?
Don't know. I emailed him. He may be just reading the same language.
So I guess the question when we left was whether the mover of the motion was comfortable with those as a friendly amendment or whether they would have to be voted on. Councillor Smith.
So thank you, Mr. Mayor. So looking at this, I don't believe this would be considered friendly because we're taking out, and John, you can correct me if I'm wrong. This almost seems like we'd have to defeat and bring this forward because now we're taking out actual implementation in making it conditional. So I don't, even if I found it friendly, I don't know if this is actually friendly.
I think it's your call, Councillor. You know, it is an amendment. It's not contrary to the thrust of the main motion. It does approve it in principle. It's not defeating it, but it does put off finalizing this until the budget process. So it's kind of open for interpretation.
Right.
Frankly, it's how council goes forward. I believe Councillor Cleary is asking with respect to whether or not we could make a requirement that staff will have provided all costs for 2021. I would not add that in because you know, clearly we will likely have a much better handle on it, but they will be estimates, and as is most of the budget process. So you will have an estimate that will form part of the budget, and we will budget based on those edge estimates as we go forward. We may not have as much clarity as what Councillor Cleary is asking for, but we never do, right? We set aside a certain amount of money, and then we go to tender or for contract, and what we get back is basically the bottom line on it.
Right.
So John, if I'm understanding you, you're saying if Councillor Smith considers this friendly, it can be added.
Yeah, failing which somebody can move this as an amendment, and we can debate it straight up. It is coming from a staff report, which was generated by Councillor Smith's request.
So Councillor Smith, what is your wish?
So for me, I don't see it as friendly. So I'd rather, if it gets put on the floor, it gets put on the floor in second, and then we have a discussion.
Okay, Councillor Karsten.
Yeah, I have it read to me. Access to the chat line.
I'm not hearing. I hear Councillor Hensley, but
he wants it read. He wants it read to him.
Okay.
But I can't read the chat line. I've lost internet connection over here.
John, do you want to just go through what that says?
Well, maybe.
So, Mr. Mayor, just for clarification before John starts, John, did you get those couple extra words that I sent you?
I did. I just addressed that, Councillor, in terms of saying, you know, I'm not sure that we will have the actual costs at that time, like we do in any budget process. You will have estimates and best case. Okay. So I think you're fine with just leaving it the way it's worded.
Okay, it was a request by another councillor, so they'll speak to it if they need to. Thank you.
Yeah. If you'd like it to move that as the amendment, then perhaps Councillor Hensby will hear it at that time.
I will do so, Mr. Mayor. So it's just in a few of the wordings, but it's recommended the Halifax Council approve in principle. And that was the change. That's the amendment there. Everything else in 1 and 2 remains the same. It changes at the bottom of item number 3. So I'll read all of number 3 for clarity.
Actually, Councillor 1, 2, both have changed. We've dropped off the date.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, I'll read it all then. I didn't know there was a date in there. Okay, Halifax Regional Council approved in principle the adoption of the Supplier Code of Conduct, including living wage requirements as per Attachment A. 2, the adoption of a social value framework as per Attachment B. 3, the adoption of the amendments to Administrative Order 2020-004-ADM, the Procurement Administrative Order, as set out in Attachment D, subject to consideration and implementation in the 21-22 budget process. And further direct the CAO, which is all the same, John, and further direct the CAO to investigate possibilities for the adoption of a green market incubation program similar to the City of Toronto's Green Market Accelerator Program as part of Halifax 2050 as included in Attachment C, and that's it. That's all I see. Is that it, John?
So the folks on the phone who don't have a chat line, you heard that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't need the and at the end, but that is correct.
We don't need the end at the end. Okay.
Oh, okay. So I thought it went on. So I will just speak to this ever so briefly. This accomplishes what I think I heard the majority of council say, and yet me making this amendment, which really virtually changes the motion. I want to publicly again state that it was Councillor Lindell Smith that brought this forward. So his name will be forever attached to this motion. Make no mistake. Okay.
Okay. On the amendment, Councillor Clary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, as I recall, and I'm getting punchy now after 2 days of meetings, the original date was April 1st next year for implementation, correct? I see nodding of heads. So our budget process generally starts the end of the year, so around November or December. So given we have an election, the new council is going to start into budget late November, early December. And we'll budget presentations, things that come, and then of course into the actual figures, January, February, March. So in essence, it's really no different than what we had before. And so in a way, I just feel like we're kicking a can further down the road. Like people, and I hate the fact that we're equating people's ability to live in our city with budgetary items. That, well, if we can't afford it, we're not going to pay a living wage. That's essentially what we've just done. So, I mean, in essence, there's no difference between this motion and what was there before, because we weren't going to implement it till April 1st, which is after our budget discussions anyway. The only difference is now people have an excuse if the numbers come in and they're like, I don't like them. I'm very confident that the numbers are going to come in well below what people are going to be scared by in terms of the budget. But I just wanted to put that out there for this amendment, that it really doesn't change anything except for the fact that we're saying we're not sure if we want to pay a living wage. That's kind of the way I feel like some folks have moved here. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I don't want to get into debate on it, but I think one thing that will have changed is we will have gone through the fiscal framework part of our budget, anticipated tax revenues and things like that. So for me, I think it makes a bit of a difference. Anyway, I'm not going to get into the debate on it. Who seconded that motion, or who seconded the amendment?
Stretch here.
Councillor Stretch. Councillor Stretch on the amendment.
Yeah, and I'd be happy to yield to someone else, but if there was no seconder, look, I can buy into this amended motion, and I understand where Councillor Smith and a lot of my colleagues are coming from. I think this does help me find the balance, and it also it just makes me feel more comfortable as it relates to not, I guess, not putting the new council at the whim of our very last evening vote tonight. It gives them the opportunity to consider this. It gives the budget process an opportunity to reflect this motion. And indeed, it allows me to say, in principle, I do support living wage, which I've said on the record that I do. So, and also it allows us to get a little feedback from the constituents over the next couple of weeks. So I'm all in for the amended motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I was gonna wait until we got back, but there's a chance that this could pass, which I wouldn't be fully disappointed if this went forward, but I will say that I really want to agree with Councillor Cleary in the sense of we're turning this quality of life and social impact issue into a budgetary issue, and we do know it does have budgetary impacts, and that's why I put forward the amendment before. So proving this in principle, I get, and if we think about the other policies and plans that we as council have endorsed unanimously, the Green Network Plan, our Moving Forward Together Plan, our Integrated Mobility Plan, many other initiatives, Halifax 2050. It says in these reports and in these policies that we are not sure. We have an idea what the future budget impacts will be, but we don't know for sure until we get to that place. And we still, as council, approve those, knowing that in the future we'll know what the budget impacts are. And really, when I think about this issue here, I get that there is budgetary impact, but I think it's even more important for us to say we will do this. And as we are going to have to with any other issue that we're dealing with, look at how it impacts our budget. And if we fast forward a few months ago when we passed Halifax 2050, that is going to cost, I don't know what the number, but add times whatever it might be to what this costs, and we still approved it. And that's talking about the environment and et cetera, so it's different, but it still talks about quality of life for our residents. So I really feel that, yes, this might make some contracts or bids that come in a little bit more expensive, but also we have to understand that staff will be able to look at it and know if we're being charged more for things that are not related to wage. If they're starting to charge us more for material, if they're starting to charge us more for the cost of creating plans, and it's not related to wage, staff will know that because they're great at what they do and they're able to understand what's happening with the industry. So I won't support this. If I won't be angry if it passes, but I do think that as a council we should move forward, and as we are supposed to make hard decisions, and as we do all the time, we deal with it when budget comes, and budget's around the corner, if many of us are going to be back or not. So that's what I think, and we'll look forward to when we vote. And thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, colleagues. So I think let's really think about, let's unpack what we're doing here by this proposed amendment. To me, similar to Councillor Cleary, Councillor Smith, what this amendment says is, well, we think this is the right thing to do, but we're not sure if we can really pay for it. And I'm really not on board with that approach with something like this in particular, because what we're really saying is that this might still be optional. That's the way I'm interpreting it. And how much time have we all spent talking about affordable housing, poverty, food insecurity, all of these sorts of issues, work with the United Way that this council's done. This is, to me, a fundamental. Sometimes you do what's right, and then you have to figure out exactly how you're going to do it later on. And this is one of those times. This is just simply the right thing to do. It won't be the end of the world, because I have confidence, really, I think we will make the right choice. But I dislike the way that this really kind of turns it into something that's optional when it really is, to me, a moral imperative. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you much, Mr. Mayor. I'm prepared to live with the amendments, and if that passes, then I will not put a table of motion for deferral. I think this motion, if it passes as amended, gives us enough latitude for the next council to consider it at budget time. Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, the amendment is on the floor, moved by Councillor Carson, seconded by Councillor Stretch. Are we ready for the vote on the amendment?
Question.
Question.
Let's go.
Councillor Stretch,
For the amended motion.
Councillor Hensby,
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten,
For the motion.
Councillor Nicol,
In favor.
Councillor Austin, Councillor Austin,
Opposed?
opposed, Councillor Mancini,
For the motion.
Councillor Mason,
Against the motion.
Councillor Smith,
Against?
Councillor Cleary,
No.
Councillor Walker,
For.
Councillor Adams,
For.
Councillor Zarowski,
Against the motion.
Councillor Whitman,
Against?
Deputy Mayor Blackburn,
Voting no on the motion.
Councillor Russell,
Against the motion?
Councillor Outfit,
Voting no?
Mayor Savage,
Yes.
What did he vote?
Yes on the motion.
Motion's last.
Motion is last.
The motion is lost. We're back on the main motion, colleagues.
And I move a motion to table
Second.
until
Question on the motion to table.
I don't know what that accomplishes.
John, are we in order, and do we go right to a question?
It's in order.
It's in order, although I would suggest some consideration be given to the length of time as to it being tabled. But if there's no clarity, as the clerk has said, it will come back in 5 months if it isn't dealt with sooner.
do we
Our motion to
anticipate
table
the
is in order.
process to start within 6 months? Do we anticipate the budget process to be initiated in 6 months?
Yes.
Okay, ready for the question on the motion to table. Ready for the question?
Question?
Councillor Stretch,
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby,
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten,
Against the motion to table.
Councillor Nicol,
Against the motion.
Councillor Austin,
Against?
Councillor Mancini,
Against.
Councillor Mason,
Against.
Councillor Smith, Councillor Smith,
Against?
Did we lose Phoebe? Against.
having trouble hearing you. Councillor Cleary,
No.
no on the motion. Thank you. Councillor Walker,
Against.
Councillor Adams,
Against.
Councillor Zarowski,
Against the motion.
Councillor Whitman,
In favor of the deferral?
Deputy Mayor Blackburn,
Voting no on the motion.
Councillor Russell,
Against?
Councillor Outfit,
Voting no?
Mayor Savage,
No.
motion is defeated.
Okay, we're back on the main motion, colleagues.
Question?
Are we ready for the question on the main motion unamended?
Question.
Sorry, before we do that, I had an amendment.
Councillor Smith.
So I'm going back to in the first part of the amendment that I put in the chat some time ago. Wow, it was 6:44. Holy moly! That I put it when we first talked. It was around the CAO coming back during budget deliberations with that will outline. But I think during our discussions, it was mentioned, and CAO, you can clarify that this is going to happen anyway. Question mark, sorry.
So could you repeat that question? What's going to happen anyway? Sorry.
That you'll come back during our 21-22 budget to tell us what impacts this would have.
Correct.
Right. So what I was asking for in the first part of it was a supplementary report asking you to outline that, but you're already going to do that. So I'm assuming that that means that we don't need to put that forward.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, Jane and I chatted about it, and that's our conclusion. Yeah.
So I'm wondering, and maybe this will also stop another supplementary report. Could you put in that what it would cost if HRM was to become and I know you spoke about us already paying our full-time employees a living wage or above, but it'd be good to get information on what does it also mean if we were to do seasonal term and part-time staff. Is that something that could come back, or do you think you'd need
Sure. Yeah, we
that?
have. We know. We have the numbers of those, including students or just seasonals and part-timers.
Seasonal, part-time, in term, honestly, seasonal and part-time are the two that I'd be most curious about. You could add term if you want, but seasonal and part-time are the ones that I'm most
we can do. Yeah.
Okay, so then just really quickly for clarification, then we don't need to do a supplementary report. You can add that when we have budget.
Yeah, we'll do that for sure.
Okay, great. Well, if no one else is speaking, I'll call for the question.
Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Councillor Stretch?
Against the motion.
Councillor Hansby?
Against the motion. Negatory.
Councillor Carsten?
For the motion.
Councillor Nicol?
In favor.
Councillor Austin?
In favor.
Councillor Mancini?
In favor.
Councillor Mason? Thumbs up. Councillor Smith?
For.
Councillor Cleary?
Yes.
Councillor Walker?
For.
Councillor Adams?
For.
Councillor Zarowski?
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman?
Opposed.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn?
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell?
Against the motion.
Councillor Outfit?
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage?
For the motion.
That motion carries.
That motion is carried. Colleagues, will move to 7.9. Oh no, we did 7.9. 7.10, implementation of North End Bikeway Phase 1 and West End AAA Network Bikeway. Council, what is your wish?
I can put that on the floor, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Cleary.
I move that Halifax Regional Council 1 approve the implementation of 2.4 kilometers of bicycle facilities and related changes to the right-of-way along the North End All Ages and Abilities AAA Bikeway Route Phase 1 between North Ridge Road and Bloomfield Street as described in the discussion section of the staff report dated July 28, 2022. Approve the implementation of 2.0 kilometers of bicycle facilities and related changes to the right-of-way along the West End All Ages and Abilities AAA Bikeway Route between Windsor Street, Bears Road, and the West End Mall as described in the discussion section of the staff report dated July 28, 2020.
Second.
Councilor Carsten.
Second by Councilor Carsten. Councilor Cleary?
Given the time of day and given how many times, personally, I've seen this through Transportation Standing Committee, meetings with staff, and now here at Council again, I'm hoping everyone's already read the report. I'd like to pass this. Let's giddy up.
I don't see anybody else on it.
Question.
Ready for the question?
Councillor Stretch,
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby,
Affirmative.
Councillor Carsten,
For the motion.
Councillor Nichol,
In favor.
Councillor Oster,
In favor.
Councillor Mancini,
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Mason,
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Smith,
In favor.
Councillor Cooley,
Yes.
Councillor Walker,
For.
Councillor Adams,
For.
Councillor Zarowski,
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman,
Opposed?
Deputy Mayor Blackburn,
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell,
In favor?
Councillor Outfit,
Yes.
Mayor Savage,
For the motion. Motion carries. Phoebe, help me out. I think we're now going to 11.15.
I believe so as well, Mr. Mayor.
So 11.15 is the first reading. Proposed bylaw, fees for permits and licenses, waiving municipal related construction fees for registered not-for-profits and charitable housing developments.
That's mine, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Mancini, take us away.
And if you guys didn't pick up those subtle cues, he emphasized first reading. So I think he's suggesting not a lot of discussion is needed. But anyhow, that's how I interpret that, Mr. Mayor. So I'll put the following motion on the floor that Halifax Regional Council give first reading to 1 bylaw F201, amending bylaw F200, the fees bylaw as set out in attachment B of the staff report dated August 26, 2020. 2 bylaw P401, amending bylaw P400, the plumbing bylaw as set out in attachment C of the staff report dated August 26, 2020. 3 bylaw B204, amending bylaw B201, the building bylaw as set out in attachment D of the staff report dated August 26, 2020. 4 bylaw C601, amending bylaw C600, capital cost charges bylaw as set out in attachment E of the staff report dated August 26, 2020. And 5 bylaw C801, amending bylaw C800, capital cost charges for solid waste facilities as set out in attachment F of the staff report dated August 26, 2020. So moved.
Second, Councillor Nichol.
Second by Councilor Nichol.
Councilor Nichol, thank you. Very quickly, just for someone watching at home not understanding what this is all about, we've been talking yesterday and today about affordable housing, and this relates to the affordable housing piece. This is for nonprofit groups that actually build affordable housing, and it's waiving the municipal permit fees to make it easier on them when they're building those affordable housing. The challenge we have is those that's helpful. The biggest fees that these nonprofit groups have are the fees that come from Halifax Water. So they can be into the hundreds of thousands of dollars, way more in our fees. But there has been a request to the UARB so that Halifax Water can have the authority to do so. So hopefully that'll happen. Again, this is first reading, and I hope everybody supports it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question?
Councillor Stretch,
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby,
Affirmative.
Councillor Carsten,
For the motion.
Councillor Nichol,
For the motion.
Councillor Austin,
In favor.
Councillor Mancini,
For the motion.
Councillor Mason,
For the motion.
Councillor Smith,
For.
Councillor Cleary,
Yes.
Councillor Walker,
Or.
Councillor Adams,
For.
Councillor Zarowski,
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman,
In favor of the motion?
Deputy Mayor Blackburn,
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell,
In favor?
Councillor Outfit,
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage,
For the motion. That carries. Thank you. Phoebe, is that it for our agenda outside of notices of motion?
Outside of notices of motion, I believe that is all of the items on the agenda.
Woo!
Okay. Anybody got a story they want to tell or something to take us into the evening?
Mayor, it's Tim. I have 3 notices of motion.
Yes, spoken like the only guy that knows for certain he'll be back at the next meeting. Go ahead.
And what a prize it's going to be, right?
And I just get my internet back.
Thank you. Take notice that at the future meeting of Halifax Regional Council, I intend to move that council consider adopting by policy a renewed public participation program, the purpose of which is to update the regional municipal planning strategy, review engagement strategy to respond to public health and safety concerns in light of COVID-19. That's number 1. Number 2 is take notice that at a future meeting of Halifax Regional Council, I intend to introduce Administrative Order 2020-0130P, Interim Child Care Center Policy, the purpose of which is to provide direction on the municipality's approach to child care centers. And 3, take notice that at a future meeting of Halifax Regional Council, I intend to move that council consider adopting by policy a public participation program, the purpose of which is to repeal the existing public participation program for heritage conservation districts, HCDs, and establish a revised public participation program for heritage conservation districts intended to reduce timeframes. So moved.
All right, any other notices of motion?
And you all can't wait, I know.
If not, I want to just, can we put the camera on each of the 4 people that definitely aren't coming back? Do we have that? Councillor Karsten, I see you there. 3 seconds.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, it's been a delight. Thank you very much. I won't miss no calls. I love you all dearly. Keep up the good work. And to the residents, like I said yesterday, really have some understanding of what your councillor does and mayor does on a daily basis. They're committed to this, so keep up the good work.
Thank you. Councillor Walker, any last words?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to all the staff, all of your help all these 27 years, and to the new council coming in, good luck with the budget, because you're going to need it.
Councillor Adams, after all these years, his last words after your video yesterday.
After all these years, still crazy, right? Thank you, everybody, for everything. Thank you to staff, the residents of District 11. As I put in the chat, I wish you all the very best in the coming years and in your future, whatever that may hold. I wish you the very best in the upcoming election on October 17th. And I admire you for what you've done and for putting your name forward again. This is one of the most difficult, frustrating, annoying, satisfying jobs you'll ever have. And my heartfelt thanks to everybody. Thank you.
Awesome. I'm going to miss seeing that goat on my screen, I can tell you.
Well, here, that's a present from Councillor Blackburn, my little goat.
Oh, isn't that awesome?
Yeah, and listen, see if he makes a noise.
That's great.
What a way to be remembered.
One of the
budget debate.
Screaming.
One of the traditions I've had in my entire time as mayor is that the motion to adjourn has always come from Cole Harbour. So I'll give Councillor Nicol the last word, and then maybe she'll move that we move on. And before I do, I want to wish you all well, and I want to wish all the candidates who have taken on the democratic challenge of running for office, and I wish everybody a wonderful time. It's an extraordinarily difficult kind of a campaign, but to everybody who has stepped up, thank you. Councillor Nicol, last word and adjournment from you.
My last word is just basically, and Wade would appreciate it, I'm going to go out with a Green Day song, say, for what it's worth, it was worth all the while. And I move to adjourn.
Thank you all.
Good night.
Thank
Good luck,
you.
everybody.
Thank you.
Good night and adieu.
Night.
Bonsoir.
Till I see you again. Bye-bye.